king and his men stole the queen from her bed and bound her in her bones. The seas be ours and by the birds. Where we will, we'll roam.
We both know I have issues.
Welcome everyone to the announcement of our first ever charity stream via Twitch. On Saturday the 2nd of April at 10 AM we're going to be completing a non-stop 24-hour Dungeons & Dragons stream for the Welsh children's cancer charity Latch. Latch supports the children and their families who are being treated by the oncology unit at the Children's Hospital of Wales. A truly heartbreaking figure of roughly 70 new cases are diagnosed every year and causes the lives of those diagnosed to be turned upside down. This is our way of giving back and would appreciate all your help and support to give something back to those who need it most. We have shared the event and are just giving on all of the pages of our hosts for the 24-hour stream, and we'll be sharing it throughout the full 24 hours as well. To introduce you to what we'll be doing over the full 24-hour periods, we'll be embarking on a full telling of a 24-hour non-stop story of our characters, those of which we hope you come to love over the time of the stream. Feel free to join us at any time throughout, and we'll be uploading the videos afterwards as well for those who are looking to catch up or would like to watch it afterwards as well. The stream itself will be live either through our Just Giving page, which has been shared, or you can watch it at Twitch by following at TAW Maelstrom, all in one word, lowercase. Just to give you an idea of the schedule, which I've approved above, you can see that we've broken it down into certain areas. Long Rest at 1600 to 1700 will be a quiz that we invite everyone to come and take part in. You can join via the Twitch stream itself and you'll be able to take part in the quiz that we're running. You'll also notice that there are music and radio hours. These are times for our party members to come back a bit, have a bit of food, and then come back and sort of get into the story again. As you can imagine, we're going to need some rest throughout that stream period as well. But we'll be playing all popular music through that time, maybe some hits that you don't know as well, just to get everyone ready either for their Saturday nights or give a bit of positive boost for the Sunday morning. But let's tell you where our story begins and where we currently are and what story we're trying to tell. The story we will be telling begins with our intrepid adventurers setting sail on the Kraken's Tooth. A swift and fleeting ship cutting through the ocean waves, its prow rising and falling on the crystal blue ocean as the sun beats down with a relentless fury on the sleek decks. The ship's crew are troubled. On board they store a dangerous cargo. It beats and pulses rhythmically, shifting the deck beneath the crew's feet, an ever-constant reminder that they are being pursued. For the sea god Akota has been trapped in the form of a great sea beast bound on destruction, and they carry the signal of that destruction on their ship. Tasked by the Plank King of Darktown, Wyatt Marinus, to deliver the signal into the hands of the Clovis Concord at Port Demalia, and ensure the destruction of the great city-state and bring power to the revelry like never before. The ship sails fast and reckless across the ocean, but all is not as it seems, and no decision is ever taken lightly. Will our party destroy a city knowing the price they must pay? Will they find another way to free Akota? Or do our party have something more sinister planned? The path of a hero is never walked lightly, and there's always a price to pay. Join us on the Menagerie Coast this Saturday and discover the path with our intrepid adventurers. But let's introduce you to the characters that we'll be playing. We have Zabros, played by Grant, the leader of the party, a cocky half-elf ex-blade with warlock with a fascination of illusion magic. We have Achilles, played by Matt, a warforged champion with a spear of fire and hell, the cautious but ruthless member of the party. Then there's Ariana Tigerwool, played by Jess, a fairy trickster, endlessly searching for their missing friend and with a habit of stealing anything not nailed down. Next is Bellimat, played by Harry, a half-orc barbarian that doesn't ever lose their patience. Or their temper, apparently. Then there is Brant, played by Ben, a hammer enthusiast that should be a healer, but is more of a fighter instead. Then there is Captain Sylvester Shadows, played by Ed, a terrifying rogue assassin Damphia with a dangerous affiliation to the revelry. Next we have Solazina, played by Jan, our warrior princess, that has no battle intelligence apparently. Finally, we have Rogar Turneroth, our paladin dragonborn that loves a good drink and also a good fight too. The countdown is on. Join us this Saturday at Twitch and donate to the Just Giving page. It truly is an amazing cause. We can't wait to see you all on Saturday throughout the full 24 hours, even Sunday as well. Until then, this is Callum Maelstrom signing off. Welcome everyone to our 24-hour stream. I'm your host and Dungeon Master for today. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be jumping across now to join our players, and I will be introducing the world to all of our viewers today. And for those looking to pick this up afterwards, they will be uploaded to YouTube. So just to give you sort of a quick rundown, we're raising money for Latch Children's Cancer Charity. An amazing cause that supports the families of those who have been diagnosed with cancer, which is truly horrific and have such a massive impact on the family life of those who have been diagnosed. We're doing everything that we can to give back. The Just Giving link has been posted by my fellow players and myself today in the chat, and we'll continue to sort of go over this so far. We just want to say a massive thank you to everyone who has already donated to the cause. So we're at 210 of our £500 target. Naturally, if we can smash that, we'd absolutely love it. So anything you give would be greatly appreciated. So yeah, so let's go forward, let's introduce the world, and let's get introduced to all of our characters. Okay, so you'll notice that with all of the characters, everything's switched off at the moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce our world first of all, which is the world of Exandria. And once we've introduced that, then we'll start introducing our characters in one by one. Okay. Okay. Long ago, this world was one of tumultuous and chaotic forces, naught but unbridled fires and churning, jagged rock. Through the ashen skies of creation primordial, the gods came from beyond the ether, new and formless, looking on the rolling realm. They saw potential for great beauty, great strength, and the chance to learn their own place in creation. Thus, divine hands birthed the first children, the elves who embodied beauty and grace, to walk along the verdant green and know the music of the blue. A second creation was wrought, the dwarves, a hearty people intent on taming the land, filled with the craft and invention of divinity beyond the ashen void. A third people were given life, the humans, endowed with hearts of passion that burned as brightly as this land of mighty shield, and infused with the need to celebrate and laugh. Other creations followed as many of them sang boundless inspiration of the were the first divine magics. With these magics, the people learned to bend down the earth to their will, to take the flames of earth and rain, to take the floods that threatened their abundance, and turn sea into language became possibly revolution lakes and the frontier creators of humanity beyond the national skies saw progress and saw them as thus, the first protected, the dragon, metallic and Alexandria, same guard to generations, the realm of the Voyager, multiplying all the time. Culture grew, and they also looked up to the this realm on which the waiting place, wars and fires, seas swelled and swallowed flames, erupted from the land beneath the elements. Unknown beyond the ashen sky, the ancient beings were in great places called their own. The primordial, these created elemental titans that would dwell each within the world now rose from their unfruited age and sent to the land once more. The gods watched as their children, their joy, flung against broken rocks and fence walls of terror, unleashed by the destruction. Demonic entities still from the unbroken addicted feast on the carnage caused by the violence released to pick the carriage. Some gods are so full of peace and anger that they wish to leave the world behind and start anew. The choice of this good one, kingdom strong and primordial, to let chaos proclaim the realm. Other gods wish to remain the primordial, to take the land and state their creation. Thus was the rule to the void of the God. Celestial sentinels once dedicated to battle in the chaos of the abyss now fell in the cave of hell is the angel now claims the rule to rule all realms of the culture and the creators that remained, wishing to salvage their home, their creations, and their realised elves, were forced to take up arms and learn to protect that which they valued most. They organised their followers and taught them how to draw from the powers of creation on their own, to build, to change, and to destroy, all without the aid of divine power. Mortals learned to defend themselves through practices such as alchemy, or by lending the very fabric of existence through on smaller scale than that of their creators. This gift was the knowledge of arcane magic, which the good children used to drive and away the traitorous kin, banish, turn the creators to their own prison like planes, and ultimately destroy the primordials, scattering the chaotic elements to their own planes of existence. The world was at peace for the first time, and the first civilization took root and grew into a grand city called Vasselheim, the cradle of creation, the Dawn City. Culture developed anew, races ventured forth to discover and explore their own lands, and great music filled the air and gave name to this world called Exandria. Today I'm going to introduce each of our characters in turn. I am the Dungeon Master for today, and the first character that I am going to introduce is Zavros, our half-elf hexblade. Zavros, if you'd like to come on camera and introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name's Avros, Hexblade Warlock, and I like to gamble. So I'll be looking to take some gold and kick some ass, basically.
Bit of both. Can't argue with that. Seeing as I'm playing everyone that you're going to be gambling against, we'll have to see how that goes. Next, we have Bellimac, our half-orc barbarian.
Hello, I'm Bellimac, half-orc, love a good fight, love a good drink.
Straightforward and to the point. Can't argue with that. Next up, we're going to shout out to Brant and his hammer, Love.
Morning. My name's Brant, sir. And I do like to use, I'm a cleric, and I do like to use my hammer.
Yes, for anyone who's seen our previous episodes, for a healer, he has an affinity for this hammer and its use in combat. As you can tell by him staring longingly into the abyss right now. Next, we have Ariana Tigerwhirl, our arcane fairy trickster.
Morning, guys. Bit of a rogue, bit of an arcane trickster, but I'm here to have loads of fun with you guys.
And by loads of fun, she means robbing everything from every other party member.
Pretty much. Right on me.
Next, we have Captain Sylvester Shadows, played by Ed.
Hello all, I'm Captain Sylvester Shadows. I like to sit in the background, not say too much, but keep my eye on everything and watch my opportunities.
Also someone who likes to rob from people. And likes to sell people as well. So we shall see how this interesting dynamic forms in the party. Next, we have our Dragonborn Paladin, played by Damien, Rogar Turneroff.
Yeah, so I'm Rogar. I'm Rogar. So I am a Dragonborn Paladin. I like to fight things. I'm a bit of a tank. Kick some butt. Got my shield. Got my spear. Just looking to kick some butt and protect people and support them.
Yes, and also get drunk, as we've learned. Yes, very much. And finally, for today, we have our warrior, Princess Zolazina, played by Jan.
Oh, hi, I'm Solazina, looking to save my men, Stavros, and Pavros, and get my own ship at some point. And I like to charge myself into battle and nearly die every time.
Excellent. Solazina seems to be suffering from amnesia because she forgets that she's already rescued Stavros, Pavros, and Davros, and also has her own ship now.
I did get hit in the head quite hard last time.
Multiple times, if I remember rightly. Okay, so time to set the scene for you all and to let you know how this is going to work and what the next steps are. So, to update you from the previous session, here is where we currently stand. The deck rises and falls in brilliant crescendo as glistening waves break on the prow. The ship's deck quivers and pulses rhythmically as a curious blue stone, stored carefully and under guard in the hull, continues to summon monsters of the deep. The crew of the recently renamed Kraken's Tooth are guarded and worried as they put a speedy path across the ocean to Sirens Rock in the hope of disrupting the signal. It is thought that Siren's call may disrupt the signal long enough to allow the crew to reach and infiltrate the port of Demalia, and in doing so deposit the strange signal, causing the destruction of the slavers' port. This in turn will ensure the superiority of the Revelry pirates for generations to come. But not all is as it seems, and it seems that the party may have been deceived. So you're on the ship at the moment. The ship itself is going to a location called Sirens Rock. You have a number of crewmates on board as you manage to bargain for Captain Three Earrings to join you previously. Captain Three Earrings is on board the ship with you, which is a previous captain from the episodes that we've done in the past. Dial U is also there. He's joined you. Stavros, Pavos, and Davos are also part of the crew as well. So you do have a number of characters, as well as Stevan, who is another half-orc navigator who's joined you on your ship. So you're on your ship at the moment, which is a Kraken's Tooth. So what would you like to do? Who would you like to talk to? And where are we going and what are we doing? Silence is deafening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, cool. So we're going Simon's Rock then, yeah?
Yes, so we're going to Sirens Rock at the moment. The hope is that by going to Sirens Rock, we can disrupt the signal that's being given off by the scepter that you all broke last time that you were at Dark Tow, and prevent this great sea creature just long enough for you to get to Port Amalia and to deposit the stone there.
We've all rested, yeah? We're all long rested.
Yeah, you've all long rested. So this is about a day after the previous episode, episode 6, the Rapture. So you've all had long rest. You're in good nick at the moment. You're all fully restocked with everything that you could possibly need. So everything is there. So we're in a position now where you are sailing towards Sirens Rock. So would you like a bit of background around Sirens Rock?
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, Stevan, who's the half-orc navigator, walks over to you as a group that are huddled around the sort of main foredeck. Adventurers, I've never met you before. I'm going to be your navigator for today. We're going to Sirens Rock. Now, Sirens Rock, I'm going to tell you, is a little bit dangerous. So, there are a lot of sirens there, obviously, by the name. But there are a lot of rocks there too, obviously, by the name. And because of that, we need to be really careful. So it will disrupt the signal, we're told, from the pulsy thing in the hold. I don't go down there, it scares me. And the main aim is that we're going to sail through the rocks without getting distracted by the sirens. And we're going to come back to Port Amalia then, and we're going to drop it off there and run away. How does that sound?
Sounds pretty good. Is there anything that we can do to help us ignore the sirens? Or do you just sort of go through the rocks, covering your eyes, or...?
Well, it's mainly their singing, you see, so holding your eyes won't really help. You'll still end up on the rocks. You've got to put something in your ears.
Cool.
But even then, it's not really a guarantee, because then you might see with your eyes and then you're in trouble as well.
Ah.
But you can't sail blind and deaf through rocks, so, you know, that would be very lucky if you didn't hit anything. So we're kind of in a difficult position here.
Have you sailed through Simon's Rock before?
No.
Cool.
No one would willingly sail through Sirens Rock. It's not a wise idea, you see.
Okay. So we're hoping this just basically slows down the thing that's chasing us.
Oh, no, you see, it won't slow it down, it just confuses it. And it'll get stuck in Sirens Rock then as well. And then it gets stuck there for a little bit, and then we'll toddle on over to Port Amalia, you see. You're asking very basic questions. I thought that you were meant to be experienced. You killed the Sea Priestess, didn't you?
We're experienced in battle, not so much on the whole, you know, ship side and geography and things like that.
Very well. Well, as you can tell, like I said, we are going to Sirens Rock, and I am not very comfortable with this, as you could probably tell. I may be half-orc, but I'm not stupid. He's half-orc, he seems stupid. I'm not half-orc, though. He gestures to you, Belamac.
Well, I take that as an offence. If we're both half orcs, we're probably both stupid.
No, you see, I got the smart part, you got the other part.
So the other brains haven't brawn.
Yes, that was a rather intelligent comment for you.
Thank you. See? Not that stupid.
Judged. So obviously at this point, the navigator's fiddling with this sort of lectrum to be able to see. So whether you knew it or not, in Exandria there are 2 moons. We're in the daytime at the moment, and the Exandrian main moon cannot be seen at this point. So they're navigating by the single moon to make sure that we're getting to Sirens Rock successfully. Captain Three Earrings is on board at this point, and she comes over to you with a sort of slight gait. You can see that she's a bit more downtrodden than from our previous encounters with her, just purely because she's had her ship taken off her. She's been taken away, but there also seems to be an almost nervous energy about her as well. And she's looking to speak with you as a party.
Well, we need to find out what's going on, because you mentioned that we've been betrayed.
Okay. So
Don't
Captain
we?
Three Earrings is there. What would you like to ask her?
What happened while we were down there?
Okay. So Captain Three Earrings begins to saunter over to yourselves. Still sort of got that liveness about her and that sort of cunning that you can see in her eyes. And she wanders on over. Hello, adventurers. It's good to see you again. It's great to have you involved. This may be probably the most difficult quest that we have ever embarked upon. I need to come clean, and I need to inform you of exactly what you have been involved in since the start. You will know that the Plank King has set you on a quest of destruction for Port Demalia, but I fear that we may have been deceived. The Revelry have joined forces with a criminal syndicate known as the Myriad to join in with the slave trade. The Clovis Concord are not slave traders. They're a collection of free city-states that believe in merchantry and trade. They do not believe in the sale of people. In fact, it is outlawed in the Clovis Concord. Years ago, Marinus took over through mutiny from the previous Plank King, and since then, it has become more and more and more ruthless. Dark Tower is now protected by a myriad of traps. Our only hope is that we may be able to find someone in Port Demalia that can disable the signal, and then we can kill the sea beast, lure it away, fight, but we cannot destroy Port Demalia. You see, both myself and Captain Sylvester are part of a new mutiny looking to take down the current Plank King, Wyatt Marinus. The new head that we hope to put in charge is Captain Alyson Page. We're hoping that if we can take down Wyatt Marinus, then we may be able to bring peace to this land once more.
So what's going to happen with the people that have joined up with, whatever you said, to do this slavery? Why can we not infiltrate that?
Why can we not infiltrate the Myriad?
Yes, and ravel it within.
The Myriad itself was attacked by the Dwendalian Empire 15 years ago. Their main base of operations was destroyed, completely wiped out. The Myriad still operate, but they're covert, very difficult to locate, to track down. The likelihood is, Ariana, that if anyone has your friend, it will be the Myriad, not the Clovis Concord. But I feel that maybe the magistrate of Port Demalia may be able to offer some insight, as we understand at the moment that from our own intelligence, me and Captain Sylvester, that she may be in a slight spot with the Myriad infiltrating Demalia.
So you do know some background information on my friend and her whereabouts?
We know that she's probably been taken by the Myriad, and if she has been, then she'll be held somewhere in Port Demalia before they move her on. A fairy is someone who would fetch quite a high price.
Why did we not mention this before?
Because if we'd mentioned it before, you wouldn't have helped us. And unfortunately, with the scepter being broke, which none of us ever expected, and still don't understand how it happened, it put our plans to ruins. The hope was that with the scepter, we could activate it, bring the sea beast to Dark Tower, destroy and lure out Marinus. But he's aware of the plan now. Someone must have tipped him off. which is why anyone who could possibly be a mutineer has been sent away from Dark Tower, and he marshals his forces there. In truth, the breaking of the scepter prevented our mutiny.
So we still got somebody on the inside that we need to find out who it is.
Captain Alyson Page has fled. She's gone to Broken Bank Isle, where the Clovis Concord has just seized the slavers' den. I know many of you will probably wonder what happened to the, well, should we say the refugees from Palmaflora? Captain Sylvester, would you like to inform them?
So the refugees from Palmaflora were never sold into slavery. They went across to the Clovis Concord, and they were actually used in attacking taking over the island. So, as much as you all thought of me, I'm not a slave trader. It was work in the background.
Okay, we'll let you off.
I have a feeling that you were let off rather easily there, then.
I think you're a little bit shady, and I think that you haven't been very honest with us, just so we would help you. So I do think that you owe us a little bit now, in terms of you need to back us when we need you.
I'm ready for it now. To be sure, when you were dealing with 3 earrings and going to Dark Tower, you were all ready to join the revelry. You're all ready to sail on the ship with them. I had to be sure that you weren't just going to turn as soon as you found out the plan.
Okay.
Very quick agreement. Captain Three Earrings has obviously spoke to you and told you this information. So party discussing, what do you think about everything that you've just been told? It sort of puts a thorn in the side. Have you been lied to, or are you still being lied to?
Can we roll an insight on Three Earrings and Captain Sylvester? See if they're telling the truth?
Yeah, you can absolutely roll that.
Rogar's just sat on the side, just sharpening his spear.
You're just sharpening your spear, is it?
Indeed.
Right, just for everyone who's watching, just to give a bit of a shout out, D&D Beyond, which is the option we normally use for playing this, has had some technical difficulties at 10 o'clock when the stream started. So our normal way of rolling has unfortunately been impacted. It does appear to be up and running at the moment. So the hope is that it can be working. Zavros, have you been able to roll on it?
No, I got a +4 in insight, but it's not allowing me to sign in, just view the character sheet.
Bro.
So I've got +4, so if I just roll 20, come on. And 1 to 20. So 16 total.
16 total. So carrying out the insight check and looking straight towards both of the captains, you can clearly see for the first time in a long time they appear to be completely genuine with you, that the information that they're providing is correct, and that they are actually agents for the Clovis Concord that are looking to bring about the downfall of Wyatt Marinus. So you do gain that sort of trustworthiness from them for the first time in a long time, and you don't see that there's that deception behind it. Rogar, Bellimac, Brant, what's your thoughts on the situation?
I'm not really trusting in what the situation is. I just tend to, check to see what the crack is when I'm there, and then support the people that I think need the support. But I'm not very trusting.
Not very trusting, no.
No, I can sense something's up, but I'm not too sure what that is.
So we all need a couple of trusts down at the pub. So then we can get to really know each other.
Well, there is ale on board, so there's nothing to say that you can't go for a drink as you're on the way to Sirens Rock, because it will be a very difficult adventure to be able to get through Sirens Rock. That's going to take all of your individual skills to successfully navigate the area without succumbing to the sirens themselves.
Is everyone affected by the sirens?
Everyone will be affected by the sirens, apart from Ariana, because she's from the Feywilds.
Okay.
So you've got to use every sort of bit of advantage that you possibly can throughout this. So, Shay, what's your guys' plan then? Get to know each other, talk about your characters and what experiences that you've gone through.
Rugar, who are you not trusting at the moment?
No, I'm not trusting of the people on the ship in the sense of like something's up. You know what I mean?
Okay.
There's too much going on. You know, I mean, I'm from a simple place where we just go and it's quite obvious to
Simple,
tell
you said.
what's evil and what's not evil. Whereas with people, it's very confusing in a sense where there's a lot of sneakiness going around. I'm more about honor. So for me, you know what I mean, there's a lot of unhonorable people about. So I got trust in the party that I'm with naturally because of the things that we've gone through. But there's something's not quite right.
How long is it going to take us to sail to Sirens Rock at the moment?
So Sirens Rock is roughly about half an hour to an hour away from your current location. So it's close.
Okay.
It's close. But you have enough time to be able to discuss what your tactics are, what your plans are going to be.
So with the guy that's navigating the ship, is there anyone on the ship? So I'll ask him. So is there anyone on the ship that has had experience with this place before?
So you're talking towards the navigator now, Esteban, yeah? Well, I'll be honest. Captain Three Earrings came around this way once, but she was a very young midshipman back then, if I remember rightly. Is that not right, Captain Three Earrings? I did come around this area once or twice in the past. Though, I'll be honest, I survived purely because I took a rowboat and sailed in the opposite direction.
So what did you see? What made you turn around?
Rocks and sirens.
Okay.
Which would be the primary factor in me not wanting to go through that area, but we haven't really got a choice here.
So what do these sirens do?
Well, if you've never encountered a siren before, they sing. And it manages to affect the minds of people around them. It almost draws you towards them. They're incredibly beautiful until you get close, and then when you get close, they're incredibly dangerous.
Could Ariana not guide us? And like you say, we could block our ears and eyes. Not sure how she'd guide us, but maybe take a peek every so often. Maybe find a way of her guiding us without us having to hear or see her.
Okay, could be. You ask each other as a party. Is that something that you want to try?
So somehow Solazina would 100% probably try and avoid them, but somehow Jan I think would be drawn in like a hooker.
Jan's already there. He's drowned.
He jumped overboard when we started.
What's going on?
I feel we give that a go.
What?
So so what do you want to do as a party? How do you want to take on this challenge?
I think we need to try and find out as much information as possible so we can try and prepare ourselves. So obviously Ariana. So what does Ariana know the reason why it wouldn't impact her? Because now she knows, I'm assuming, yeah?
So Ariana as a sort of has a knowledge of sirens from where she's been in the Feywilds in the past, and she's aware that because of her magic, she isn't impacted by the sirens' call itself. Doesn't mean that she's invulnerable to them. If she gets close enough, then the sirens will attack her as well.
Okay.
Apart from Ariana, is there anyone else that's perhaps less impacted by the sirens? So maybe they could help guide with Ariana, and the rest of us could plug up.
Or whoever's been here before, what did they do last time that was successful?
They didn't. They sailed away.
They sailed away. All right, banging. Not really an option then.
Have you come across these before?
To who?
Captain Sylvester. No, he hasn't. Well, we're just gonna have to see what the situation is, isn't it, and just make sure we're prepared. I'm assuming so. The sirens is their main way. Is it through sound and stuff? Is there a way that we can do anything to combat it?
Is there any way that I can do a perception check and have a look at, like, in front of us to see how many potentially are going to be there?
Yeah, you can go for a perception check, and I'll also give you advantage because you'll be flying upwards as well.
Yeah.
So if you fly
Okay.
upwards and you look forward, then I'll give you a perception check on what you can see.
How far away are we from it?
About half an hour now.
Cool.
But it's flat ocean, it's plain sailing, so you can see quite far into the distance.
Right, it's a really bad roll.
What qualifies as a really bad roll?
5.
That is a really bad roll.
That's a
Okay,
really bad
that
roll.
is a really bad roll. Okay.
Has anyone better at perception?
So as you fly upwards through the rigging and the deck, the rest of the crewmates all look up to hear the fluttering of your wings as you fly up in through the rafters and look out across then to what you can see is these almost spire-like objects coming out of the sea. It's along a coastline, so you can see that there is land directly ahead, but you can almost just see that there's a small path cut in a ringlet that can be followed around. The spires themselves are incredibly tall, but you can't see specifics on there just due to the distance. You can't see how many sirens are there. All you can see is that the weather itself and the weather formation above is changing. So it appears to be more stormy, which is going to make your transition through that area much, much more difficult. And in addition to that, you can see that there are a lot of shipwrecks around that area.
So we'll have to look at those as well.
What about if I use my fog cloud? Closer.
Okay, you could use your fog cloud, which would mean that the sirens aren't able to physically see you.
Yeah, but it's also going to mean that we're not able to see the rocks.
Oh. So, in the background, you can hear almost a powering up, a motion getting ready. So as you hear this sort of power up sound, Achilles, our other character, played by Matt, appears.
Hello! I've just got out of the shower, or I'm just shining my parts, and I'll be with you in a second.
Excellent. So Achilles is going through his Warforged boot-up process at the moment. So Achilles is booting up, so we'll get ready for Achilles to join us in a moment. But for now, like I said, you can see the rocks ahead of you. Brant, you could use your fog, which would limit the perception of the sirens that are out to sea being able to see you around the rocks.
Would Achilles be affected? Because
would Achilles be affected?
Achilles will also not be affected, being a Warforged.
Right, okay. Let's go to then and Ariana and Achilles can deal with it.
What I'm thinking as well, guys.
Yeah.
Is, what I was thinking is surely the main danger that we can try and avoid is the sirens, because they draw you in, don't they? So if we was to, rely on our sight, the rocks, unless they move around and do magic stuff, it's really just about navigating around the rocks, isn't it? So surely that's safer, than being drawn in by the sirens, and we can use Ariana and Achilles as much as possible.
Can we kill the sirens?
You can. The sirens are killable enemies. You can fight the sirens, yeah.
The whole point of us going through is to try and lure the sea creature there. Sea creature's going to be able to navigate rocks, is the whole thing of the sirens being there to sort of distract and entrap.
So, could we drown out their noises? Because I've got a thunderclap. Can I use thunderclap when we're within 100 feet? It's like that sound. And will that kind of mask their calling?
I'm going to be
and it also does damage?
You could potentially use Thunderclap, but Thunderclap, with the storm coming in already, may be drained out by the existing storm. You could have an effect, but there is the possibility if Thunderclap fails that it may be seen as provocation and draw them to you. So it's a high risk, high reward strategy if you do use Thunderclap, so something that you might want to discuss with your party.
just going back to the fog cloud, I can center it as long as I'm in 20-foot radius. I can actually center it, so I could center it around those sirens rather than around us.
Again, those sirens are probably going to be on the rocks, so it's the case of needing to be able to see where we're going.
Yeah, so you could potentially shroud the sirens themselves, but in doing so, you would also shroud the rocks that you're trying to avoid because that's where they are.
The weather's becoming stormy, which, if you remember when we were trying to escape the Clovis Concord before, wind came across and just
pushed it away. So have a think. How do you want to take on this? You've got the ability to use any of your special abilities. Think about your characters, what they could potentially use to get them through this situation. So you have got the ability to use fog. You've got 2 party members, both Ariana and Achilles, that are not impacted by any kind of siren calling. The rest of you are. So you need to be able to see to get around the rocks, but you also need to limit your hearing because your hearing will be impacted by the sirens.
What do you guys want to try?
Achilles coming to life kind of looks around and thinks, wow, where the hell are we and what's going on? And kind of looks to his teammates and be like, what's going on, guys?
So
he rocked up an Iron Man costume.
Well, don't be meta. This is Achilles' armor. Let's not be meta, shall we?
So, just to give you a bit of insight, so Achilles in the previous battle took heavy damage to his power source. As a result of that, he has a habit at the moment of both powering down and powering up at random intervals. For that reason, he may not be as consistent as he was before, and he hasn't been in a position to know what's happened to the party. So, party, update Achilles, what's happened?
Brilliant.
Brilliant. We're basically trying to find a way to sail through Sirens Rock and avoid the jaw of the sirens, and also try to navigate through the rocks as well without obviously shipwrecking. So you're immune to the sirens, and Ariana to a certain extent is also immune to the sirens, but the rest of us would be affected. So we're just trying to figure out the best way to navigate through without dying, basically.
Have we got anything to cover our ears on the ship? Because Achilles, I believe that I can sit at the front of the ship and give you signals to which way to go with my arms.
That was my idea. So if you and Ariana guide us best you can, and the
it's like going the crow's nest.
plug our ears.
Yeah, that's good. We got. If you're in the crow's nest, I can be on the front of the ship, Jack and Rose in it, and we'll be laughing. We just need to cover people's ears.
All we would need is somebody at the back of the ship, isn't it? Because the crow's nest is in the middle, isn't it? So if we had somebody at the back of the ship that we could get almost to the point where he wouldn't be able to hear.
That's where the navigator is, isn't it? He's steering.
Yeah.
He's basically going to be checking up on the crow's nest to see what you're doing in case you've spotted anything that Achilles hasn't when he's sort of going like this to navigate through. I've got a spell called Suggestion.
Okay.
Where I can do stuff like, so they've got a pass a check, but it'll be something like, oh, why don't you gather all of your friends and, wait on the other side of the rocks for us, or something like that, and that may lure them away to the other side of the rocks so that we can just navigate those, and then they'll wait there for 8 hours.
Okay.
If we come across some really tricky rocks as well, I've now got telekinesis and I can move us 30 feet, but only 30 feet. So I potentially lift the ship up like Neverland and drop it back down.
I'm gonna say that just for preventing you from becoming overpowered, the ability to lift a ship is probably a little bit too far for your character.
If you read the spell, it'll give you like a limit of what you can do. I think for telekinesis, it's like smaller objects rather than
A full ship with everyone in it.
It does say an object that is large or smaller or one willing creature. So a ship's quite large. You always underestimate me. Everyone always underestimates Salazina. And that's why I charge into battle and try to prove myself and nearly die.
Yeah, because knowing you'll pick us up and drop us back in the water upside down.
You can't
I'm
argue
gonna
with
look
that.
and see what other spells I've got.
Okay. So this is good planning from the party at the moment in terms of coming up with an idea on how we're going to take on this challenge. As you look across, though, you can hear like an almost thunderclap coming across, and you can see the lightning is starting to streak across the sky. As you're getting closer and closer to the rocks, the waves are sort of falling and rising against them really ruthlessly. So you sort of gain that perception, and this is for you, Captain Sylvester, because you're an experienced sailor. You can see that if you were hit by one of those waves and pushed into the rocks, even though your ship is one of the best ones that the Revelry could provide to you and one of the fastest, regardless, if you get picked up by one of those waves and get hit against the rock, it's going to split your ship in two.
Come on.
As much as I'm a sailor, can I do a survival check just because to sort of predict the weather and avoid sort of nearby natural hazards and stuff? Much as the weather predicted. Let's have a look.
We're getting more experienced at this more and more.
I don't think any of mine are going to really help.
Telekinesis is up to £1,000.
You are definitely not lifting the ship up.
I got a 14 on that check.
Okay, so as you sort of stand on the front brow looking out across the location, you can see the spires that Ariana notified you of earlier when she looked across, but you can also see that in between certain formations of rocks, so where there's 1, 2 or 3 around, because of the fast-moving waves and the way that the water is colliding, it's creating small whirlpools that could trap you in. So if you end up getting caught between 2 or 3 rocks, you're going to go straight into a whirlpool and get stuck in between. So from a survivalist perspective, it's not just the storm that you're having to worry about that could potentially push you into those rocks. It's that you've now got whirlpools to deal with as well that are forming as part of the weather.
I think if we start moving, trying to navigate cautiously, we've always got the thunderclap to disperse anyone that does get so that's kind of well, in the nicest way. That's kind of last chance saloon, isn't it? A thunderclap to get rid of them. At least if we're trying to navigate through safely to begin with, we're not risking it all. The telekinesis potential fallout as well. So that would be my point of call that I would suggest to the party. And
I've got thunder damage as well, which pushes them away from us if we need to. And it emits a thunderous boom audible out to 300 feet.
Okay.
How many are there of there? Do we know how many sirens there are? Can we see?
No, my perception check failed.
Okay, that's fine.
It wasn't free.
I say we just get cracking on that front because we've got an archer. We've got the spells if need be as well. I can launch some axes.
Can we just clarify? Previous sessions tell me you don't have an archer. You have someone who's very good with double-handed weapons.
She's very good at shooting owls.
No.
I think so, yeah.
Are you talking about me? I think, it could happen, okay?
If they look like owls...
Yes, if they look like owls,
they're on.
Just to clarify for those what
I've got 24 hours to redeem myself, okay? Can you just give me this opportunity?
Just to clarify,
I'm with you.
For those watching the stream, in our previous episodes, Ariana/Jess has previously been using a bow quite a bit, and in the space of 6 episodes plus, she's hit 1 arrow out of at least 36 that have been fired. And the 1 arrow that she did fire was against a owl that was flying away from the ship to notify the Clovis Concord, which she's now found out that she's actually probably fighting on the side of, not against. So she's potentially friendly fired an owl and hit nothing else. But when she used the double blades when we were in the Sea Priestess fight, which is on my YouTube, Welsh Maelstrom, then you'll be able to see that she actually did a lot of damage with the double blades.
So that's what I'm going with next time.
Not the bow.
Not the bow.
Trying to watch you take a drink has been phenomenal.
What's that? Hang on.
What was that?
Rogard trying to have a drink.
Are there any weapons on the ship that we can utilize?
We got cannons, haven't we?
Yes, the ship.
Four on each side.
The ship itself has 4 cannons on either side. So to let you know, in the previous episode, after the epilogue in Dark Tay, the ship itself was renamed the Kraken's Tooth from its previous name. It is one of the fastest ships that the Revelry Pirates can provide to you. Unfortunately, not fast enough, because that's why you're having to go through Sirens Rock to potentially lure this sea creature into it. In addition to that, then, the ship itself has been fully restocked, so there's 100 cannonballs on board. So there's 100 cannonballs on board. There are certain members of your party that are not able to use the cannons. And that is Ariana. Ariana cannot use the cannons just purely because of sort of being able to carry the weight and also be able to sort of fire without it flying her backwards. So she could use them, but it'd be a bit of a disadvantage.
She's small, so we can put
Can
her.
I help load them?
You can, but it'd be harder because the balls will be heavier because you're only half the height.
Alright,
I think it's important that we always keep one person looking out for environment-wise, because especially if we've got rocks, whirlpools, sirens, we need someone always on. I'm pretty athletic in that to be able to sprint around and do that.
We've also got a captain that I do think we need at the is it the helm, at the wheel, whatever.
Captain's at the helm.
Yeah.
Probably be.
Right.
What does the captain think we need to do on this front as
Yeah.
an experienced? He's also lost one eye recently that I didn't realise.
All right, it's only just if you look forward.
Are you okay? You seem to have lost an eye in the last 2 weeks.
Purely aesthetic. Don't worry about it.
Okay, that's
Just to set the scene as well. So we've been on for 55 minutes so far, and we've gone nowhere. So this is going to set the tone, really, of how things go moving forward.
As we
This
get
is
on,
like our section every time.
as we get on, it will become more of an impact. Boom.
I really dread what's going to happen when you lot find a tavern, because we're going to be there for like 3 hours.
No, we won't. No, we
24
won't.
hours later, we're still stuck on the ship to try and navigate these rocks.
This whole 24 hours is us trying to get around the whirlpool.
Is there anything below decks that will help us then? Sort of clog areas or cover them or anything like that, like Killy said?
Well, you can roll for a perception check, and I can give you the details of the inventory.
Our roll as it's... Oh, no.
So, just
yeah,
to confirm then, Achilles and Solazina can't get affected by these, can they?
No. No,
So
Achilles and Ariana. Solazina can.
So Achilles and Ariana are going to need to be our guides. I think the rest of us should place ourselves around certain parts of the ship, potentially next to the 4 cannons. And then everyone else situated around the ship. But we'll have to use like cloth or something if we go out on the ship to like muffle the sounds. And then
Didn't we have bandages last time?
We could use bandages, either one, just to muffle the sound. And then I think we'll have to basically just be looking down at the floor and use our peripheral vision to keep an eye on what everyone else is doing and send signals to each other. Because as long as we're not making direct eye contact with them.
Or we can hide down behind the edge of the ship, and then they can tell us where we're going.
Go below deck.
How many cannons do we have?
4.
3. 4.
Oh.
But
4.
how many?
4 or 8. I saw 8 at the bottom.
It's 4.
How many cannons do we have?
So you have 4 on each side, so 8 in total. Just think
Okay.
Galleon, Dane. Just think Galleon from Sea of Thieves.
All right, sweet.
Okay.
Could the cannons help destroy any blocks in our path?
Well, they can destroy pretty much anything that's in front of them. Provided it's
Well, the cannons are on the port and starboards. They're not going to hit anything in front of you, but you could use them to destroy things to the side.
This is where Achilles is now, because we're not going to be able to man every cannon. So Achilles.
Just remember, as crew basis, you have got Captain 3 Earrings, you have got the Navigator as well, Stevran, and you have got Solazina's 3 soldiers on board with you as well to consider.
any of those people that are on the ship with us, did they not get impacted either? Is there anyone else that doesn't get impacted by the Sirens?
No, so Captain 3 Earrings is a female tabaxi, so she will be impacted. The 3 guardsmen of Solazina that they've picked up are drunk most of the time, will definitely be impacted. Stravos, Pavos and Davos will definitely be impacted by the Sirens, so you need to watch them. And finally, the last person on board is Steban, who's the navigator, who's half orc, similar to Belimac. He'll also be impacted by the Sirens.
Is there anyone that we're willing to lose just in case?
Yeah, Stavros, Pavos.
I just mean that like we could just like throw them. Like...
Yeah, Solazina, they're making your crewmates expendable right now. I don't know if you want to argue on their case.
Yeah, no, I literally just got up to shut the cabin door, and I come back and hear my men are going to be sacrificed. What's going on? all the times I've nearly died for you all, charging in.
No one said the word sacrifice. No one said the word sacrifice.
Okay.
Yes, so I think
So we're looking around. I feel like we need a front-on cannon. So Achilles suggests the idea to the party of taking one of the cannons and taking it up with him, because I feel like he's strong enough to take one up to the front and manhandle it that way.
Party, what's your thoughts on it?
So first things first, I reckon, right? I reckon we try and sort our ears out at least, so that we can do something to protect our ears. So look to wax or anything, or bandages, or something we can use to bound our heads so that our ears are protected. And then we can look at the logistics of moving it around on the ship.
Hang on, I got three earrings. Have you got anything that can protect us against these Sirens, or protect the crew against these Sirens? You're an experienced captain.
I would suggest potentially using the bandages that you were acquired previously to cover your ears. That failing that, though we don't have any muskets on board, we do have the musket paper that could potentially be used to stuff into your ears, though I would suggest using the bandages over that. You may be able to use both, in fact. That's one potential. I would be highly concerned, not just of the Sirens, but we've had reports previously in this area of one of our revelry ships being destroyed by something called a sea hag. Have you ever heard or come across this before?
We've all played The Witcher, yes.
If you play The Witcher, it's a war hag, not a sea hag. Just coming in as a resident Witcher nerd there. Sea hags have the ability to cast minor illusion, meaning that they can appear as something that they're not, unless they're inspected. Unfortunately, if you inspect them and you find them out, they tend to attack, so it's a bit of a difficult situation. So we may be dealing with not just Sirens, but sea hags as well.
Okay. And it's daytime, not nighttime, yeah?
It's daytime at the moment, but it's becoming very, very overcast as you're sailing into this storm, so it's starting to become darker and darker and darker.
So can you make sure that all the lights are turned out for a start?
Well, we need to see.
Well, no. I think we need to turn the lights out, turn off all candles, and not give away our position from lights. And I think we need to be able to guide without having lights on.
But it's daytime, so they can see us anyway.
But it's going to darkness. That's what Callum's just said.
Only over
the ship.
Yeah, but having lights off would help. Surely. It's not going to hinder us.
It might do if we run into a rock.
But that's the whole point of you being at the front. But the whole point of you being at the front is to then look out.
I haven't got night vision goggles on.
I do.
Yeah.
If worse comes to worse, I've got dark vision.
Both
So,
Bellomac
Okay.
and Captain Sylvester have dark vision as part of their abilities.
Right, well, can we not sort something out
There's
then?
the acceptable.
From
Yeah.
a
I'll tell you what we
logical
do.
thinking.
I've got an idea. Who's got Bellamat? Come to the front of the ship with me, and I will put my hands over your ears.
Well, yes, I can wrap up my own ears, but I say I can help you carry the cannon to the front of the ship, and then we can sit at the front of the ship. I can use my dark vision. Obviously, you won't get affected, and we're going to need something to stop the cannon from rolling anyway if we do fire it. Exactly. There we go.
Okay, so because we've just gone past the hour mark, I just want to shout out to all of those of you in the stream at the moment. Thank you for taking the time to tune in. We are raising money for Latch charity in the chat and on the Just Giving page. If you are able to donate, we greatly appreciate it. If not, we completely understand. Give us a hand, share that the stream is happening, try and get more people involved and try and get people tuning in. It's a truly amazing cause. I'm sure my whole party will agree with me here. We'd really appreciate any sort of help and support that you can provide. As the DM, I'm in charge of explaining things, so I can say party nods vigorously.
Yes.
There you go. So party has nodded vigorously. So as we're coming closer and closer to the rocks now, you're in a position where you're in your preparation phase. So Bellamak and Achilles, can I ask you to both please roll for me a strength check to see if you're successful in moving the cannon to the front of the ship? And can you also tell me whether or not you were taking the cannon from the port or the starboard side of the ship, please?
Take it from the starboard.
Okay, we're taking it from the starboard side.
Yeah, I've just rolled a 19.
Bellamak, yeah, I expected that from our barbarian. Okay, Achilles, can you also roll a strength check for me, please?
11. Warming up, boys.
Okay, just warming up, yeah. Okay then, right, yo. So,
are there any javelins on the ship?
Are there any javelins on the ship?
Yeah.
So again, previously Zavros did roll a perception check of 3 when looking through the cargo of the ship. So all Zavros was able to see was barrels. Not much else other than that. But if you wanted to go down to the hold and carry out a perception check so that you can have an understanding of the inventory, equally you could ask one of the characters like Captain Three Earrings or Stavros or any of the characters on board just to give you an idea of the inventory as well.
Oh, get it. So close to getting a 23. So, yeah, I just see barrels. It's all good.
You're just seeing barrels as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you
That's
want to
good.
ask
Not
any of the
all-
characters about the actual inventory on the ship at all, or are you...
What's that?
You can ask the characters who are on board to see if they have an idea of the inventory as well.
Yeah, so is there anyone close to me that's, like, busying themselves with doing stuff?
So Captain Three Earrings is currently out front looking out towards the Sirens Rock.
Yeah.
The navigator, Stevran, is standing sort of back, still using the lectern to sort of look towards the two moons, just adjusting path and course using the wheel. And the 3 men of Solazina, Stavros, Pavos and Davos, are all drunk at the front of the ship at the moment, sat around the mast.
Okay, so the navigator, I'm going to rock up to the navigator. What is he? What species?
He's a half-orc.
Okay, you, orc. Any weapons around?
You, Dragonborn. I'm half-orc, not full orc, but you wanted to know what's on board the ship, yes?
Yes, please. I need weapons. I want something I can throw. Something big, heavy, javelins preferably.
Then you're in luck. There are no javelins on board. However, what there are is we do have loads of the extra loaders for the cannons, and you could potentially sharpen them, and then they could be makeshift javelins.
Okay, I like your thinking. Okay.
I like my thinking. That's why I said I'm the brains half orc, and he over there is the brawn half orc. I give you the idea. Get the strong one to go and sharpen them.
Okay, so how many spear have we got without preventing us from being able to load cannons?
Well, realistically, we need 8 to load the cannons. Maybe keep a couple of spare. So we've got 20 on board, so you could realistically drop 10.
Okay, I'm taking 10, and I'm going to start sharpening them immediately.
Okay, no worries at all. So, in amongst all of this, while Rogar Turneroff is going down, and he's sort of come up with these big loading breaches. He's chucked 10 on the deck next to the cannons, and then he's run off with the other 10 in his knife, and he's furiously sharpening them at the end of the deck now. During all this, you can hear like this massive grunting, and you see Bellomac has just walked across the deck, a cannon on his shoulder, and Achilles, having failed to lift it previously, is walking behind him, looking a little bit disappointed, carrying a ton of cannonballs. So Bellomac walks to the front of the ship, sees that there's almost a gap where the main mast comes out forward and the figurehead is. At that point, he slams it down, so he's facing directly forward, realises that the cannon itself's view is blocked, so walks over, punches part of the front railing off so that he's able to see, and then Achilles just sort of walks over, drops the cannonballs next to it, gives a sort of huff with steam coming off him, and walks off. So you do now have a cannon that's been moved to the front from the starboard side. So if you are able to fire, the only trouble that you've got is this cannon is not nailed down. So when you are firing this cannon, you are going to be limited because every time you fire it, it's going to fly backwards, and you're going to have to use a strength check to maneuver it back into position to fire it again. So you have to be successful in a strength check.
Can Achilles? Oh, well, so long as it come. Achilles got 2 hand axes that he wants to plough into the ship on the floor so it wedges it underneath by the wheels.
Say again, sorry?
Achilles got 2 hand axes that he wants to smack into the floor, kind of wedging it under there as well.
Strength check for me, and yeah, let's see if we can do it.
Even started yet? Why is everyone damaging the ship?
Captain
Oh, I should
Silver, it's
kick
your
the ball.
ship, Captain. You're in charge. You're the captain of this ship. What's your thoughts on it?
Bellomac should kick the hole in the railing. Achilles is dropping axes into the floor. Like,
We're getting a front,
after we're done.
we're getting a permanent front on a front on cannon.
Say what you're thinking.
It's an improvement of the ship, because then we can attack forward, not just sideways. That's what we're thinking.
You can't just moved it around. Why do you have to kick a hole in the railing?
We had 2 chain guns at the front as well.
You do have 2 chain guns at the front that no one's done a perception check for as well, by the way.
We got a cannon. We got a
It's all,
Would we
it's all
know
good.
that?
It's all good speaking up afterwards, Captain. We're men of action up here.
I'm gonna go
Struggling with the cannons and that, and
I'm gonna go
I'm
stand
just-
by that.
I've got an
I was just
18.
thinking-
I've got an 18 on that check as well.
You got an 18 on that check. Okay. So as you raise your 2 hand axes, so they'll come out of your inventory now, and you slam them down into the deck behind the cannon, wedging it into place, meaning that you don't need to have a strength check anymore for reloading. The cannon's going to stay in position. You've splintered the wood underneath. Captain Sylvester's walked up. Well, what are you doing? And then points to the 2 chain guns on either side of the front deck, and sort of storms off back to the wheel and Captain 3 Earrings.
I kind of I looked to Bellomac and went, "Good work."
Bellomac, how do you respond?
We work well as a team.
Yeah,
We got 3 guns now, so it's fine.
men of action.
Exactly, that's what we need.
Brilliant. Okay, so the preparations so far that you've come up with, you're going to use bandages. Rogar, now when you were told about the breaching charges that could be used, or the breaching loaders that could be used, you've dropped them on the deck, so you do now have the ability to reload with some of the cannonballs being drawn up. In addition to that, you have been made aware that below deck there are a ton of musket balls, though you don't have the muskets to be able to fire them, as well as their gunpowder charges and the paper needed to fire them as well. So you potentially use the paper. You do have a bit of gunpowder that could potentially be used below deck in 2 singular barrels. In addition to that, you do have a full stock of food and water, and you have also been told as well, Rogar, that there are a collection of health potions beneath deck should you need them on the voyage through Sirens Rock, as you were provided them in case you were in a fight before getting to Port Amalia. So there are at least 10 health potions below the decks should you need them. You still have the gold that you were provided previously. You have also been given as a party an additional 100 gold to be utilised as a bribe should you need to get docked into the Clovis Concord. You should now be made aware that the ship itself, as well as being renamed, has been changed in appearance, as is the Revelry custom, because they do not fly under a single banner. They change their banners to make sure that they cannot be sort of checked or kept an eye on. You do now have a new sort of colour scheme to the ship, which makes it look like a merchant trading vessel.
What colour?
So the colour is a deep navy blue, so the sails.
Okay.
So Achilles is just readying himself on the main cannon.
Yeah, I'm up in the crow's nest waiting.
Yeah,
Okay.
did you say you were
Keep
given
an eye on
100 gold
everything.
each?
No, it's 100 gold as singular total, which is to be utilised as a bribe should you need it to get into the Clovis Concord docks at Port Demalia, being a new ship. Under Clovis Concord custom, you've been told that there is the likelihood that they will demand paperwork, which you don't have. So there is the possibility that you may need to bribe your way into a dock at Port Demalia when you do get there.
Okay, who's having the £100 then? Who's the talker?
Who's our charmer?
That would be
Zavroth.
Zavros
No.
the gambler with his ability to cast prestidigitation. So Zavros the gambler.
Oh, no, maybe we're giving him the money, then you'll gamble it away.
What do you mean? No, I'm sensible with funds.
Are you sure?
I gamble other people's money, not mine.
Yeah, you're right.
This does qualify as other people's money, just to be clear.
I'm just sharpening the javelins and just balancing them on my fingers just to make sure that they're weighted nicely and all ready to rock them.
Rogar's sort of standing there flipping these new makeshift javelins over in his hands. Okay. So
That's why he's got paper and bandage around.
So
I can't hear.
Can I get a shout out? Which characters currently have their ears stuffed and the bandages round their head? So Grant, Zavros, Rogar, Belemac, Solazina.
I will do as well.
Captain
Yeah,
Sylvester.
Bandage me as well.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so for the characters to be able to hear the music as well, I'm just going live with Spotify for them to be able to go in. Just they've got that ability as well. You guys will also hear it on stream. Please let me know if it's too loud on the stream, and I will tone it down so you can hear the characters as well as the music. Okay. So as you approach towards the pointed jagged rocks, you can see clearly that are almost black as pitch, spires rising from the deep ocean in sort of these massive like tree-like structures. On the structures you can see quick and fast movement, and you can sort of just make out these fins rising and falling around the rocks. As you're getting closer and closer, you start to realise that it isn't called Sirens Rock for no reason. These rocks are absolutely covered. And as you're getting closer and closer, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rocks. And on each of these rocks is about 10 sirens all scattered around. To your left-hand side of the ship, you will be able to see that there are a number of whirlpools that are currently forming as the rain is starting to lash down on the decks itself. As the rain begins to lash down, Rogar Turneroff at the back of the ship is getting ready and prepared with his javelins to fight. You can see Belemac and Achilles are at the front of the ship itself, preparing themselves to fight with the cannon, loading it. You can see that Zavros is in deep conversation with Captain Three Earrings, and the closer we're getting, the more worried everyone is becoming. So as you're getting closer to the rocks, something strange begins to happen. So as the rocks come closer and closer and closer, there seems to be an almost ghostly figure appears on the ship itself. The figure that appears on the ship appears to be that of a young woman, dressed in a white dress, her hair flowing behind her. She stands against the guardrail, looking out towards the rocks themselves. She paces cautiously back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. She's slender in appearance, and pale in complexion. She seems to be incredibly beautiful, and as you continue to look, you notice that as she drags her hand along the front railing, though her hand is very sleek and slender, claw marks are beginning to appear along the railing where her hand is dragging. She walks back and forth and back and forth. As she continues to walk back and forth, Ariana and Achilles, you begin to hear singing in the deep background. The siren song begins to call out as you gain closer and closer to the rocks. Lightning begins to flash overhead, causing the deck to be illuminated with the candles and everything sputtering out. Lanterns turned off. The crew begins to become uneasy. Who is the figure on board the ship?
Well, she's clearly a siren. She needs to get the fuck off my ship. She needs to get off the ship.
So how do you plan to approach this situation? The
I
sirens...
go over and just cast suggestion.
You can go over and cast suggestion, yes.
So it's a wisdom save of 14.
Okay.
I'm on her side, but I'm going to suggest that she rounds up the sirens and waits for us on the other side of the rocks. So once we navigate through, then we'll see them.
Okay, go for it. So if you want to cast it.
So you got to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, bear with me. What I'm going to do, just for sort of thing, I'm going to roll it on one of our other characters that we've got. So take the pluses away. And obviously I'll add the pluses from...
I feel like you need to be adding magic words on those spells.
So as you go over and you cast suggestion on it, the siren song, hear it in the background, muffled in your own ears, Zavros, Ariana, Achilles, you can hear it ringing out and ringing out and ringing out. And even yourselves feel a slight suggestion, but not enough to pull you. Zavros, as you cast suggestion on her, she stops walking up and down, and the sort of splinters that are coming off the deck begin to stop. And she turns towards you and looks. And because of your knowledge of magic, you can see that it's an illusion. Though you see that her face is very beautiful to look at, just underneath you can see the sort of boils and the warts that are hidden behind the illusion. But she continues then, after looking, after you cast that suggestion, to walk up and down the deck again. So the suggestion has failed.
Well, that's me out.
I think that's the sea hag. So I'm going to turn around and do a investigation check on the spectral thing, just to have a quick observation of it.
So you're going to do an investigation check, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, if you want to carry out an investigation check for me, please.
Oh, God. It's a 2.
It's a 2?
It was a natural one.
Okay, so what happens now is Achilles walks up the deck, seeing the slender form of this woman walking back and forth, and as he walks forward to look, he sort of looks her straight in the eye, like directly in the eye, and she stops to look at him. Achilles turns around, walks back to Bellimac, and as he walks back and speaks to Bellimac, he nudges him. It's a pretty woman on the deck for you there, Bellimac.
Kind of takes all my options out. I can't do anything with that. I'm out.
So how are you going to take this challenge on? You obviously are getting closer and closer to the rocks at the moment. It's very much going to be a case that soon you're going to be there. Achilles and Bellimac are at the front. The siren song is still continuing to ring out at the moment. There is the risk that if you engage the water hag, you may the the sea hag that you may alert the sirens to your presence.
Yeah, I reckon we just try and navigate through the rocks. Keep an eye on the hag. Hopefully
Yeah,
we
can
get out
I-
to the
can
other
I
side
do-
without sort of starting a fight.
Yeah, I want to kind of float down, but I want to hide behind something. Is there anywhere on the ship that I can kind of get a bit closer but still hide from her?
Yeah, so you can float down and you'd be able to take cover behind one of the cannons, which would allow you to keep an eye on her. However,
Yep.
whichever cannon you decide to hide behind will not be able to be fired because of your hiding position. And if one of the characters who goes to fire that cannon doesn't spot you through a perception check and fire it, it's going to cause damage because you're hidden. So that's the trade-off. You can hide behind one of the cannons, but the rest of the characters, because they're not able to hear you move or hear you call out to them, they would have to carry out a perception check firing one of those cannons.
All right, I'll stay where I am.
Just
Okay.
ready the bow, I would.
Okay.
Okay. So this sea hag is continuing to walk up and down the deck. Up and down the deck. And every now and then she brushes past one of your characters and a cold shiver begins to pass down your spine. Now, as you begin to approach the rocks closer and closer, Bellamat, can you roll for advantage perception check because of your dark vision with the lights being turned off?
Yeah, one moment. Perception, you said, wasn't it?
Yep, perception.
Oh, I got 10.
Okay, so you got a 10 on perception check, and is that with advantage, is it?
Is that with the +3 or do I roll again?
You roll again, so you roll again, you take the highest of the scores.
I got a 19 on the second one.
There we go. So as you're coming closer to the rocks, Bellamat, you can see out in front of you that you're approaching a narrow section. There's 3 rocks on the left and 2 rocks on the right. They're both covered in sirens. There's a narrow path to go between them, but the ship is currently heading towards the right rock at the moment. You would need to adjust your position to be able to get through there without dashing against the rocks and alerting the sirens. You need to find a way of communicating with the rest of the crew who are at the back of the ship to notify them that they need to move slightly to the left now.
Just trying to have a look. Achilles, have you got any ways of communicating to them?
I could run there pretty quick. I'm pretty acrobatic and athletic.
If you want to do an athletics check for me then, and I'll have you run back to the navigator, Stevran, who's currently piloting.
Okay. Big boy roll, come on. 13.
13, okay, I'll allow it. So as you run back, you run straight, hopping over one of the banisters, landing on the mid-deck, passing by Stavros, Pavos and Davos, who are hooked around the main mast at the moment. And as you move past them and you keep running and you keep running and you keep running, you hop up onto the main deck then and run up to Stevran, whose also ears are covered, and you use hand gestures then to notify them to turn to the left. And as you turn into the left, you look towards Bellamat at the front, and Bellamat gives a thumbs up to say you've passed the first rock successfully.
And I dash back down there as well afterwards, as soon as I'm done.
So, Ariana, you're still up in the mast at the moment, up in the crow's nest. Do you want to carry out a perception check?
Yeah.
Did you not go... No, sorry.
2.
A 2 on the perception check. Okay, so where you're high up in the rigging at the moment and the storm is coming in more and more at the moment, the water and the rain is beginning to splash and dash across your face, and with the lightning coming in, it's affecting your ability to see in the night. So though you're not looking at light at the moment, it's affecting your night vision. And because your night vision is being impacted, all you can see is crushing waves and massive outcroppings of rocks. Though you do notice that the hag herself has stopped at the end of the deck and has begun to sing along now with the sirens as well. So she's singing along with the sirens.
Which end of the deck? The one that's by Bellamat or by the
opposite side? So she's behind the navigator right now. Okay, so as the ship continues to move through the water at a quick pace, you start to see forward again, and there are more obstacles beginning to come up in your way. Bellamat, can you roll another perception check with advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Zavros, what do you want to do at this point as well?
I'm just keeping quiet. So giving myself a little bit of distance between me and the hag, and then just trying to block out the noise.
Okay.
I got 18.
You've got an 18, yeah. So as you continue to look forward, you start to notice now the way you've come through the gap in the two rocks, which are sheer and almost menacing as you look. You start to notice that the water in front of you is beginning to churn and to spin. So you can see that you're starting to come up on the first whirlpool that you'd noticed. The whirlpool is furious, and the speed of it, if you're caught in this whirlpool, is going to spin you around and dash you against the rocks. So it is very dangerous where it is at the moment. Achilles, you ran back at this point, and Bellamak has gestured to say that there is a whirlpool in front of you. So you need to change direction to the right now to avoid it.
Okay. I'll have to go running again, huh?
You are, yeah. Athletics check.
Your stamina is going to be sick after this.
Baby. Oh, God, I'm rolling. 12.
Okay, so as you run across the deck again, your footfalls padding furiously, stamp, 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 stamp. You run back up to the navigator who's on the ship, and you quickly grab the wheel with him and jank it to the right, then allowing you to pass safely past the initial whirlpool. Can you do a perception check for me, please, Achilles?
Oh, yes, I can.
12. Okay, so as you're pulling the wheel down to the right to allow you to go through the whirlpool, you begin to notice that the hag has turned and she's looking directly at the navigator who's piloting the ship at the moment and has started to pad towards them slowly.
Okay, I step between him and her and just as I notice this, my protectoral instincts kick into play, and I kind of just ready myself for an action, just to protect, not to provoke, but just to protect.
Same. I'm going to do the same thing as well.
Okay, so Rogar, on the ship at the moment, can you identify your location for me, please?
So I was sort of in the middle of the ship, just with my pile of javelins, just sharpening them and sorting them out, obviously. So now I've started moving. So I've got up and I've moved. I've seen, obviously, She-Witch jump onto the ship and whatever. I see Achilles is obviously putting himself in that position as well. And naturally, because of how Achilles is fought in the past and because of the type of fighter that he is, naturally I'm akin to go, right, I'm going to, follow suit. So I'm going to stand over by Achilles. Again, not intimidating, just naturally forming a bit of a barrier just in case.
Okay, so Rogar's moved into the defense of the navigator as well. So
Achilles puts his hand on Rogar's shoulder as a calm, just because he can't hear, because he can't talk.
Yeah,
he
you
just
can't
puts, like,
hear at the moment.
He's appreciating that he's respected it, but Achilles still not having fought with many of these people, and just puts his arm just to say, like, calm and watch.
So the water or the sea hag continues to walk slowly forward, and you can hear her. She's singing over and over again in rhythm with the sirens. Can I have Bellamat cast a perception check for forward now? Again with advantage.
Oh, hang on. Oh. For some reason I accidentally clicked nature. One sec. Oh, right. And then one more. 16.
16, okay. So you notice, Bellamac, that you are currently going straight at one of the rocks in front of you. It is sharp, it is piercing. You can see there are lots of jagged edges to it that could pierce the hull of the ship itself. As you notice this and you turn to see, Achilles is now not there to run to notify them. You can see Captain Sylvester is looking over the starboard side of the ship at the moment, but his ears are clogged. Zavros is also looking over the port side, keeping an eye, and Brant is by the main mast at the moment, looking up towards Ariana.
So I'll just shout out I'll just call both Ariana and Achilles just to try and get their attention since their ears aren't muffled. I'll just say to them, this is what's happening. We need word, get word to the guys.
Okay, so due to the storm and Ariana being in the main mast, she can't hear, and Achilles can't hear because of the singing from the sea hag.
Alright. Can I do I'll do an athletics check and make a quick dash up to the navigator, and then I'll have to do a dash back then to the front of the ship.
Okay, you'll have to roll for 2 athletics checks, one to get there and one to get back, to see if you're successful.
Can I not do an acrobatics check and go down to Bellamac?
I'll allow you to roll a perception check to see if you notice what's happening first. If you do, then I'll allow the acrobatics check.
You all know how that goes.
Don't fail your roll.
I've been doing my research. As Grant is smiling about.
Oh, 5.
You don't notice it, unfortunately.
Alright, let's go.
Okay.
Oof. Okay, first one's on a 19.
Okay, good. And your second one?
Oh! 13.
Okay. So, Bellamac, noticing the danger that the ship is in at the moment, turns, realising Achilles isn't there, sprints at full pace across the deck. The sprint itself, due to the vibrations on the deck of Bellamac running, alerts Brant, Zavros and Captain Sylvester to the situation. So you turn and you look and you see now that there's no one at the front of the ship, and that Achilles, Rogar and Bellamac are all 3 of them starting to surround the ship's navigator at this point. And you can see that the sea hag is sort of slowly padding, and you can see her mouth moving, but she's slowly moving towards the navigator. As Bellamac gets there, he launches like a real force into it, lurching the ship to the right. As the ship lurches to the right, it moves away from a rock that you can see coming out of the sea like a dark spire, just narrowly missing it. But you can see the expressions of the sirens below as they look towards you. They know you're there. At that point, Bellamac sprints back and is at the front of the ship again.
So that Captain Captain Sylvester, Zavra, and Brant are all obviously aware now. Can I gesture to them I'm probably going to gesture to Brant with his warhammer to come and protect the navigator so that I can go back. So
I'll move
I'm waving Brant over.
Get that mighty hammer ready, Ben.
The mighty hammer coming in.
Because I can't hear to him. I grab Brant and I bang him on the chest to say and point towards the navigator, and then point towards the sea hag so that he kind of understands what's going on, and then I'll head back to the front of the ship.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. So Brant moves then to the position Bellamac and Achilles are both back at the front of the ship. At this point, the sea hag, as Brant guessed there, is right on top of the navigator at this point. Rogar and Brant are both standing against them. Can I ask you to roll for initiative, Brant and Rogar, please?
Should have stayed.
You say initiative, yeah?
Roll for initiative, you two. Captain Sylvester, Zavros, Belamac, Ariana, and Achilles are too far out of the fight. Belamac and Achilles is away.
7 for me.
Where's initiative again?
Just roll
It's the
a
little
d20.
Right,
one.
for me.
It's,
Anyway, I was 19.
nice.
19, yeah.
Where I was
Yeah.
keeping an eye on her, I'm just sort of backing away and keeping an eye. If I see one of ours attack her, then I'll join in
You'll
as well.
join in as well, that's fine. Okay, so as you've rolled initiative, Brant, you start to notice immediately that there's a danger behind her, that she's beginning to move in. The claw marks that were behind her previously, as she walks stood upright, you can see the 2 sets of claw marks now follow down the deck. So, though her hands are held at her side, the claw marks are there following her slowly.
Scratching your ship up here.
So you are first on the initiative order. So Brant, how do you want to respond?
She hasn't done anything yet, has she?
Yeah, but it's fucking obvious she is going to.
Or do I take it first?
You can roll a defensive action, can't you? You can just prepare an attack, and if she goes out, you can smack her down.
Yeah. Defensive.
Yeah. Okay, so you're preparing
Yeah.
a defensive action. Okay. So as the sea hag begins to move in closer, the illusion that was currently over her begins to disappear. And as the illusion begins to disappear, you see this blue, almost pallid skin covered in scales. Her eyes are large and beady, looking straight forward towards you, her hair like seaweed coming down over her shoulders, her hands thick claws, and her feet ginormous with claws reaching out from them as well. As she moves in to attack, you can see that she lifts her arm up, her claws ready, going for the navigator. And as she launches into a massive attack, she strikes out towards the navigator, Stavros, and as she does, she launches down with her claws.
Attack the bridge.
And as she launches down with her claws, she strikes the navigator just as Brant moves in to defend him. And as the navigator is hit, huge rending claw marks appear all over his back. He arches forward, his green skin rent in half, and as he does so, he collapses against the steering wheel. And as the steering wheel goes forward, he falls to the deck. Looking towards him, you can tell that the pain and damage that's happened to him is massive. He's barely alive.
Okay, I'm gonna run in now.
Okay, yeah,
I also-
use your defensive action.
I have navigator's tools as well, so if I can start making my way over to actually take over the helm.
Yeah,
Sure.
so I'll allow that to run. So, Captain Sylvester, you can run over and take over the helm, but you can't be involved in the combat, because if you get involved in the combat, there'll be no one to navigate. At this time, can I ask Belamac to roll a perception check and Ariana to roll a perception check?
Okay.
Yeah, 19.
19, excellent. And Belamac? You've got advantage, mine, Belamac.
Oh yeah, baby. 18.
18, yeah? Okay, so what you notice, Ariana, looking out from the deck, you wipe the water away from your eyes and you lean onto the crow's nest railing looking down. Off to the left, you can see that there's a small cave inlet with a whirlpool attached to it just off the main entrance. In the cave inlet, you can see that there are a number of sirens sitting on the shores. And as the sea hag launches down with her claws, you can see that the sirens dive from the rock and begin to swim towards the ship itself. So they have taken notice. Now that the sea hag has attacked, they are going on the attack themselves. So, Belamac, what you see from the front of the ship, as well as seeing sirens begin to turn and their singing continues and continues and continues, you see that there's 3 craggy spires coming off to the right. You need to prepare to turn the ship to the left.
All right. So Achilles is with me now, so I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
turn to him.
Achilles is with you.
I'm gonna have to nudge him and say, "You're gonna have to run again."
I'm off.
Okay, so Achilles, if you can do a athletics check for me.
19. Well,
19.
12 of the 7. Yeah, 19 overall.
Brilliant. So as you begin to sprint across the deck as quickly as you can see the navigator just as they slump down onto the wheel itself and collapse onto the foredeck. You can see Rogar and Brant are preparing to fight against this almost horrendous creature that you've just noticed. And as you move forward, you have the decision: are you going to move back to Velamac, or are you going to stay in position to defend?
How many people are around this area that I'm in now?
So Captain Sylvester's running back to take control of the wheel, and as Captain Sylvester's running back, Zavros has noticed the fighting, and you can see them preparing their magic in the background. Rogar and Brant are standing over the sort of lifeless form of the navigator at the moment.
Do we have any? Oh, because we've lost our other. Well, what's happened to? 'Cause I know she's not here, but what's happened to Solazina?
So Solazina at this point you can't see because of the storm and the way that it's lashing down around you at the moment. You cannot see, but if you roll for a perception check, I'll update you on Solazina if you're successful.
So Achilles surveys the field with an 11.
Okay, so you can't make out her full form, but you can make out the form of her at the back of the ship, lying prone at the moment, appearing to be unconscious. So it seems that this isn't the first time that this sea hag has struck against one of the crewmates on the ship.
Okay. And where are the Savos? Where are the drunks? Are they still all tied down?
They're all tied down at the moment.
3 earrings.
3 earrings at the moment is moving towards the front of the ship and trying to gesture up to Ariana to sort of give her attention. The Achilles has run back and the Belamac has no one with him at the moment.
Because I'm nearer Ariana now, can I kind of have a quick, because I know she's dropped down a little bit. Oh no, she's still up in that. Can I, because we can both kind of hear, can we have that kind of conversation?
You can shout up to her, but not all of the words are going to be heard, so you need to shout up to her and be really clear with the message that you're going to give.
I'm going to try and get her down to the front of the ship so that she can also be a relay messenger, because I think we're getting more sight from the front. So I'm going to say, Ariana, get to the front of the ship, but also with manners, please.
Okay, so you've been very polite, and all Ariana can hear is front of ship, please.
Okay, so I am going to go to the front of the ship.
Okay, so as you do this, you fly down from the rafters. The wind is beating against your wings at this point, and as the wind is beating against your wings, you fly down towards Belamac, who stood at the front of the ship, and you tap them on the shoulder to let them know that you're there. Achilles, at this point, what do you want to do?
So, I'm just going back on this. So, the Sea Hags had has gone on the navigator.
Yeah.
Brant readied an action to attack. Did that go off?
Yeah, Brant is actually in the ability to attack at the moment. Brant can attack the Sea Hag.
So I would probably nudge Brant and be like, "What are you waiting for?"
Okay, so Brant, you're going to launch an attack.
I am. I'm going to run in. Or do I? Or do I use my thunder wave? Because they already know we're here now, don't they?
Oh, that's a good shout.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to use my thunder wave. I'm going to cast my thunder wave.
Cast your thunder wave for me, please.
I think I got that as well.
Okay. Come on.
Thunder wave.
Do you want me to start playing Thunderstruck?
Oh, 18. What a
18.
hero.
Okay, so you do hit, and if you can do for damage for me, please.
Oh no, he rolled for damage to begin with.
Oh, we roll. Oh, right, so just to
sorry.
direct it. I'll take the 18 as an attack because you rolled for damage. Oh no, it's 4 + 6 + 8, so no.
Yeah.
Roll for attack first. Let's just hope he hits.
What?
Does he get advantage because he was ready? Because he readied it.
Yes.
Yes, he does. Yeah.
I don't know how to.
What does it say? It should maybe just if it's a spell, it might be a specific one, so you don't need to roll for attack.
I don't have to roll for attack. It's
Oh,
straight
there we go.
into.
It's straight hit then. Brilliant. Okay, so
Oh, brilliant.
You don't have to
Hang
roll.
on, hang on, Grant's shaking his head.
No, to hit, he has
No.
to roll his Constitution.
Yeah,
So I
Constitution,
have
is it?
to
The hag
roll.
needs a constitution save.
Okay, right then.
So does Ben roll Constitution and
No.
Cal's got to do No, it's
No,
just
I roll
Cal's got to do
Constitution, yeah.
Constitution save. Okay.
I'm going to roll it on one of the other characters so you can see me roll it.
What's
Obviously,
the
I'll
save?
apply the. Oh, here we go.
14.
Okay, hang fire.
My dog's going nuts because I'm dressed like this. Every time I get up, he just goes ape shit.
Okay, plus the hags one, so I've in fact rolled a 14. Which
And next to the spell, we should have like a number and then con.
It has a 14 on Brant's.
14.
So I'll allow it
Half
to hit.
damage.
I'll allow it to hit a half damage then. So as it strikes out the thunderous wave, you begin to lift the water that's surrounding the deck, and in this you begin to use electric that starts to spark through it. The water begins to bubble and you crash it in on either side of the sea hag, knocking her down to her knees as the electric begins to spark and shuffle cores in. Let me just check the damage. So at half damage,
9, wasn't
9. Okay. Good hit. Okay, so what's our next steps now then, characters?
So now that's gone off, because I'm still running back to tell Captain Sylvester what to do.
So Captain
I've got
Sylvester's actually running to you, so you don't need to run back to him.
Have we got these sirens coming towards us now?
The sirens are moving towards the ship, yeah.
How close are they?
How close are they?
Yeah.
Because they were coming from an inlet and they're having to contend with the whirlpool, they're about 300 foot away, but they're hampered by the whirlpool itself from getting to you at the moment, so they're currently being impacted by the same sort of situation.
We'll use that to our advantage, I think. And we've got Bella Mac and Ariane at the front of the ship. Captain Sylvester is coming to the middle. I think if we take out the main leader again, they've obviously all waited for her. So we've already smashed her for 9. So Achilles is just going to run on through to try and get at the main.
Can you roll for initiative then, so I can add you into the initiative order, please?
Wow. Oh, 20, baby, 22.
Okay.
Yeah. Ooh.
Let me just add you
Save that for my
in.
attack room.
So we've already moved into Brand's path, so it's actually Rogar's turn now. So Rogar, what would you like to do?
Come in.
Rogar doesn't appear to be here for the combat. Rogar seems to have wandered off.
This is a family-friendly stream. No one wants to see that.
Okay, cool. So, I'm literally just gonna go clunk with my lance on my shield, and I'm ready. I'm just gonna go in for the attack, Spartan style.
Roll for attack for me, please.
No problem. Nine.
Okay. Let's see. So it is unfortunately not going to hit to the attack. So you bang your sort of lance against your shield and you begin to move in. And as you sort of jab out twice with it, the hag sees it coming and rakes it aside using her claws to make sure that it's not attacked. Okay, so it moves on to Achilles now. Achilles, what would you like to do?
So as I'm running in, is she near the side of the ship?
No, so you're all scattered around the wheel at the moment. Zavros, can you also now roll for initiative? Now you've seen everyone move in. Captain Sylvester, you've just come up behind them, but you've grabbed the wheel.
So I want to try and push her. I want to try and, because I'm running in, and I want to try and kick her back a few steps just to make sure that we're giving enough space to Captain Sylvester, the Downs Navigator, as well.
Okay, excellent.
Well,
So
So as I'm running in, I'm just gonna launch in head first with spear out in hands.
okay, excellent. So you're going to launch forward with it, and if you roll for attack for me, please.
15.
Excellent, you do hit. So if you'd like to roll for damage for me, please.
9.
9. Okay, excellent. So just a quick shout out to everyone on the stream. I think it's a good option for us to do it now as we reach the 2-hour mark of our 24-hour stream as we're coming up on it. So the purpose of us doing this stream is we're doing a 24-hour Dungeons and Dragons stream to raise money for Latch Children's Cancer Charity here in South Wales. Latch provides support to families where their children have been diagnosed with cancer, which is truly horrific experience to go through, to even think about. We would appreciate any help and support that you give. You'll see in the chat feed for the stream that we have been sharing the Just Giving page. We'd really appreciate if you are able to donate. That'd be absolutely amazing. If not, please share the stream. Try and get more people involved for us. We'd really appreciate any help and support that you can give. Again, thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in so far and everyone who's already donated. Thank you so much. And yes, let's see how we hit. So Achilles, I'm going to give you the option as I always do in mine. How do you want to attack them?
So I'm kind of just, as I'm sprinting through, I'm just kind of launching as like a torpedo, head first to just fly in, and then I'm going to try and roll it out to get the other side of it, so we're either side. That's what I'm trying to do.
Excellent. Okay, so as you begin to sprint across the deck, the sea hag begins to stand from where she'd previously been hit by the thunderous wave. And as she begins to stand and get ready to fight, you can notice that her chest is almost exposed, even though that she's slouched and crouched a bit. So as you move forward, on your last step on your left foot, you almost move into a sort of torpedo-like stance and you launch head first into her chest. As you do this, it knocks her flat, so she drops backwards, landing on the deck. You, using your superior strength as a warforged, press both hands down, flip, land on the other side of her with your spear and your shield held ready. So you've knocked her down and you have damaged her. As this happens then, Brant, what would you like to do?
Kick this shit. He's
Sorry. So I'm going to unleash my warhammer, or my hammer.
Can we see your hammer? Have you got your hammer with you still? Yeah, he's just carrying his hammer around with him.
Swing at her head.
Just going to swing. Okay, we're going for the head again with the hammer. All right, if you can roll for attack for me, please.
Yep.
Crush that bitch. Oh.
Hmm.
Does he get advantage because she's on the floor?
I'll give him advantage because she's down, yeah.
Damage.
Roll again, Brent.
Okay, and let's see. Let's see, it's not actually come through to me. What did you... Oh, right, okay.
You got a 20 overall now.
Yeah, now you've definitely hit. So what do you want to do for... If you can roll for damage for me, please?
Yeah.
Okay. 5. Okay, so you aim for her head, yeah? So the sea hag lying backwards on the deck at the moment, she's sort of down and you can see the seaweed and the almost ugly, almost visceral expression on her face. So as you come forward with the warhammer, laying it downwards against her head, he's holding the hammer too. Could you give us an action for it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so as the warhammer comes down, one of the boils is sort of on the side of her head. It doesn't catch her directly, but as you strike, you smack one of the boils, and it just bursts with all this rotten smelling gunk flying out of it and spewing across the deck.
Excellent.
Okay. So at this point, you can hear in the background, Balamat, can I have a perception check for you, please? And Ariana, seeing as you're both together at the front of the ship.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
Perception check.
Perception check.
Ariana, do you have dark vision as well?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Otherwise, you'd roll.
How would I know? Oh my, 8.
13.
Okay, So you notice that the sirens have begun to sing as they're swimming towards the ship, but those that are on the rocks and the crags around you aren't. But as you look out, Belamac, using your dark vision, you notice that there are another group of rocks that are coming up at the moment. The group of rocks that are there are massive. They're very difficult to be able to avoid, so you need to be really quick to get back to Captain Sylvester to prepare for it. So
Ariana's with me, though, isn't she?
Ariana is with you, but she'll need to do an athletics check now to fly across the deck through all the
No, no.
fighting.
So athletics or acrobatics? Can I not just fly up over?
You could do either athletics or acrobatics.
Can I go
For a while.
acrobatics?
Okay,
I want to do
roll for it.
acrobatics so I can fly up over.
Can you do acrobatics?
A little bit of both.
A little bit.
Smart. I like
16.
15, yeah. So as you
16.
16. Brill. So as Belamac turns to you and gestures towards the rocks in front, you fly upwards, your wings fluttering, the water coming from the storm and the thunderclaps above begin to shake and vibrate around your wings as you fly up. The rigging stands with ropes hanging down from all of the main mast, and as you fly, turning into almost a barrel roll, you fly through nimbly and you get down, landing on the decking next to Captain Sylvester. What do you want to tell Captain Sylvester?
There's rocks up ahead. Which way do we need to go? I didn't catch that bit.
So Belamac said that the rocks themselves are really narrow, so you need to adjust slightly to the right.
So I'm going to say we need to adjust slightly to the right. The rocks are really narrow, so we need to be really careful and probably go slow.
I'm going to look at her and go,
I'm not joking.
No, he can't hear you.
Do the
Oh,
hand
how
signs.
am I going to do
Hand
it?
signs. Just go like.
That's, yeah. I don't know if that's flipped on the screen though, but it's definitely
Right.
my right hand. That way.
Fortunately for you, the experience of Captain Sylvester picks up on what you're looking to do, and he manages to navigate the ship, but you can hear the singing is getting louder and louder and louder at the moment as you're going
Right, how
through.
close are they now?
How close are they now? Probably
Yeah.
about 100 feet coming around the main apex
Banging.
of the whirlpool as it stands.
Okay, I've got a spell I want to use.
Okay, go for it.
Now, let me check.
Put his glasses on.
Yes, who has?
Rogar.
So with the thunderclap, because they're all within 100 feet now, they'll all be affected.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
I click cast, don't I?
Yeah. Rogar,
And
if you
then-
keep your glasses on, I'll give you an advantage on perception checks.
Oh, yeah.
You're in battle anyway, mate. It's fine.
12.
Wow.
But the hit stroke DC is a Constitution 13. I don't know what that means.
That means that he has to roll the Constitution save of 13 or they're affected.
Right,
For,
got you.
for every creature within 100 foot.
For every creature within 100. I'm going to group them because it's going to be far easier to group them. So Constitution saving throw, yeah? Okay.
So either means all of them get hit or none of them get hit. Yeah, we'll take that one.
Yeah, so I'm going to say that 1/3 of them get hit by it.
Okay.
And because it's a... Is that a critical? No, that's an 8. Okay, 2/3 of them have been hit by it. But the third group... I don't think they have.
You
Have
got
they
them all.
checked? You got them all. Okay, so as you fire this thunderclap out, so where the thunder and lightning is going overhead at the moment, you fire it, launch it out, almost like this signal flare across the water. It skims across the water's surface. You can hear the singing, and the singing continues and continues and continues. And then all of a sudden, there's this bright spark of light that shafts the ship to the right at the same time. But you see all these sirens collapse backward, and because you've disrupted their swim, they've got caught into the whirlpool and they're not able to get out of it. You've caught them in the whirlpool and you've eliminated the 3 groups of sirens that are coming towards the ship.
That's either Callum trying to move us forward quicker than he or it's just a genuine, like, epic shot. Well done.
No, I'm going to give it. I'm
Can
going
you
to give
not
it.
just let me have have that, Rogar. You're not just letting me have that.
Just no, it's cool, well done.
I hope we're getting shared XP for being in a party, and she doesn't level up 3 times for this.
Well done, Jess. Jess. You're level 20.
Yes, failed every perception check, but when it came to firing one thunderclap across the waves, you managed to defeat all the sirens in a shot.
That's the powerful thunderclap you got there, Jess.
That makes us
As that crack goes off, Achilles kind of sits there and goes, "Yes!" and tries to rally everyone together, so that, but a very vigorous pump, so that everyone can see that what's kind of gone on.
Okay, so as you're doing that and you're screaming and you're shouting, everyone else sort of catches your wild movements behind the sea hag, because the sea hag's there at the moment. You can see you gesturing like that, like getting excited, but they haven't noticed what's happened behind the ship. They've just felt the ship jank. So they're like, he's getting a bit too ambitious with his fighting at the moment after knocking the sea hag over.
Was she not affected either? Why was she not affected?
She's on the ship.
So
You fired it in the opposite
All right,
direction.
Jess, you just killed half the fleet. Give him a chance.
Every creature
Yeah, but Jess,
within
if it
100
affected-
feet.
if it
Okay
affected
then,
her,
all right.
that's fine.
If we want to play it that way, can every character make a Constitution saving throw?
Oh,
Shit, no.
Jesus Christ.
Jess, shut up.
Yeah, no, I mean, spell as written, we do need to make
You
Constitution.
do
saving
need to make a Constitution saving throw, all of you.
Is that real?
So Captain Sylvester's safe. I'll make it for the hag.
22.
Rogar's safe. Savros.
6.
Achilles, what did you get?
16.
16. Brant isn't safe.
If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning. I'm hammering in.
I'm being really slow a minute. Sorry.
You done it. Okay, so this is what happens. So as the thunderclap goes off, firing the sirens into the whirlpool, it also knocks everyone on the deck as well. So the deck itself begins to shake and vibrate under the force of the thunderclap that's been fired. And as the thunderclap goes off and vibrates the main deck, you look across and you see that Rogar has managed to steady himself against the back wheel, hitting against it, but managed to stay upright. You can see the Captain Sylvester holding on to the wheel has been able to hold on using all of his strength to make sure that he doesn't fall, but he's holding himself there just upright and keeping the ship steady.
Can I
Achilles,
just wreck on this? Because I feel like no one's actually read the thunderclap spell, because it's only a cantrip.
that's fine.
So the sound can be heard 100 foot, but the actual damage is only 5 foot.
That's fine.
So it's 1d6 of damage within a 5 foot.
range. Don't argue, I've reinvented it for now. I'm not going to give you any damage, I'm just going to knock you about a bit.
I'm just saying, it's only a little cantrip. It's not like a level 6 spell.
That's okay, it's okay. So,
Some
obviously...
pro D&D is watching this thinking, what a bunch of noobs.
Tad. Anyway, so seeing as you flashbang all of them into the water because they couldn't see, the rest of the crew, having been hit by this, Zavros, Belimac, and who else failed it?
Me,
And
Brant.
Brant. You are currently blinded, so have a disadvantage this turn just from the light that's come off it. I feel that is a fair and reasonable adjustment. At this point, the sea hag that had been knocked down on the deck begins to rise up again. So they're beginning to stand and they begin to walk towards you. So they're walking towards the group. Okay. As she begins to walk, her sickly visage begins to have an impact on all of the humanoid creatures that are within a 30-foot radius. So that is Captain Sylvester, that is Rogar, that is Zavros. So that is you guys that are closest to her. I need each of you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
The one's got hit, yeah?
Hang on, who needs to do that?
So that is Brant, Rogar, Captain Sylvester, and Zavros.
So wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
So do we just roll wisdom or do we roll it our saving throw? I got it. I didn't do the constitution.
Oh, I didn't do the saving throw. Do you want me to do mine again?
Yes, please.
Oh, it's the same. No.
25.
I got a nat 20, so 23.
Okay, excellent. So, Rogar, Brant, and Captain Sylvester are not impacted. Zavros, you are now frightened for the next turn, concerned by the sickly visage of the sea hag as she turns towards you. So you've now become frightened. She now sees that Captain Sylvester is back on the wheel, and even though Achilles is behind her, she understands that she needs to go for the person on the wheel, so she's going to launch an attack on the person on the wheel. So I'm just seeing if I can roll for an attack. Oh, okay. I did say I had good rolls. So, as they launch out with their claws towards you, Captain Sylvester, they manage to burst through and launch over Rogar's shoulder to attack you. And as they do this,
Oh, that's a crit.
it is a crit. You take the claws rake down your back, causing 16 points of damage.
She's one tough mofo, isn't she?
Who's that? Who was that doing that attack? The hag?
The hag on Captain Sylvester.
Oh, why don't you keep going through? Oh, of course they want to wreck this shit. Never mind. I was like, what could go with that guy?
Where is Sylvester in relation to us?
So Captain Sylvester, so
wheel.
Rogar, have been stood there with your shield and your lance. Brant's been stood next to you by the hammer. She's shunted into you both and raked her claws down Captain Sylvester's back, who's on the wheel.
Okay, cool. So I can heal you if you need it, and Brant can as well, because he's the healer.
Yeah, it is now your turn, Rogar, as well.
As he's the only, I would suggest healing, because he's the only person who can control this ship left standing. Because we don't know where 3 earrings is. She's been a useless.
Okay.
Family friendly. I can only keep that going for so long. So, so I would just do that because we're. But then again, I shouldn't be able to say that because you can't hear me anyway.
All right, okay, but so I will heal. I use my full shebang, so I'll give you 15 points back of HP, Captain Sylvester. That, and I think my lay on hands pull is an action as well, so I think that takes my go.
It does, and then it moves on to Zavros, but Zavros is frightened, so he's at disadvantage at the moment.
Yeah, so I was frightened. Basically, I can't move towards her, and there's disadvantage on attacks to her, and
Yeah. But you can use your ranged attack.
Alright, cool. I'll cast Hex because there's no to hit on that anyway. So she'll now have disadvantage on strength checks, and then just go Eldritch Blast.
I was waiting for it. We haven't heard it. Can we have it? That's the first Eldritch Blast of the 24-hour stream.
Disadvantage as well.
Is it?
You may be frightened, but you absolutely leathered that one.
Oh, sweet.
I mean, either way, at disadvantage, and you've hit. So go on. How are you going to attack it? Roll for
throw me Eldritch blast even, so that's 11 points on the blast, and then Hex comes up with an additional 1, so 12.
Excellent. How do you want it to hit her? So at the moment, she's sort of leaning over Rogar's shield.
I'm gonna do it like wanted style, and just sort of like, you know, round the back from like Brogar's head. Should just see this big fucking purple blast of energy smack her in the face.
Okay, yeah, I'm comfortable with that. So, as Rogar stands there, almost using his strength to keep the Sea Hag away from Captain Sylvester, who's leaning against the wheel, really badly injured at the moment. And as that sort of comes around the side, the Eldritch Blast begins to crackle in your hands, Zavros, and begins to grow in power. You fly it forward out of your hands, the light illuminating the deck itself as it crackles along the sort of timbers of the deck as they begin to char as the Eldritch Blast clears its way around. Rogar, you can feel the heat of it as it passes by your head, and you begin to enjoy it because you're Dragonborn and you do love something that's hot. So as it flies past your head, it cracks into the sides of the Sea Hag, and as it cracks into the side of the Sea Hag, it pushes her backwards, and you can see the singeing and the searing. So where she'd been hit in the face by the hammer previously, past some blood had begin to sort of come out of her face. Now it's singed into that, searing all of her flesh and her skin. She's very much very close to death. Okay, Betamac, roll for a perception check for me, please.
Yeah, sorry, just loading it, mate.
Once again, just want to use the time to thank everyone who's tuned in for the stream so far. Just to give you a brief update on our current goals. So where we are on our Just Giving page, our aim was to raise 500. We're 2 hours 15 into the stream, and we're currently on £280 of 500 at the moment. So we're doing amazing. Again, it's for an amazing charity. It is for Latch, which is children's cancer charity here in South Wales. To everyone that's tuned in so far, we appreciate all of your help and support, and to everyone who's donated as well, we can't thank you enough. So we're going to be here all night, literally. So please tune in whenever you would like to. We greatly appreciate it. Again, this will all be uploaded afterwards as well, but we can't thank you enough.
I'm waiting for my normal, like, I'm knackered from the morning. Do you know what I mean? I'm waiting for my normal, like, when I'm in my prime mode and I'm in my evening zone. Waiting for that to catch up. I'm watching it thinking, oh, this is going to be a long day.
Well, we haven't even got out of the rocks at the moment. So what was your perception check, Balamac?
21.
It was 21, was it? Okay. So as you carry out the perception check and you look forward, you can see that you're in a position now where the rocks are. They curve around to the right, and it's a sharp turn. You won't be able to do it under wind to be able to get around that corner. So you need to find a way to quickly communicate with your team how you are going to get around this corner bend. It's very tight, and you can't do it under sail. It will take you too far, and you'll crash into the cliffside. You need to think up a solution to this problem as quickly as you can, because you are sailing towards this bend really quickly, and all you can see in front of you is jagged rock.
Can I roll on a survival check then?
You can roll on a survival check, yes.
Ah, shit. It's a 5.
It's a 5. Okay. All you know is that you may have to use something forceful to either jank you around the corner.
Yeah.
By putting pressure on the right-hand side of the ship, or by using something that's going to lurch the ship on the left-hand side. That's all you're aware of, and you need to try and find a way to communicate this to your party with no speech.
With that perception check, which end of the boat are the anchors at?
Which end of the boat are the anchors at? So the anchor hands off the right-hand side of the ship, and it's the right-hand turn that you need to make.
Okay, so without really communicating, can I just dart to the anchor and just release it to see if it kind of like hooks the ship round?
You
So I have
can,
to do
yes. But to make sure that you do it at the right time, I'll have you do another survival check.
All right, so that's an athletics to get there, is it? And
Athletics together, survival to carry it out. Yeah.
All right.
If I'm steering, can I do a perception check to check whether I actually see what Bellamac's doing?
Yeah, so you can carry out a perception check, but I'm going to give it with you disadvantage because you're in a lot of pain at the moment because you're badly.
I've been healed.
Oh, you've been healed then, fine.
Everyone heal me.
Savage, isn't he? He's probably like, right, no, check. Check yourself before you get wrecked yourself.
So I got 20 on my athletics.
Good, so you're going to get to the anchor pretty safely.
We're wasting all these good rolls on stupid checks that Callum's making us make.
So I got a 22 on the survival check for the anchor. So.
Excellent. So as you run forward, you get to the anchor and you wait. You can see the rocks are coming up towards you, and just as you do, you smack into the anchor, releasing the chain. You can hear the metallic clank as it begins to fall down the side of the ship, and as that metallic clank hits, you can hear an almost massive thunk. And as it does, the back end of the ship, where the rest of the crew are at the moment, begins to swing outwards. Just as you do this, Captain Three Earrings runs over to the anchor area where you are, where she's been watching. And as she does, she catches the anchor and begins to move it forward, catching your turn and allowing you to continue straight. So as you've dropped it, Bellamac, the back of the ship has skimmed the back of the rocks, so you can see that this small rock debris has started to fall around the party, but not enough to cause any damage, but enough to alert you all. You've all sort of stumbled as the ship has swayed, and as you've swayed, the ship continues forward through the path. Sirens are on the rocks to your left and your right, and you can hear their continued song, but you're continuing forward at the moment. You're in a much safer position, but Captain Three Earrings has stopped the anchor and begun to rise it to allow you to continue to stop you from swinging fully around and hitting the rocks where you've just come. So Captain Three Earrings has stopped you there from hitting the rocks.
I've just got a 19 on another athletics check to, obviously, now that that's all sorted, to get back to the front of the ship as well.
Yeah, no worries. So as you run to the front of the ship, Captain Three Earrings, who's on the wheel at the moment for the anchor, has rolled successfully on a strength check and has been able to raise the anchor fully on her own and lock it into place.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
It's okay. It's alright, I play the other NPCs, so it's okay, I was with it. Alright, so at this point you can see the Solazine is still floating around the back of the deck at the moment, crashing into some of the side railings, but she is still there. The navigator, you begin to notice, has drawn their final breath and they have passed away. So your navigator has died. Okay.
Captain Sylvester couldn't give a shit.
Captain Sylvester.
Whatever.
Yeah, did you do that film with Captain Phillips? Captain Sylvester, I'm the captain now. Okay, so
What can we do to help him? Have we not got any healing potions yet?
Nothing now.
Dead, you ain't resurrected him.
none of you carried any. Oh, yeah, because we're still fighting the sea hag at the moment. It is now moving back on to Achilles.
Achilles is just donating.
Achilles.
Get on it.
Whee!
And that is done. So now I can return to the game.
Achilles' turn is now over as he's used his action to donate. Brant, I believe it's your go.
It
Go on,
was
Achilles.
worth it, guys. It was worth it. Right, okay. So we're surrounding the sea hag now, aren't we? We're fully surrounded on her.
Yes, you are fully surrounded on her. Yeah.
Will we get advantage on melee attacks on her?
You are going to get advantage on melee attacks on her, yeah, and she is close to death.
That's fine because I'm going full. I'm finishing now, so I'm gonna lean. I'm going spear.
Your Hellfire Spear, yeah.
Yeah. I'll get another one. That's an 18, but I'm going to go just in case for a crit. So,
You never know.
you never know. No. So 18 to hit. So crack that one.
Damage.
Damage is 11.
11. Okay, how do you want to attack her?
I'm going to try and take out that arm she keeps swinging around. So I'm going to go for the shoulder.
Okay, yeah, sounds good to me. So, seeing that her arm is still reaching over Rogar at the moment, as she stumbles with the anchor being dropped on the ship, you lean forward behind your shield, launching your spear upwards. You see the crux of her arm there, just underneath her armpit, and the spear itself, as it begins to light from the hellfire, pushes up through the shoulder blade, shattering the bone into sort of fragments and shards. She begins to cry and scream, but as she's crying and screaming, she's still singing that song. That song is still being sung. Dial-U, who's one of the crew, you can see is cowering in the corner at the moment. He's too afraid to fight. He's hidden himself, you notice at this point. But as you lance through her shoulder, her arm severs, coming apart from her body and landing by Dial-U, who recoils further away.
Okay, so on that as well, I'm going to use my action surge to go again. So I can see that that's took her out, so I'm going to go again on that sword. And then I'm going to... Oh, thank God for advantage.
Okay, bro, let's see.
Come on. Oh, God. 9. What a waste.
Yeah, no, that definitely didn't hit. But Brant, it is now your turn.
Am I at disadvantage still?
No, actually, you've got an advantage because you're surrounding her now.
Okay. So, she's still singing, is she? So I'm going to aim for the throat.
Okay, yeah.
With my war.
Okay,
all right.
Have you got
and
your
just
hammer?
lunge.
Yeah,
I'm just going to go right in like that.
Okay,
like that.
Go for the attack.
Nail pulling end or the actual hammer bit?
Yeah, actually, like that. So I can go right in and then pull the throat.
Right, okay, go for
and
it.
Oh no, I rolled the wrong one. Sorry, ignore that one.
Ignore that one, yeah.
Ignore that. Yeah, no.
You have such confidence in your Warhammer hits, you roll for damage straight away. Though you should have justification in your rolls. I'll take the previous damage that you've done as well because you have hit. So I've got an important question to ask you.
How do you want to kill her?
How do you want to kill her?
Yay!
Okay, cool. So what I'll do is go in with my warhammer round the back of her neck and pull it towards me.
Okay, and after you've pulled her towards you?
Yeah.
Head comes off.
The head comes off, hopefully.
Okay, right, alright. So, Brant, you see that her arm is severed at the moment, and you can see her recoiling. And as she's recoiling, you take the opportunity into your own hands. And as you take the opportunity into your own hands, you bring your warhammer up two-handed above your head. The arched part of the hammer, you hook around the back of her head. And as you bring it, you fight with such a force, you drag back, and her head literally severs from her body, flying towards you, which you catch in your one hand. So you're holding the sea hag's head with the seaweed, holding it. Her body stands there, armless, headless, beginning to sort of sway and move slowly. It begins to collapse downwards onto its knees. You're still holding her head in your hand at the moment as your warhammer drops down to your side, and you hold her head up in victory above you and swing it around and throw it from the ship itself. Just as you do this, you hear a sort of meaty thunk as her body drops to the deck and her blood begins to spill across. Congratulations, party. You completed and defeated the sea hag.
Hey.
Okay, now as this happens, I'm going to ask for you to tell me, what are you going to do as a party? You're still in amongst the rocks at the moment. There are sirens everywhere. Now, as you're coming through the rocks, you've got 4 spires on either side. The spires themselves have sirens on them. They are close enough for the sirens to be able to jump down onto the deck. At this point, they are close enough for the sirens to get involved in the combat. So tell me, how do you plan to combat them?
Ready cannons!
Get to the cannons. Yeah.
Okay, no worries at all. So how are you going to gesture to each other? You can't hear Rogar, Zavros, Brant, Belamac, Captain Sylvester. You've all got earplugs in at the moment. So how do you plan to do it?
I'm just going to show him. I'm just going to run over
one of the cannons. I point to one of the cannons and run over.
Right, okay, so you're all running over. Captain Sylvester, are you staying on the wheel or are you joining them?
Staying on the wheel.
Ariana, Achilles, are you joining them?
First of all, I grab the sea hag's body and kind of throws it downstairs. So just because I want to keep that as a trophy, so I throw it kind of as I'm running forward past, just throwing it downstairs, and then I'm gonna get on one of the guns, chainmail, like the mail guns at the front.
Now, are there any sirens on the opposite side where there's 3 cannons?
Yeah, so they're on both sides. There's 4 spires.
Whilst we're preoccupied with that a minute, I'm just going to blow fire and light all 3 of those cannons.
Okay, so they're already loaded. I'll allow it.
Yes.
Which will work.
Just light all 3 cannons.
Are they?
What's that? Say again?
How far away are they?
What, the cannons or the sirens?
No. Sirens.
So the sirens are... The cannons are close enough that... if your deck crosses below them, they'll be able to drop down onto the deck. So they're virtually above you at the moment. So firing the cannons may damage the rocks enough to collapse the spires.
Yeah, that's what I did. I blow in flames and I'm lighting all 3 cannons on that side. I'm not worried. I'm just trying to, just piss them off.
Are we able to use, our ranged short bow then as well on them if they're within range?
You can use your ranged short bow, that's right.
You got to hit them first.
Look. Here. Right? Give me
I got a crossbow as well, which I could use on the other side.
I've got a short bow, so I'm happy to use that. But can I go up to the crow's nest?
Yes, you can. So you can fly up, do an acrobatics check for me. Let's make sure you can get there because the ship is moving at speed at the moment. There are sirens on either side of the ship. Okay, so Rogar, you've obviously blown your flames across all of the cannons. Bit of a different type one. Just roll 3d20s for me. Just roll 3d20s.
Yeah, no worries.
I've got a 19 in acrobatics.
1, 2, 3.
Everyone's very nimble today on the acrobatics.
Yeah, everyone's landing their acrobatics.
But perception, nobody can see anything.
6.
Okay,
So 16 in total. How the fuck did I do that just with that,
Okay, so Ariana, you fly up through the decking, and as you're flying up through the decking, the ship begins to recoil. First is a massive bang, then a second bang, then a third bang. Smoke pluming up, and as you fly up through the rigging, the smoke begins to surround you, but you continue to fly nimbly. Your wings dissipate in the smoke around you as you land on the top crow's nest. And as you land on the crow's nest, you ready your bow. Just as you ready your bow, you can see all 3 of the cannons of the starboard side smash into one of the spires on that side. And as they smash into it, you hear an almighty crack. The sirens begin to cry out as the spire itself begins to topple and fall. And as it topples and falls, it collapses into the water, unleashing a mighty wave that crashes onto the deck. Some of the sirens you can see get pinned underneath as it begins to sink towards the depths itself.
Oosh, nice one, guys.
Standing up near Captain Sylvester, watching his back, in case anything comes up behind him.
Okay, so Zavros is prepared in defending Captain Sylvester. Belamac, you're at the front of the ship at the moment with the main cannon that you've loaded, and Achilles is on one of the chain guns as well. In front of you, you can see that there's a corner coming up that you're going to round, so you're going to need to turn to the left, so you need to notify Captain Sylvester.
Oh,
God. So, are we both at the front of the ship?
You're both at the front of the ship at the moment.
D&D versus charade.
So I'm just gonna bang Achilles on the shoulder and just gesture and say, rum.
Alright. Off he goes.
Okay, so Achilles runs, and I'm going to allow it, but I'm going to say that you stumble a bit on this occasion. So you're going to stumble as you're running across the deck as you get into Captain Sylvester. Captain Sylvester does notice, and you gesture wildly, which allows him to change course, but just slightly a bit later. So as the course adjusts and the ship comes between the 2 rocks, it slightly dashes off one, removing the chain gun from the right-hand side. So you have a chain gun on the left and you have a cannon on the front, but the chain gun on the right has now been decimated and is pulled under the waves. Okay, so you can see now on the other side, you've fired all 3 of the starboard cannons, but the port cannons are still loaded. What do you want to do? There are sirens that are on those rocks there.
Are there any on the left-hand side?
So there are more on the left-hand side, but you fired all 3 cannons with Rogar that took down one of the spires with a ton of them on.
What about the right?
The right-hand side, there are still 2 spires there with sirens on.
We're not
Sorry, I missed
Okay.
it. I had an internet skip. Can I go back to the front of the ship?
Yeah, you can go back to the front of the ship. Yeah, that's fine.
Right. I'll get back on my railgun.
Okay, so
Can we not just reload the cannons?
you can reload the cannons, yeah, but it's going to take time to reload them.
There's 4 cannons left on the one side, mine, that are fully loaded. Because we only fired
Yeah, so I'll run across. I'll run across to the ones that are loaded, ready to go.
What is on the right-hand side before we fire them? What's on the right-hand side before we fire them?
There's 2 more spires covered in sirens.
People there.
No,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
So I'll run across.
Okay, so as you run across and you get to them, you pick up one of the sort of sizzling fire sticks to be able to launch and activate the cannons and get them to fire. So, what's your plan? Are you going to run along them and activate them one by one?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
roll 4 d20s for me, please.
Because obviously we've took out one left side. Is the Siren Song weakening now because they've not got their leader? Side's gone.
The Sea Hag wasn't their leader.
Oh god.
What am I rolling? Sorry?
4 d20s. Okay. The first cannon rings out across the deck as you see the fire and the plume. It strikes into the first spire, hitting it. It's dislodged it slightly and it begins to sway.
Next one.
Again.
Brant continues to pad along the main deck, and as he runs along the main deck, he touches to the next one. The second cannon fires, firing flame out of it is more. It hits into the spire, collapsing that one now into the ocean. Its sirens diving for safety as it falls. The third cannon fires, but as it fires, it launches out with a sputtering. But as it launches out with the sputtering, the cannonball misfires, dropping into the ocean.
Don't do that, Rogar. It's horrible.
Okay, and the fourth cannon.
That's a really good math.
Just watching him eat.
And the fourth cannon fires, hitting into the spire, cracking against it. But as it cracks against the spire, the sirens begin to dislodge and begin to fall across the deck. So 3 of them have fallen onto the deck with you.
Sorry, guys.
So,
Our Fernell just blasts whoever's like closest in terms of those sirens.
okay,
Have we got
so
an initiative on this, or is it just every man for himself?
it is going to be an initiative roll. So I am going to need to bin that off because that's been used, and I'm going to need to get a new one. So if everyone can roll for initiative for me, please, and I'll roll for the 3 sirens.
Hang on, what's happening now? We got a what?
You've got 3 sirens have landed on the deck from the.
From me,
21.
really.
Just a question
21.
regarding head count and how many people we've killed, because Ariana's like thunder.
No, you're not leveled up.
What was
I think it's a shared experience.
How many did I kill with the spire?
But it's leveling up by milestone. They
No, I'm just curious as to how many I killed.
probably 8 or 9.
Okay.
I roll initiative again, or
20
am I
from-
stuck on the wheel?
I call it a thunderflap. I mean thunderclap.
Right,
Yeah.
as I call your name, tell me your initiative, Grant.
20.
So Ben is 20.
Oh wow, 3.
D-
Damo's 3.
Okay. Jess,
7.
Harry.
21.
Did you get 21 on an initiative roll?
Because I got
He's got
17 with a plus 4.
a natural 20, 21. 2 plus 2 is 4. Quick math.
Okay, Grant.
-1 does 3 quick maths.
Grant.
You know, the amount of sweat that's collecting up, or I should say condensation in this bit of the lip is insane. At one point, I probably have to tip it out.
Oh, that's grim.
Matt, what's yours?
21. 19 plus 2.
Matt, Grant.
16 for me.
16. Okay, my turn to roll. I'm going to group them together just to make it quicker. Bear with me, guys. For those who are watching the stream, this is the fun part where I have to do the initiative order on a little bit of paper.
That's all right. It'll be a great time to remind
390.
everyone. Yeah, great time to remind everyone that we're doing this for Latch charity.
Yeah.
So if you can donate, we really appreciate it. Appreciate everyone tuning in to watch. Great cause, great benefit. Help us out to reach our goal. What are we on now, Jess? As official monitor?
I think it's 320. I can go and double check.
390 now.
390! Jesus Christ! We're only 2 hours 40 into the 24-hour stream. Thank you, everyone.
Oh my God, that's amazing stuff.
Amazing.
If we hit that target, we can go.
The truth, as a salesman, I'd have to say we have to double it and go for 1,000 after. But
Oh my God, who's that guy that's put 60?
Well, thank
No,
you.
no.
What's the name?
Thank you.
Just thank him out, call it out, thank him.
Yeah.
Tempest Rogue 1.
Tempest Rogue 1.
He's
Thank
actually
you
showing
so
he's in the
much.
stream. Thank you very much. Greatly
That's great
apprecited.
He says you all look great, but he's actually talking about me.
He donated that after you ate that banana.
Wrong type of stream.
No, thank you so much, Tempest. That's amazing.
Thank you so much.
Just pick my profile image if you want to see my OnlyFans. Wink, wink.
Okay, so moving on swiftly. Moving on.
Friendly.
Okay, so this is the initiative order. So it is going to be Bellimac and Achilles that are going to be leading the initiative order, followed by Brant. After Brant, it will be Zavros. After Zavros, it will be Ariana. And after Ariana, it's Rogar. And finally, because it was a critical fail, the Sirens, because they landed on the deck, will be the last to go. So get your shots in and get ready for fight. So first and foremost, Matt, how would you like to attack them? At the moment, they're crumpled on the deck.
I am just going to launch up into the air and come down to try and impale one of them onto the floor with my spear.
Brilliant. Yeah, no problem. So if you can roll for attack for me, please.
I've got a 3.
Okay, so
Rolling cold, boys.
So as you launch upwards and you come down, they just manage to wriggle out of the way, but you jab your spear straight into the deck. So that you have hit, you just about missed them there then. So it moves on then to Bellimac. What would you like to do?
So I'm still at the front of the ship, aren't I?
A little bit.
All right, cool.
A little bit.
Yeah, not fully at the front.
Right, so okay, that's right. So I'm just gonna get myself back to the front of the ship and just keep an eye out for where we're sailing. So can I roll on a what would it be? What's the check we normally do to see what's happening for? Is it perception or
Perception.
right? Don't know why I asked that. I knew that. All right, cool.
Okay. So as you're sailing forward,
11.
you can see that there's a number of spires that are coming up that are going to force you to need to make a right and then a left turn really quickly. So you're going to have to get back to let Captain Sylvester know about these right and left turns. But just past that, you can see sunlight and open ocean. So you're getting very close to being able to get past the Sirens Rock. But what you notice out of the corner of your eye, as I said, it's almost like a horseshoe shape that you need to go through Sirens Rock. As you do, you see a spire collapse in the background, and as the spire collapses, you can see a massive serpent's tail come out of the water, slashing and thrashing about.
Is that behind the ship, is it?
That's behind the ship. It's following your path through the rocks.
Right, okay, so I'll have to roll on an athletics check then to try and get to Captain Sylvester, let him know where we need to do, and obviously point behind us as well. So, it's 12.
It's 12, yeah? Okay. So I'll give you that as success, being able to run back and notifying Captain Sylvester. So you've run back and you've notified Captain Sylvester successfully, so they know where they're navigating. You've managed to gesture to them to be able to do it. At this point, the Sirens have stopped singing. They're in full combat, but it seems that whatever's happening on the other side with this great serpent is distracted a lot of their attention away. They're no longer singing. You can tell their mouths are moving now.
Is it still my go, or are we moving on? Sorry.
So now that you've taken your go, it moves on to Brant.
Okay. How many are on the ship?
So on the ship at the moment, there are 3 of them collapsed on the main deck.
Okay, I'm going to use my Thunder Wave.
Gonna use your Thunder Wave, yeah, go for it. And if you roll for damage, because you don't need it, and just hit, and I need to make a Constitution saving throw. When I said to them, because I used to, just to clarify for those watching, I used to roll this, and I used to get lots of criticals, and they wouldn't believe me. So I agreed on this occasion to just use one of our random characters to roll, and as you can see, my luck has continued into the game. So that's, unfortunately, your Thunder Wave on this occasion, Brant, does not hit. Next on the agenda is Zavros.
The Thunder Wave does half damage. By the way.
Oh, it does half damage.
When they success, so it does full damage. So.
Okay, I'll take that. So the Thunder Wave itself. Thank you, Grant, for keeping me honest. So the Thunder Wave itself. So as the wave begins to lift over the sides of the decks again from you, Brant, and the electric begins to current and shift to go through the water, it crashes down onto the deck. It doesn't hit the 3 Sirens directly, but as the water sloshes across, the electricity begins to singe and burn at their long dorsal tail fin. And as it does that, it does do 4 points of damage to all 3.
I'll do.
Okay, and it moves on to you, Zavros.
So I'm gonna run over and use my Hexblade's Curse. Let that gone. So it just means that I get +2 bonus to damage rolls and score a critical on 19 as well as a 20.
Brilliant.
And then attack with my Vicious Raper while they're on the floor.
Go for it, and I'll give you advantage on it as well because they're on the floor still.
Oh, I didn't get that. Outrageous! Inconsistency!
It's because Callum's hungry and he wants pizza.
Achilles is kind of just like just thrashing around like there must be a curse there against him.
So you definitely hit, and if you can roll for damage for me, please.
So 14 total then because of the +2 on Hexblade's Curse.
Yeah, on Hexblade's Curse. Okay, so as you launch out with your rapier, it begins to cut and skim straight into the sort of side of one of the Sirens that's on the deck. Your rapier lances down, and as it cuts through the soft part of the belly that's on the Siren, it continues through, missing a lot of vital organs, but pinning them into the deck as your rapier hits across solid wood underneath them, keeping them in place and preventing them. They begin to writhe in agony as the blood begins to spurt from the wounds that you've just caused where you've pinned them down into the deck. And then we move on to Ariana.
Oh crap. Can I use my witch bolt, please?
You can use your witch bolt, yeah.
13 to hit.
13 to hit. You have hit, yeah. If you can go for damage.
12.
Okay, do you want to go for the same one that Zavros has gone for, or are you going in for a different one?
Yeah, go for the same one.
Okay, I have an important question to ask you.
Yeah.
How would you like to kill her?
Oh, I don't know what this one does. Hang on. So it's blue energy. So I want it to like where the lightning hits. I want it to like split it in two.
So where the lightning hits, you want it to split it in two. So this is how it looks then. So Zavros, you've come over, your rapier held high, you've stabbed down, pinning it into the deck. And just as you do this, Ariana Tigerwolf flips over your head. And as she flips over your head, her wings fluttering, she draws her bow, bringing it down and launching fire forward. The blue light coming off the arrow begins to pierce straight into the chest of the siren. As it pierces through, the light begins to grow and grow and grow, and all that happens, you can see, is this almost internal combustion as the siren splits in half, ripped apart by the sheer force of it, and your rapier comes free as both halves skid across to either side of the deck. And can we have a round of applause? That is an arrow hit. Everyone's doing good rolls. Captain Sylvester, can you roll for a strength check for me, please? He's looking worried now.
Yeah, I'm not the strongest.
I believe.
Okay.
I am with you, Mom, if you need help.
I'll give you advantage because Bellamac is with you at the moment, so...
Don't do much. Oh, sweet.
Oh.
Okay, so as you're coming around the corner, you can see that a massive shift in the wind has hit you, but it's almost not consistent enough to be wind. And as you look across, you can see it's where this massive serpent's tail has flung up and come down, causing a massive draft to come across. As it's done so, it's hit your sail and started to push the ship onto one of the rocks. What's happened is Captain Sylvester, with the help of Bellamac, has grabbed onto the wheel, holding it as steady as they can, and begin to turn it viciously back as hard as they possibly can to keep them in a level, sort of steady position to keep you moving out of the rock fields. Okay, so you've still got 2 sirens on board at the moment, and it is now the turn of Rogar Turneroff.
Okie doke. So I am going to go in with. I am going to use my. Hang on. So I'm going to use my thunderous smite. So provided I hit, obviously I'll do that in a moment. So let me just go in with my javelin. I'm going to go in with my javelin and my lance. Sorry, and go to stab him. So I'm going to do my hit now. Ready?
Okay, go for it.
17.
You do hit.
23. Here we go.
Damage.
Now, hang on. So, if I roll this damage first off, hang on. Which is slow. So it's 6, but hang on. So if I go spells and I do Thunderous Smite, 2d6. So 6, so I got 12 damage.
I was going to say, where'd you get the 20 from then?
I know.
Okay. So as you strike out with this almost thunderous attack against the one siren that's still laying about on the deck at the moment, you come down bringing all of your force against it. The siren themselves begin to recoil from the sheer power and velocity of the attack that you've put against them. So you do manage to hit, causing 12 points of damage. So it has attacked. At this point, the sirens themselves begin to stand from out of nowhere, out of your eyesight. Captain Three Earrings launches across the deck, flying and sliding underneath Ariana Tigerwhirl. And as she slides across, she hooks down on the enemy that you've just attacked, Grogar. Two swords slashing out in quick succession, carving the Siren in two, killing them dead in the same spot that they were just about to stand up on.
Literally nicked my kill. But ew, all good.
Okay.
Callum knew that literally he was almost dead, so he's going to get someone to come along and finish it off in style.
Captain Three Earrings is on the thing. I did add her.
That's cool, that's cool.
Okay. So the Siren on the deck at the moment, only surviving member, it begins to stand up and tries to almost escape backwards towards the guard railing, seeing the two of its friends are dead. Because it's beginning to sort of try and push back and get away, Achilles, you're now closest where you miss the spear thrust. So you can gain an attack of advantage against this Siren.
So I get an attack advantage. Yeah? Oh, really rolling got 12. Can I roll it? Do I get advantage on it?
Well, you hit, so.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, so damage.
Well, I could get a critical.
You could get a critical.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Your rolls for attack haven't been that great today.
They haven't. They're warming up. We've got an 18.
All right, 25. I'll give you that one. All right, go for damage.
11.
11. Excellent. Okay. So how do you want to attack it?
So is it running away, did you say?
It's moving away at the moment, yeah.
So... I'm just going to go for one of its legs so it doesn't go away.
Okay.
Or I want to show that we're ruthless people.
It doesn't actually have any legs. It's crawling backwards at the moment because it's got a long, like, sort of dorsal type fin type thing.
So it's got like wings with like a tail thing.
Yeah, like a tail.
Okay, so I'm just going to go for the tail and try and, just...
Pin her in place, is it?
Yeah, pin her in place.
Okay, brilliant. So as you launch across the deck, your Hellfire Spear held in your hand, it begins to heat up from the sheer fury of it. And as you drive it downwards into the tail, pinning it in place, you begin to twist. It's crying out in anger at the moment as it's pinned to the deck again. It's the second one that's been pinned down. And you begin to sort of drag it back and forth, holding it there at the moment. And then...
for someone to finish that one off.
Well, funny enough, it's your turn now on initiative anyway.
Well, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna do any. I've got a feeling there's another big baddie coming soon, so I'm gonna just go it again.
Okay, go for it.
17.
17.
And then we've got 8.
Okay, so how do you want to attack it?
I'm just gonna kind of try and just rip my spear up through it a little bit. So if I'm pinned in with the spear on the floor, I'm just gonna try and drag up the spear so it releases from the spear, but slices the body up.
Okay, so as you sort of pin it down with the spear, you begin to bring back slightly so you can feel that sort of recoiling from the wood so it's no longer stuck. And as you lift the spear slowly upwards, it begins to tear into the long tail of the Siren. And as it tears into it, you begin to push through slowly. It's screaming and shrieking in agony as you continue to push through. It's still alive, but only just. And then it moves on to Brant.
That's got one left. It's got 1 health left.
Oh no, it doesn't. It's on the Bellamac. Sorry, my apologies.
So, I'm still at the helm of the ship with Sylvester, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm just going to move to the right-hand side of the ship, look over the side, look towards the front of it, just to kind of see, obviously, what's ahead of us, where we're going. And then at the same time look behind us just to see what's happening with the giant fin.
Okay, yeah. So it's a serpent-like tail that you see. And so as you go forward, can you roll for a perception check for me, please?
Yep. There we go.
Probably just a quick one just to shout out once again. Thank you to everyone that's donated so far. It's been absolutely amazing. You've got us here until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. There are going to be some small breaks in between as well. Obviously, thank you for taking the time to join us and for donating. It's for an amazing cause, which is Latch Charity. Again, once again, really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
What time's the quiz, pal?
The quiz, we are going to be carrying out a quiz for anyone who wants to be involved. So the quiz itself will be carried out at 1600 or 4 o'clock UK time for anyone that's watching internationally. So it's 4 o'clock UK time. We'll be carrying out a quiz which will be administered, I'm assuming, by Rogar.
Correct.
Okay, so our Dragonborn down there, the Lizard Man, is going to be hosting this. So that will be our quiz, so we can't wait to have you all involved in that. So, perception check now, Bellamac. As you look out, you can see that the serpent-like beast is getting caught in the rocks, and more sirens are beginning to move away from your ship and go towards this beast. You can hear their songs beginning to reverberate, and the beast itself begins to settle down. It's not sort of reverberating as much. And as you look out, you can see that you're coming to open ocean now. You can see forward to open ocean.
Yeah, so I'll just let Sylvester know. Obviously, there's no more maneuvers by the looks of it that we need to make. So we should be smooth sailing once we've finished off or got rid of the rest of these sirens.
Okay, so moving on then. So you carried that out, Brant. It's your turn now. You've got one left, and it's barely alive.
You know what I'm gonna do.
Can you hold your hammer up as you say it?
Oh, got tangled down.
I feel like you need to get like a little I feel like you need to get like a little Pulp Fiction thing, like with Samuel L. Jackson does his thing.
Okay, I'm gonna run at it with my warhammer above my head, ready to strike.
Brill, and if you can roll for attack for me, please.
Oh, it's got to be better than last time.
You do hit, and
17.
unless you roll a 1, you're gonna kill it. So
1.
I'm gonna do what I did before in terms of if I do kill it, just keep going at its head.
Okay, we've had one of these before. All right, no worries. If you can for me, then roll for damage.
Oh, I thought it was a 1 then.
If you roll a 1, right? So.
Oh,
it's 10.
Okay, so this is how it looks. So Achilles, as you're picking this up slowly on the shaft of your spear and you're beginning to lift it off the deck, just as you lift it up, you feel an almighty force crashing your spear back down to the deck itself. And as you look over, you just see Brant raising the warhammer above his head again, and then he brings it down. And then he brings it down, and then he brings it down again, and again, and again, and again, and again. And as you look more and more towards it, there's less and less of a siren on the deck, and more of a bloody mess that's just appearing everywhere. Brant seems to be in a world of his own at the moment, as he's just up, swing, crash, swing. And he's just breaking it slowly but surely. And this siren is just obliterated. Looking across the deck now, all that's left, as you look, is a small part of the tail that's left on your spear.
Achilles kind of looks up and goes, "Are you sure you're a cleric?"
I was just going to turn around to Captain Sylvester and say I think there's something wrong with our cleric.
How do you respond to this part? He's literally just battered another person in front of you.
Ha! I like it!
Okay, so just to clarify for those watching the stream, this isn't the first time that our cleric, Brant, has gone ham with a warhammer and decided to completely obliterate something. This is something that tends to happen quite frequently. But amazingly for the party, you've managed to successfully pass through the rocky strewn area of Sirens Call. Well done, everyone. You've managed to pass through successfully, and you're out into the sunlight as the storm begins to recede behind you. So the storm is slowly receding, and you can see that the serpent's tail is lying across some of the rocks, really calm at the moment, not moving. but you see that the serpent's tail, the only the part that you've seen so far, is twice as big as your ship. That's your perception right now. So the tail of the serpent that's pursuing you is twice as big as your ship. Now, as you begin to sail away into the distance, you can see the Dial-U, who is almost terrified, is begin to move away from their hiding position. And Captain Three Earrings goes over to consult with Captain Sylvester. Hell of a fight. I think we're the first people who's ever been able to pass through the Sirens' Call. Definitely something I'll be keeping in my repertoire. At this point, Stavros, Davos and Pavos begin to crawl from outside of the hold where they've been sort of cowering and hiding. Have grabbed Solazina and sort of dragged her down the steps as her head thumps slowly off each of the steps as they drag her below the deck. And as they do this, the ship begins to purl off in the direction of Port Demalia and your next stop on this quest. So, what would you like to discuss, party? How do you feel so far?
I feel really good, and every time I look at you, Cal, you remind me of one of the Lost Boys.
Right, fair enough. I'll take it. I'm not going to argue with it.
Gives me more Peter Pan vibes, to be honest.
Peter Pan?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm saying one of the Lost Boys, like Peter Pan.
I've completely forgot our overall objective, if I'm honest.
So
we're taking the spear or the gem in it to that place because the creature's following us, and therefore we're going to use it as bait. And also the place that we're going to are the enemies are the people that wanted the spear, so we're killing.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so we're going to sink Port Demalia. Okay,
but then we found out that the Clovis Concord aren't slave traders. That was part of the Myriad, who do the slave trading.
Yeah.
And
my friends could be in Port Demalia.
Yeah.
So we got to get a rescue mission and get out of Dodge before the shit's a fan.
So we're taking the jewel to see if it can be
dispelled.
Yeah, dispelled basically.
So the Clovis Concord are good now.
Yeah. Basically, they're like
pirates,
the Navy.
and the pirates are bad.
So the pirates are very grey.
Yeah, I don't like. Achilles is very against pirates, and as he says that, he kind of looks at the pirate on the ship.
Captain Sylvester, do you want to inform Achilles, who's only just powered up, of your current backstory now?
I've been working with the Clovis Concord the entire time. I never sold those refugees into slavery. They went to the Clovis Concord.
Ah, okay.
My plan is to take down the revelry in the Myriad.
Okay. It's good to know. That's key information for me. That's really key information for me to know.
We're trying to get the jewel dispelled, and then hunt down the Myriad, find Ariana's friend, and then hopefully go back to Darktoe to dethrone the Plank King.
Jaden Marinus.
And put in Ellison Page.
Ellison Page, yeah. Okay, so for everyone who has been following, what we're going to do now is we're going to have a short break, which will be roughly 5 minutes, but don't worry, the stream will continue. We do have a video to play from our very own Zavros talking about the reason we're doing this and a bit about his character. So we'll be back now within the next 5 minutes just to allow us to quickly go to the loo or get something to eat and get some drinks. So thank you everyone so far for getting involved. Again, it's for a great cause. We really appreciate it. It's for Latch charity. Have we got an update on the total that we're on at the moment? Is it still the same or have we changed?
No, we've had one more.
I think we're at 390.
319. Thank you, Christine Lowen. Thank you for your donation. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Christine. We really appreciate it. And to everyone who has already donated.
You'll get upset. It's Kirstine, not Christine.
Okay.
It's
Kirstine, sorry, my apologies.
Kirstine.
I have seen in the chat that Fenrir, our very own Zavros, is chanting for level 4. Unfortunately, you're only halfway to level 4 on that milestone because you didn't deal with very many high-level enemies in that situation. But
oh, we're halfway there.
I think Rogar was waiting for everyone else to get
It's still
involved
too early to join in yet.
I absolutely love that whenever Damo speaks, his actual answer moved as well.
Yeah.
Okay, just to add a bit of sort of a cliffhanger in for you all. As you begin to sail away, the gemstone deposited in the cargo hold begins to pulse and vibrate. Pulse and vibrate. At this, you hear...
Dirty lines all round, dirty lines all round.
You hear a massive splash and a fin appears out of the water, a massive fin as it's moving straight towards the ship. We'll catch you all back in 5 minutes to find out what happens next in our journey. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in. Please stay. We are going to be playing videos as we continue, and we will be back with you in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
I'm playing a character called Zavros Leiden during a 24-hour Dungeons & Dragons stream. This is all to raise money for Latch. They support children who are receiving treatment for cancer and leukemia at the Children's Hospital for Wales and their families. Having a child diagnosed with cancer or leukemia, I think we can all agree, comes as a devastating blow. And caring for a child during treatment's hard on all the family. Finances can often be a worry as parents will have to take time off work to support the child. Family relationships can suffer too as the emotional pressure takes its toll on everyday life and it's just turned upside down. When a child's been diagnosed with cancer or leukemia, chemotherapy treatment can last from 6 months to 3 years, depending on the type. And follow-up treatment and checkups mean that the child's that have been diagnosed with cancer will be under medical supervision for over 5 years. Now, Latch provides social work services, providing practical, emotional and financial support in a confidential environment. They also offer holiday grants or the option to use their caravans and provide a number of excursions for the kids too, such as Legoland, Build-A-Bear and other venues, all just to provide that sort of touch of normality or a well-needed escape from ongoing treatment. Putting it simply, Latch can make life easier for children and their families so they can give their all to the treatment without letting anything else get in their way. Time and time again, family stress at Latch has lifted them when they needed it most and in many cases stopped them from buckling. That's why we're streaming for 24 hours. It's to raise those vital funds for a vital charity during such a vital time in a child and their family's lives. So please just donate what you can to our Just Giving page. There will be a link in the chat at regular intervals, which will sort of be around somewhere around this video. Now I'm playing the character Zavros Leiden. He's a half-elf warlock hexblade. So his whole story really, being 29 years old now, is that he's on the run after a poker game where he may or may not have used minor illusion to turn things in his favour. So he was playing a poker tournament against Master Trent Ickerthon, who sort of runs part of the Cerberus Assembly and trains Volstrucker agents who are all there, so sort of like magic users and sort of trained assassins really. So after cheating at this game, he wasn't too happy and has sent one of his Volstrucker agents to sort of cut Zavros down. Now Zavros gets his power not only from his father's elven side, with a couple of sort of cantrips and things, but when he was younger his father left during a stormy night with his sword and shield, and he doesn't know why. All he knows is that a few weeks later the sword and shield returned to the home broken. Dad nowhere to be seen, and every time that he spoke with his uncle, his dad's brother, every time he spoke to his uncle and his mum about it, he was sort of hushed and told not to think about it and leave it there. Growing up, obviously became sort of angry, wanted those answers, and a patron called Deserats, Twilight Phoenix, sort of reached out to Zavros during his dreams, sort of offering him that power, that chance to find his dad or avenge his dad, find out more about what happened. Being a gambling man, Zavros was very much like, yeah, let's do this. You'll obviously want something later on down the line, but right now I'll take that power. I'll go for it. After getting that power, probably wasn't the first thing on his mind. Being new to having those sort of magics, and being a young lad really who likes a pint of trust and going to the taverns, having a good time, gambling, smoking cigars. It was very much a case of I can do what I want, until that poker tournament really where we started going on the run. So our campaign sort of picked up really where we'd all gathered on an island that started sinking and became under attack. We ended up on a ship to try and escape, and turns out there wasn't just a ship, it was part of the Revelry Pirates. And we've sort of been going around, we've sort of helped them secure the staff that sunk the island, taking on a priestess underwater, which was a long, grueling fight, but we managed to come out of it the other side. After doing all that and getting back to Darktoad to try and sell them the scepter, we may have ended up breaking it and alerting Megalodon or Kraken or some giant sea beast. And being the charismatic guy that Zavros is, has suggested that we use that sort of jewel in the scepter as bait, take it to the Clovis Concord, where we found some other little bits and pieces along the way that suggested another character had a friend that was being taken by the Clovis Concord, so we're going to go save them. We're going to bring the Kraken down upon them, or who knows, might have turned out completely different. You're watching this sort of 4 hours into the stream and everything's changed, the plan's gone completely awry, and now we're just on the run or something. I don't know what the game has in store for us, but it should be a good 24 hours at least. But so guys, this is all to raise money for Latch, so please just donate what you can, and hopefully you have as much fun watching the stream as we have fun doing the stream. Okay, catch you later.
I'm here, just mention. I didn't have any breakfast. I know.
Yeah. My vision was a bit impaired because from looking out of the two eye sockets of my mask and then taking it off, all of a sudden I got a bit cockeyed. Just
I
masking
decided
back
to
to
buy
begin.
like really healthy foods today, so I can have a takeaway tonight.
Oh, that's gone out the window for me, that have.
So
Hello, will we be able to hear the stream on here, or will we have to go on the Twitch stream?
I've picked up a Jon Snow jacket because it's a morph suit is not as warm as you'd think. So,
Nice.
He doesn't want to rust.
I'll be a couple more minutes. One moment.
Welcome to our 24-hour stream for Latch Children's Cancer Charity. Please donate anything that you can to this fantastic cause. We are here to entertain you for 24 hours, so please come and say hello, drop in and out of the stream. We're going to be doing different activities, but mainly playing Dungeons and Dragons, which if you had seen previously, we've got a couple of episodes on YouTube already. We're partway along a story, so we're bringing that to life as a role play. We're all dressing up. We're going to be streaming it live for 24 hours, and we're looking to raise money for this fantastic... Hi guys, welcome to our 24-hour stream for Latch Children's Cancer Charity. Please donate anything that you can to this fantastic cause. We are here to entertain you for 24 hours, so please come and say hello, drop in and out of the stream. We're going to be doing different activities, but mainly playing Dungeons and Dragons, which if you had seen previously, we've got a couple of episodes on YouTube already. We're partway along a story, so we're bringing that to life as a role play. We're all dressing up. We're going to be streaming it live for 24 hours, and we're looking to raise money for this fantastic cause whilst doing so. So anything that you can help donate and give to this fantastic cause, please do. A little bit about my character. So I am a 3-foot fairy from the Feywilds. I am on a quest to look for my best friend who was kidnapped and sold into slavery. I was lucky enough to escape, but now I'm looking to find her, get revenge and bring her home with the help of all the guys that I'm on this quest with. We're going to be picking up quests along the way and helping with their backstories as well. Bit about my character, she is only tiny, so she has to use a bit of magic. If you've seen previous episodes, I can't fire a crossbow for anything. So I'm a rogue. I like to pickpocket, pick locks, steal things, look out for traps, protect the team if we're searching for things. Very much a team player. I also am an arcane trickster, so using that little bit of magic to help me out. Tiny fairy. I've got all these people surrounding me that are big fighters. Definitely not me, but I'm definitely there to make sure that I'm looking out for things that they may forget, help them along the way, and just support and be that team player. So yeah, come and join us. Join us on Twitch. The Just Giving page is on Facebook. We'll have it up on Twitch, and we'll be sharing it on all socials. So just come along, enjoy the time, and please, please donate to this fantastic cause. Thank you.
Okay, and we're back, and I'm going to join the party again now. You should be able to hear
Start
me
the
now.
bed for like 4 for the latter end of the session.
Here we go. Bella Mac is back. Just to shout out, I'm going to turn my camera back on. Thank you for letting me know, Tempest. I'm an idiot. I put my mic on mute and then I forgot to take it off in true gamer fashion. That I muted my mic and then completely forgot about it. But yeah, we're back. You should be able to hear me again now. No problem at all. So we're back in. Okay, so party. We find ourselves in a situation where you've managed to successfully pass through the Sirens Rock. But as we pass through the Sirens Rock, an old friend from our campaign previously has come to join us. And that old friend is the giant shark that pursued us after you destroyed the Clovis Concord ship Moonbeam. So the shark is currently on your tail at the moment. What would you like to do?
I take it we're still sailing.
You're still sailing. You've not stopped. You've continued to sail in a direction that's been indicated. So you're on your way to Port Somalia. Now your options are you can continue on your way to Port Somalia and potentially fight the shark with whatever forces are at Port Somalia, or you can turn and face it. But the risk is if you go to the Clovis Concord at Port Somalia with a giant shark in your wake, I don't think it's going to be looked into quite favourably. So you need to have a think of the consequences of your actions, how you plan to deal with this giant shark. What's your thoughts on it?
How far behind us is it?
It's within eyesight at the moment, and it's maintaining distance. So it's not gaining, it's not falling behind, it's maintaining distance.
Being next to Captain Sylvester and Captain Freerings, can I ask him, like, is there a chance that the ship can go faster? Do we have any sails that we can still drop to pick up more momentum?
Okay. So Captain Sylvester, from your knowledge, you know that the ship itself is currently at full sail. You also know that you're in a state of imbalance with the cannon being at the front of the ship rather than the starboard where it should be. The ship itself is now unbalanced. So it has a slight list to port where it's heaviest. You also know that a large amount of the cargo is weighing the ship down. So there's a possibility that removing some of the cargo from the ship would allow you to speed up and potentially put distance between you and the shark.
Could we distract? I know Achilles wants to keep it as a trophy, but don't we have a body of a sea hag below? Could we throw it overboard and possibly try and distract the shark with it?
You could potentially try that, yeah.
Your call.
Whether Achilles is happy to give up his trophy.
Can we loot the body first?
You can loot the body, yeah.
And we've also got 3 sirens, although one of them is like
a tail.
Mush.
But we've also got like 3 sirens that we could essentially turn into chum and then shoot out the cannon and see if the megalodon goes after that.
Okay.
Isn't the shark tracking the gem though? So no matter how, it's still going to follow us wherever we go. Is the issue, isn't it? It's tracking the gem. That's what we're under the belief, isn't it? That the shark is tracking there.
So the Kraken type thing was released, and that's meant to be beckoning it. The shark came out of the tower when we killed the priestess underwater and started chasing us then.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know whether it's tracking the gem or whether it's just tracking us in terms of being a ship on the sea and that side of things.
We can give it a go. It's not like we're going to use the bodies, is it?
Yeah, distraction could work then.
I'm gonna loot the bodies first, though.
Okay, so obviously the one that I'll allow you to loot them without needing to do any checks. The first body, which is just the tail, you don't even bother looting because the rest of it's just a bloody mess. There's nothing left of it. There's no point in looting it. The 2 other bodies, as you search them, you do find some small gold necklaces on them. So there's a couple of small gold necklaces on them that look like they may have been taken from previous sailors that have been attacked by the Sirens, because they appear to be older and worn. You notice some different types of coins. So there's a Dwindelian coin on there as well. There's a couple of Kryn Dynasty coins minted. So you've got some different currencies from different areas. All in all, you've got 2 gold necklaces and about 20 coins, all silver, of a mix from the Kryn Dynasty and the Dwindelian Empire.
What about the sea hag? Has she got anything on her?
So as you search the sea hag, and you're writhing through what's left of her assembled torso, seeing as her head has been flung overboard and her arm is nowhere to be found, as you're searching through her body, you sort of come across, again, some small pendants and a sort of pouch that's full of gold coins that are minted in the Glovis Concord, and that's 15 gold.
Okay. I'm not going to add that to my inventory. I'm just going to keep notes of it because I feel that's a party pocket.
Okay. So you've looted the corpses now. What's your plan? How do you plan to combat this? So how are you going to take it on? You've mentioned about probably messing the bodies up and turning them into some form of chum to try and distract the shark. Is that what you plan to do?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Brent over and ask if he can finish the job on the other 2 bodies. And try and...
Brent, how are you going to respond? You've been given permission to use your warhammer. He's just holding his hammer. He's just holding his hammer. Ready. He's good to go. He's ready to swing the hammer. Okay.
Wouldn't it be better just to chuck the bodies over as they are? So the shark has to spend more time on them chewing them if it does distract him.
So I'm just thinking of like fishing, where you throw out bait in
Throw
like
out, so
spread.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, to try and attract more in, and then to think. Whereas if we just drop them off the side, we're not going to know unless he suddenly just pauses while we continue going forward.
Isn't the shark the size of the boat anyway? The shark's massive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's massive, huge.
Yeah, so it's just going to...
Well, how many bodies have we got? Can we not do like one body and then do the mesh?
Do we have any explosives?
You have 2 barrels of gunpowder that I mentioned earlier.
So let's... Wow, I'm trying to think how...
You not get close and use the gunpowder to like blow him up.
I reckon we should put them all together into one ball, and then like just surround the gunpowder into it. But we need to be able to light it because we're looking in the water.
So couldn't you use like a spell to set fire to things? Haven't I got one of those?
Just to let you know though, he's not that close at the moment. We could get the barrels together in readiness, but there's no point in chucking them overboard just yet because we'll be too far away from to do anything with it.
Yeah, but we don't want to take the shark too close because we need to get in to Port Demalia, don't we? So so that's we want to try and lose him really.
What if we sail close enough to Port Demalia, but not too close where they'll see what's happening and may help?
What's the weather like, Callum?
So it's actually sunny now at the moment. As you've escaped from the tempest and the storm, you're on calm seas and the wind is actually in your favour at the moment, which is what's keeping you at a level distance. You're relying on the favour of the wind, because if the wind changes, that shark is going to catch up to you very quickly.
So we take the
opportunity. Moderate wind or is it a moderate wind?
Quite a brisk wind, yeah.
Okay.
I know what you're thinking, and if you want to do it, I was thinking that.
Fog cloud.
I'm just thinking how we're gonna excite it, because just him biting on it's not gonna set off as a bomb. We need a spark. I'm looking at the dragon who can breathe fire.
You're talking about Rogar.
Doesn't someone have a flame that didn't go out?
You are?
Someone had a flame that could go underwater because they used it? Is that you?
I got the sacred flame. That's not for a creature though. That's what it was for. Just to create damage.
I thought you could have used it to set the fire so it didn't go out while you took it in the water.
Yeah, no, it's like a holy fire, essentially.
Plus, I imagine we'd have to be fairly close.
Yeah, like I think Sacred Flame's like 120 feet, but I don't think it's going to be for what we want it to be.
If we had a fuse...
Don't have a fuse.
I don't know.
Have a think. What can you use to your advantage? Obviously, you've got the smoke from Brant. A lot of you have got abilities to be able to fire, but you're relying heavily on you being able to hit. And to allow yourself to be in that position to hit, you have to allow the shark to come close enough for it to strike out against you.
Should I use the fog cloud anyway and see how we get on with that initially, and then?
What's the fog cloud? The shark's underwater.
Can you see it? It's
underwater.
You can see its skin, but its eyes are underwater.
Fog cloud's not going to do anything but make it so we can't see.
No, so I can go 120 feet, can't I? So I could. It doesn't have to be by me.
Yeah, but the shark's underwater.
Yeah, but the shark's underwater.
Can I mean?
Could we use the gem in any way, shape, or form? Because that controls the sea.
Have we still got the scepter that goes with the gem?
No, the scepter just appeared when we ripped it out.
Well, no, you do have a scepter, but if you remember, it was 2 planks of wood put on either side of the gem because you tried to fashion a new one after you'd ripped the scepter apart.
Because I've got a spell that repairs something if it's only a single break. Is there no way we can repair it?
The other one disintegrated, and we just tried to make a new one, which we literally
mend it, didn't I?
Yeah.
I tried to mend it. I failed.
So you can't fix it. So the gem itself is still continuously like pulsing underneath the deck at the moment. It's continuing to sort of give off this signal.
Can I fly away with the gem and distract him?
Oh.
Yeah, by all means, it helps us out.
You could, but I feel that Ariana Tiger will may be rolling another character.
I mean, Ariana can fly. The shark can't. As far as we're aware.
But Ariana doesn't have the ability to fly indefinitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so just normal movement.
It is just normal movement, to be fair.
Yeah.
It does say that.
So just do the same as walking somewhere.
Yeah, but you can't walk somewhere indefinitely as well.
Is that true, though, Callum?
Well, maybe for others. So, from that perspective, then, you've got a number of options. You've got a plan to deal with this. This shark is in the distance. You can see it is there, and you're relying heavily on the winds not changing at the moment to maintain your distance. But you're going to have to do something about this shark, whether it means taking it to Port Malia with you and trying to gang up on it, or
dragging bodies towards cannons.
You're already dragging the bodies.
Them up and trying to stuff them down a bloody cannon.
Brant, you doing the same?
Yeah.
I don't think Brant knew what we were talking about then. He just said yes.
No, I'm going to look at all the options and what I got. Yeah, but yes, I will be
I've got
helping.
Achilles has the gunpowder under his arms, but wanting to use it.
So talk about it as a party. What is your plan? Because you all have different plans at the moment. Captain Sylvester, this is your ship. You can exert whatever authority you want. The eye patch is coming down.
It's our ship, and we give him discretionary views on what to do.
Captain Sylvester, I'm sure you'd probably argue with that.
If it's a way where we can lure it off to one side, so that we can get away, we won't have to use the gunpowder. We can use that later on. So in case where that doesn't work, then we've still got the gunpowder there.
I agree with that. Go with that first.
So you're going to try and lure it off, yeah? Okay. So as you've got the bodies there, you get Brant forwards, and you're sort of laying in hammer, smashing these bodies into this almost. He's even going with the hammer on the screen, smashing these bodies into this almost chum-like, horrid texture of just pure meat, and this awful fish smell begins to sort of come from the dead bodies of the Sirens and the Sea Hag. But you've got it into these buckets that you've brought up from the middle of the deck, so you've now got 2-3 buckets filled with chum.
Release the chum.
Yeah, so I'm going to start pushing it into the cannon, trying to sort of compact it so that when the cannon's fired, there's fucking sprays everywhere.
Okay, So you begin to sort of compact it into the cannon. So you're reaching down into the meat and the flesh, and you're sort of pushing it in, and then getting the ramrod and ramming it down to sort of get it packed into the cannon as much as possible. Your arms are covered in blood and guts all the way up to your shoulders. So Zavros is doing this. Is there any other character that's supporting him while doing this?
I'll help him.
Achilles and
I don't know what use I'll be.
Never know. So Achilles and Rogar have stacked one. So Zavros, Achilles, and Rogar have filled 3 of the 4 cannons now on the port side with this horrible chum-like texture. The breaching charges have been loaded and the fuse is ready to be lit.
Oh, hang on a minute. Can we smash up the other guy as well, the navigator?
I mean, you can.
We don't need him.
You can smash up the navigator's body if that's really what you want to do.
There are 3 earrings. Look at your navigator.
Achilles being a robot will go, do you need that body to 3 earrings?
And Captain 3 earrings now. I'm assuming he would be allowed a decent burial.
He is a pirate.
I am a pirate. Sylvester's a pirate. Does that mean you're going to smash us up when you've got no more use for us?
Being a robot and just kind of like, well, being a warforged, Achilles just kind of looks at him like a...
So that's a yes then. So that's a yes. So you're saying if I die supporting you, you're going to smash my body up and feed it to a shark?
What you are you going to be upset afterwards?
You've done to help us so far, wouldn't it?
To be fair, Ariana, I did stop the anchor that prevented you from crashing into the rocks and kill one of the sirens.
You're right. It's the second thing you've done.
Third thing.
Achilles kind of just turns away and murmurs under the. How's he going to be upset if he's dead? And just kind of just walks on.
So 3 earrings isn't going to prevent you from using the body. It's up to Captain Sylvester because it's one of his crew members.
He's dead, dude. He's no use to us.
Oh, that was not what I was expecting. Okay.
Are you not going to want to use it for your own personal use, Captain Sylvester, considering you're a Damphia?
Nah, it'll have gone off by the time we get around to it.
We'll cut an arm off. We'll cut an arm off to keep it on ice just for him, just in case.
Can do. Okay, so again, Brantsar walks over to the body of the navigator.
No.
You're refusing?
No.
Okay. Our cleric is refusing to smash the
Oh
body.
no, we found his
To be fair, he is a cleric.
Only when he wants to.
Brant, talk about it. What's your reason for refusing?
Because he's a friend, not a foe.
Was he? What was his name?
We will see how the first few shots go, Achilles.
Tell me his name.
We can use him for the second shot after.
Yeah, I agree with Ariana. If you can tell us his name.
What's his name?
Yeah, if he's such a friend, what's his name?
Yeah. What's his name?
Navigator.
That was the navigator.
Navigator? We call him Nav.
Yes.
Nav.
We call him
Nav.
Okay, so the navigator then, Stevan, you obviously begin to move over. Captain Sylvester shrugs. I ain't got any problem with it. You can naturally use the body if you so wish, and begins to drag him away. And as he begins to drag him away, then Achilles, instead of smashing him up with Brant's hammer, you just pick him up and start swinging it against the mast, his body, until it's a broken collection of bones and blood.
Wow.
A bit.
But I'm keeping it together because I want to see how the first few shots go, and then we can use this pile of body parts to surround the gunpowder if needed. So I'm just kind of creating a little pile of
parts. Okay, so
I kind of look over to Captain 3 Earrings and I'll be like, "Are you using that bucket?"
No, you can have the bucket if you so wish.
Can you pass me the bucket then, please? I'm a bit busy here. Can you do something?
As you're still swinging the body up against the mast, yeah?
Oh my god!
There's something wrong with you, group. Here.
I just
it to the
take
bucket.
it. I take the bucket and just start loading in these body parts of Chum.
Okay, so as you're loading up the bucket, Captain Three Earrings walks off, sort of looking behind, and just shakes her head, and you hear a mutter, "What have I gotten myself into?" And then begins to walk off. Grant, Zavros, do you want to give a shout out on where we are with our donations so far?
420.
Thank you, guys.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone. Again, it's for an amazing cause, and we really appreciate any donations that you provided. Like I said, if you can't donate, please share the stream, share it around, get as many people involved in it as possible. We're going to be here until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Not sure how the storytelling will be at that point, but we'll get there. Okay. Matt Cook has just joined from work and said, "I've only just joined, and this sounds horrific." You joined at the wrong time, Matt. You joined at the wrong time.
You're going at a dark time on the stream. We're chopping up bodies. For the greater good.
For the greater good. Right, so you now have 4 cannons loaded with you have 3 cannons loaded, with the Chum, the body parts of the Sirens and the Sea Hag that you've killed previously. You can see the dorsal fin of the shark. The great shark is chasing you in the distance and is continuing to sort of maintain that distance. As it continues to maintain that distance at the moment, a slight change in the wind means that the pace of the ship is beginning to drop and fall back, and the shark is beginning to gain some ground. So what's your decision?
Fire out that Chum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you move over to the cannons, are you going to fire them all at once, or are you going to fire them individually?
You sort of angle up and then fire a couple off at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah, fire 2 to begin with.
So as you move forward, the ship's still cresting and moving through the ocean. The waves are smacking against the prow of the ship, and it begins to rise and fall rhythmically. Zavros and Achilles both move over to 2 of the 4 cannons that are still situated on the port side that are loaded with the Sea Chum, made of Sea Siren and Sea Hag. You touch the fuse, giving fire to the cannon, so that the fuse begins to sizzle and spark, slowly moving down. And as it reaches the touch paper, the charging breach begins to ignite, and there's a massive bang, and then another bang. And all you see is this blood and body parts just go flying out across the ocean, spreading everywhere. The cannon itself is coated in gore from where it's spread outwards, because it's not got a compact shape to it. It's just chum, and because of that, it's fired and it's littered the ocean all off the port side, but it has also coated side of the ship as well.
Can we check if it's had any effect on the shark?
Can I have one of you roll for a perception check for me, please?
Who's got the best?
Who's got the best before we start doing this?
I got a +2. I got +2.
I got +6.
Or
Right.
+6. There we go. Right, that's what you want.
Like carry this we do perception checks then.
Me, is that me to do it? +6, yeah?
Yeah, +6.
Yeah.
What do your cleric eyes see? Oh, he's got a crit. Oh, he's already got a crit.
You've got a crit.
You can see it's into the soul of the shark. You can see its history.
Okay. You've seen its entire life flash before your eyes. Okay, so as you look out over the sort of rear end of the ship towards where the shark's dorsal fin continues to cut through the water, massive waves are beginning to spread from either side of the dorsal fin as it's cutting towards you. Again, now beginning to gain ground, so you've got a clearer vision of it. What you begin to notice is that the chum that's been fired overboard, that is now towards the shark's right, he's not changing his angle or direction to go towards the chum. He's continuing on towards the ship. But what you're noticing is that every time you feel a vibration beneath your feet from the signal, the shark gives another lurch of its rear tail fin that's propelling him forward. So every time that signal is beating, the shark's fin is launching it forward again.
How important is this gem anyway?
I'm gonna go and get the gem. I'm gonna go and get the gem. I'm gonna hold it in my hand.
Okay.
Pulsating, but with the
Really?
conquering grip. I'm gonna just try something. I'm gonna threaten the gem. See if it to destroy it. See if that has any effect on the shark.
Okay. So as you're threatening the gem and you're holding it in your hand and you've got your spear there ready to smack against it to destroy it, the shark's speed increases. But that's not all you hear. So as the shark's speed increases, you hear an almighty eruption of a sort of chaos and screaming erupt from the previous sort of Sirens core rocks that you've come through. At this point, Captain Three Earrings runs over to you and snatches the gem out of your hand. You cannot threaten the gem. You must not threaten the gem. Whatever you do, we cannot. Okay, we can't throw it overboard. We need to dispel this. It is more dangerous than you have any understanding of.
Then tell us.
Well, thank you for letting us know now. I was just thinking maybe it would back off if it was thought it was under threat.
Okay, so at this point, and you're asking Captain Three Earrings why it's important to keep the gem alive. Okay. She makes a sort of saddened expression to her face and begins to walk away. The statue you came up for in Parmaflora, you know who that was, right? Okay.
No.
Well, the statue I believe your friend was trying to rob from was of Ukota, otherwise known as the Leviathan Lord.
Yeah, you're going to have to explain a little bit more.
Okay.
The Leviathan's that big squid thing, isn't it?
Okay, let me explain. Ukota was created by Zahir and terrorized the seas of Wildmount until the Divergence left the Leviathan without a master or purpose. The surviving indigenous people of the Swavian Islands, the Kinar, took Ukota as their guide and god to rule the waters and bring them prosperity. The Leviathan elevated the Kinar to conquer the southern coast of the continent under the jealous will of Zahir, reaching beyond the divine gate and discovering the insolence of his creation, commanding his followers to seal away Ukota in the red rock beneath the Lucidian Ocean. Ukota now reaches out to the dreams of nautical wanderers and shipwrecked sailors, lending his power to those who wish to rule the sea as he once did, beckoning them to free him from his sub-ocean prison with promises of arcane gifts and blessings of the blade known as the Sword of Fathoms. An extension of Ukota's will and influence, his consciousness had found the minds of Deseret and Quajat, and the three have a tenuous accord to convince mortals to find and free them from their binds. You don't understand. We believe that Ukota has taken the mind of Jaden Marinus, and that by providing the gem to the serpent will release him completely into his full power. If we don't find a way to dispel this, the first god will walk the lands of Exandria in thousands of years.
Wouldn't it be a good thing?
Would it be a good thing?
Yeah.
A good thing? You've seen the size of the sea serpent, and that's not it at its full power. Already the revelry ships are being destroyed. We had reports before we left on this ship that at least 7 revelry ships had been destroyed and at least 20 Clovis Concord had already been wiped out by this serpent. Jaden may think that he's operating for the revelry pirates, but he's not. He's operating under the will of Ukota, and we know that, and there's no way to release him other than to kill him. This land
Zavros is just standing at the side of the ship, looking a bit sheepish and staring off into the distance while making it look like he's busy, like cleaning up the chum off the side of the ship and stuff.
Okay, my question is, why is he looking a bit sheepish?
Because he is.
Okay, because
After hearing all this background about Ukatoa and Deseret and...
Okay.
What does Zavros know?
Zavros is pulling a face, so Zavros definitely knows something.
He does know something.
Okay. So, for our party members then, Captain Three Rings turns. You've only seen part of Ukatoa. You've only seen part of them. They take the form of an incredible sea serpent. Its coiled and twisting length is covered with fins, scales, and its eyes a deep amber. Its head ends in a pointed fanged jaw and has 3 amber eyes. This could destroy the Menagerie Coast. There will be no more revelry. There'll be no more Clovis Concord. You committed genocide against the Seahorsen when you killed their priestess. Their families and their homes destroyed.
Whoa, I'm going to interrupt you there. Don't act like you didn't have a hand in that, my friend. But don't act all innocent, blaming it all on us. You're the one that was so convinced.
I was deceived as well. But the Seahorsen were the ones who were containing them. And we released them.
Okay. We need to get this shark off our back. How can we do that? I don't think we should turn and fight. We need to disorientate this thing.
How could you disorientate it? Come on, as a party, think about it. Captain Sylvester, what's your thoughts?
I think we go to plan B on the gunpowder.
Yeah, I see gunpowder is probably the best option.
Okay, so Rogar's thinking along the same lines as well. Okay.
Yeah, but I think we need to make sure that, because obviously we don't want to be firing out the cannons, because that's going to set the gunpowder off straight away. We need to be putting this in the water, float towards him, and at the right time, we need everyone probably to fire at once in hopes to hit the gunpowder.
Okay.
Or even send a cannonball at it as well.
Okay, so to do that, you would need to turn the ship port to starboard, or port or starboard, to be able to give yourself the opportunity to fire the cannons at it.
Yeah.
So you can do it, but you risk the shark gaining ground on you as you turn.
Can't we take this time? We go and get the cannon at the front of the ship and move it to the back of the ship.
Okay, so
I can do that.
Bellimac and Achilles, can you roll another strength check for me, please? Captain Sylvester, you can see they're about to move and pick the cannon up off the front of the ship and move it to the back now.
Just don't break anything.
Well, they are going to need to break the railing to make a hole for them to fire the cannon out of.
Does it work if we both carry it? Can we join our strength checks together?
You can, yes.
We got 16. We're on a call today, boys.
I'll allow it. So as you move forward to the front of the ship, the cannons sit arrested in sort of place with the 2 axes that have been left by Achilles holding it there. You lift it up. Achilles, you take your 2 axes as well and pocket them again. And as you lift and carry the cannon, this time, obviously, we're a bit battle-weary. Bellimac isn't carrying it on his own, and sort of Achilles is holding it up on the other shoulder. So as you walk forward, you walk past Captain Sylvester, who's got a disapproving look on his face as you sort of wander by him. And as you get to the back of the ship, you, again, Bellimac, you drop the cannon. This time, as you drop it, it smacks the railing down, and the cannon is now facing off the rear of the ship. Achilles, you can use your strength check to then put the 2 axes into the floor again to prevent it from moving.
Want me to roll another one?
What's that? No,
Want
I'll
me to
take
roll
the
one?
other one. I'll take the other one.
Okay.
So we're at the point now where the damage to the ship is this. So you've got rocks strewn across here. The deck is covered in blood. The chain cannon on the right-hand side is gone. The left-hand cannon is still there. There's damage to the decking, the rigging and stuff at the front where the cannon's been placed. And there's damage to the rear of the ship where the cannon's been placed. And you're also missing one of your starboard cannons, as that's the one that you've been moving around on the ship.
Just so that we can clear up a bit of the mess on the deck, I kind of shout to the Pavos, and whatever his name is, to get up here and whatever their names are, start cleaning up the top of the.
So you call down to them now. What are you going to say to them?
I'm going to say, leave Solazina be. She needs to rest. You need to start earning your keep, or you'll be off. You'll be next coming out the cannons. I'm trying to intimidate them to make sure that's going on.
At this point, you hear 3 simultaneous footprints running up from the bottom of the deck. Ooh, I heard we need to earn our keep. What do you want me to do? Whoa! No, what do you want us to do? Where do we go? Are we go front? Are we go back? Are we going in the middle? And at this point, the other one chimes in. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going?
We throw the
He's not being very quick. He's not being very. It's taking forever. Should we go back down to Solazina? He's taking forever. What are we gonna do? He's still not speaking now. I still don't know where we're going. Are we going front, back? We going middle? I don't know. Davos, where's the ale? Where's the ale? I haven't had a drink in the last 10 minutes.
I literally grab him. I grab him and make him to shut his mouth and just kind of say, "You will clean up the boat," and chuck him to the floor and a mop to follow.
So as you chuck him to the floor, he sort of lands there and just randomly starts doing a press up.
Oh God, these guys.
So as Davos and Pavos are there, they sort of counting him in as he's doing press up after press up after press up. So you want us to clean the deck? You want us to clean the deck?
Yes.
When do you want the deck cleaned by?
Now.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I want the deck clean now.
Okay. See, we only take orders from Solazina and she's asleep.
You're not being very, again, you're not early in your here, guys. You to help us out. And then I kind of point to the shark chasing us to kind of say, like, you need to start getting out, helping us out.
But we're not being paid. We can't earn our keep, but we're not being paid.
But us saving you is payment enough.
You didn't save us. We were in an alehouse. We were in an alehouse. We were getting drunk. And then you put us on a ship and now we're being chased by a shark. So how you save us? You put us in danger. And there's no ale.
Achilles walks away thinking that I'm just leaving. I'll kill him later.
So as you walk away, you can hear all 3 of them arguing amongst themselves, but you do notice then when you turn back a couple of minutes later that they are starting to clean the deck down, though they are messing about while they're doing it.
That's fine.
Okay, so that's fine. As long as they're cleaning the deck,
Yeah.
Okay. So the deck itself is beginning to be scrubbed down. You can see the sort of bloody red water begins to wash off the side of the ship as they're sort of throwing the water around. At the same time, they are drinking, so they have managed to find some form of drink below, and they're sort of guzzling it down. Solazina is still passed out below decks at the moment after being attacked by the sea hag. So you've got into a position now. We've got the 2 gunpowder barrels on the deck, and the ship's deck is starting to look clear, but the shark is gaining more ground now. It is starting to move up on the ship. So how do you plan to use the gunpowder?
Are we? How many barrels was it? Was it 2 or 3 barrels we had?
2 barrels.
2 barrels.
We need to
do you reckon it's worth dropping 1 barrel and then, as we do a bit more, drop another barrel?
Oh, I like that idea. I was going to do one big one.
No, I think we should do a trail. So 1 barrel, and then another barrel. And then obviously we can hit the back cannon, and if we all fire at the back, the furthest barrel, see what happens with that, and then do the second barrel if he continues.
It gives us double chances of hitting him, I guess.
Yep.
Okay, so who's going to throw the barrel overboard first and foremost?
I suppose that'll probably be me and Achilles.
I haven't got anything to aim at them with, so...
I don't either, to be fair, apart from the cannon.
Where's the gem currently? Because obviously she told you not to hold it anymore, so where have you put it?
Captain Three Rings is holding it.
Someone should take that off her.
Can somebody take off her?
Someone can. Who wants to try?
Come on, Captain.
I'll do it. I do a stealth check.
You can do a stealth check to see if you can swipe it from her when she's not looking.
I'm going to do that.
I'm actually quite impressed as a party. You've not all tried to rob each other yet.
Yeah, we haven't got the
wait.
Yeah, that we're aware of.
No, he's trying to sow discord between us. Don't listen to him.
Try to do stealth or sleight of hand?
Sleight of hand. Again, just shouting out while we're carrying out the check. Thank you to everyone who's tuned into the stream. We're raising money for Latch, which is an amazing charity that supports those who've been diagnosed with cancer. Again, you know, it's an amazing charity. Please, if you're able to donate, please donate via our Just Giving. If I can ask one of my lovely characters to just drop the link in the chat for me, please. Okay, so let's have a look at your sleight of hand. So, have you rolled for it?
I did. It was a 12.
Okay, so I'm going to say it's successful because she is distracted at the moment holding on to it. So as you go behind, Captain Three Earrings is holding it in her left palm and you fly over her left shoulder, grab it and then land on the deck and begin to walk off with it in your hand. But it is pulsing rhythmically. But what you notice, Ariana, as you're holding it, is it's almost starting to drag again. It's starting to drag you back towards where you've just come from, Siren's Call.
Can I like investigate it?
You can investigate it.
Is that an investigation check, yeah?
Yeah, but you'd probably be better doing an Arcana check on it because we haven't actually had a successful Arcana check on it.
Okay. There we are. 20.
Your rolls aren't coming up for me. Let me just refresh a minute.
Call it out if you have to, because mine was doing that.
Yeah.
I saw it pop up.
Yeah.
It is 20.
Excellent, I do see that. So as you look at it, Ariana, because you've got knowledge of magic from being part of the Feywilds, you notice that there's something specific about it. The gem itself, although to most people it appears to be a clear blue, when you look at it, you notice that it isn't. That it almost looks like a prism. And as you look inside, there's a light inside of it that's pushing against the outer glass that it gives it this opaque colour. But actually, when you look at it, because you have an understanding of Arcana and you have the knowledge, what you're looking at is a soul trapped in a magical prison. So it is a prison that's being held, and what you're hearing, the pulsing, is it calling out to the other part of itself.
The body of the soul.
So do we go back to Siren's Call or keep going?
Party has a lot of decisions to make. You just
I don't think
your party.
I don't think reuniting it with it was put into a prison for a reason. I feel so. I don't think reuniting it with its body and then creating this let loose demon is probably what we should be doing.
To be fair, we don't know this anyway. It's only you that know this, so it's.
Oh, do you want me to share it with you guys?
That's
no,
I don't really.
I still don't trust Three Earrings though, so I don't. I'm not going to say anything yet. Actually.
Okay, but what about your party members? Do you trust any of them?
Excited.
Well, I'm away from the party at the moment because I'm just like doing prestidigitation, clearing up the chum and all the shit off the side of the ship. Just keeping myself busy while everyone else is running around.
To our viewers, you wouldn't think that these characters have all gone through hours and hours of storytelling together that they still don't even trust each other.
No, I trust my party. I just don't trust the Three Earrings. There's something about her I just do not trust.
Okay.
I will double cross her at some point.
For someone who said that they don't like, someone who says they don't like 3 Earrings, 3 Earrings hasn't done anything to any of you.
She's just keeping information. She's too guarded. No, something's not right.
Fair. Can't argue against it. Okay,
but I
then.
will check. I do trust my party.
Okay. So, at this point then, Achilles and Bellomac begin to walk towards the end of the ship, both of them carrying a barrel of gunpowder each. Bellomac, you drop yours off to the side of the cannon, and Achilles, you heave yours up onto your shoulder and launch it out into the ocean. It spins end over end before landing into the waves that are crystal clear blue with a slight plop before it ascends back up and begins to settle and rhythmically bob in the water, moving towards the shark. The shark itself is not very far away at all now. You can see its shape is underneath the water and it continues to move towards you.
Can I notion towards Sylvester Zavros and excuse me, and sorry, I forgot Damon's character's name. There we go. Rogar. To get up to where we are, because obviously, Sylvester, you've got your crossbow. Zavros, you've got Eldritch Blast, and then Rogar can set.
He's got a lance.
What's that?
You can throw one of his lances, can't he?
He's also got fire breath, haven't he?
I was going to say, so he can set the lances and the crossbow bolt on fire. So if we all, and obviously if we fire the cannon as well at the same time to try and make sure we hit the barrel.
I will allow Captain Sylvester to have advantage on firing the cannon for experience as a captain.
Have we decided to fire?
I take the crossbow.
Well, I hope so. We've just chucked the gunpowder over him.
Okay, so it's up to you then, guys. So the gunpowder is bobbing in the water at the moment, and this giant shark is right behind at the moment. You can tell if this shark caught up to the ship, one bite out of it is going to take part of your hull away. It's that big.
So I reckon that we should just fire on the one closest to him. So we need to be aware when it the shark gets close to the first barrel.
Okay.
Is he there now?
The shark is about to come. Brogar apparently thinks so. The shark is very, very close to the barrel right now. Very close.
Okay.
Well, if Captain Sylvester, if you're going to fire the cannon, can I use your crossbow? So at least I've got some distance on it.
I'm happy with that. As long as I get
we'll go on. We'll go on the captain's orders when he fires the cannon.
Yeah.
Good. What do you want me to roll for firing the cannon?
Just roll a d20 for me, please. I'll allow anything over a 14 to be a successful hit. Just because of the distance and because you can't maneuver the cannon, it's all going to be about timing.
I was just prepping the quiz.
I think Ed's backstory gives him proficiency with sea vehicles as well, so you'd be able to add your proficiency bonus on top of that.
He said it got advantage, yeah?
Yeah, you got advantage, yes. You can roll again.
And then +2.
Right, guys.
Right, hang on. For those watching the stream, just so you can see, here, a lovely 9 and a lovely 3. Yeah. Okay, so as you walk over Captain Sylvester, you walk over with a real swagger, as if you know what you're doing. You've got no issues with this at all. So as you walk up, you walk up with this smug confidence. You don't even look. You just touch the fuse, wait, stand there leaning against the rail, and as you hear the rhythmic crack and the cannonball float off, you can just see Bellimac and Achilles and the rest of the party looking over in the distance. And you're waiting and you're waiting and you're waiting, and they slowly turn back to you.
Oh, is this because we moved the cannon?
What do you want to say? Because this has gone so far wide, it's unbelievable. It's actually come closer to hitting the shark than it has the gunpowder.
Brilliant.
Maybe next time.
That's what it's going for.
Was that what you were aiming for, Captain Sylvester the Shark?
Somewhere around there, yeah. I'm not used to being on the cannons. That's grunt work.
Oh. Oi. Okay, so the shark itself now is right on top of this gunpowder. If you're going to fire, you're going to have to fire now to try and hit it. So each of you that's going to fire, roll for your individual attack, and if it's over a 14, it will hit that gunpowder barrel.
Just a D20.
Oh, yeah.
Just a D20.
Alright.
Come on, Jess and Rogar.
Wait, it's me, is it?
Yeah, you
got to fire your bow at the barrel.
My bad, wasn't listening.
How far away is the barrel from me?
Too far away for you to use your flame breath.
Rogar is setting my crossbow bolt on fire.
Okay, so I'm going to set one of my javelins on fire and then launch it.
Okay, go for it.
Ariana's KO'd it.
Never mind, Ariana's got it. So as they're all debating and everyone's panicking around there and everyone's going, Rogar, just light it. Ariana just steps forward, strikes a flint, takes her arrow, fires and launches, and you just hear this sort of whir as it moves through the air. And as it's moving through the air, I'm going to share Spotify to you again because it's time for the music again. As it moves end over end into the air, it strikes the barrel true. Now it doesn't ignite straight away because the arrow's flame is burning down slowly. And then all at once, just as the shark passes overhead, an incredible explosion erupts, scattering debris all across the water. As you look, the shark dives down. But as it rises back up to the surface again, its head is writhing and its long dorsal fin that was coming out of the water is raked. There's holes all across it. It's been torn to shreds. It's been ripped apart by this gunpowder blast. And it has slowed it down because it can't use its top fin.
We'll say red.
Okay.
Time you've hit with that bow and arrow.
That was a good shot, I'm not gonna lie.
Is it still coming towards us though, yeah?
It's still coming towards you, just a bit slower than it was before.
Do we need to... We've got 2 barrels though, haven't we?
You've got
I'm
another
already
barrel.
Another barrel.
So
on the
Bella...
captain's orders for the next one. Achilles has loaded the cannon again.
Okay, so as Achilles is rapidly loading the cannon, his breaching charge has been shoved down by the ramrod and the fuse and touch paper being relit to the cannon. Bellamac and Brant both grab the gunpowder barrel and throw it as far as they can over the ship. Again, it spins end over end, landing in the water, and a massive plop and a plume comes up as the barrel begins to sort of move outwards again. So you've got the cannon to fire, you've got the lances and everything that are on fire. Are you going to fire again?
We'll wait for the shark to be.
Okay, so the shark's making its way through the water. Yes. You can see this ripped apart fin. It's sort of nearly there. And then all of a sudden, it's there. It's there right now. So are you going to fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if you can all fire. Captain Sylvester for the cannon.
Crap. Oh, yes. Oh my god, just got a crit.
Oh, get in.
Anything but a human. Jesus Christ.
Okay, so as... Yeah, it seems that you don't have the ability to shoot humans, but anything that isn't a human...
Okay. Barrel.
Once again, Ariana lights the flint, striking it across again, draws an arrow from her pouch, floats up so that she's flying above you so she has a clearer shot, brings it back towards her ear, aims, adjusts, fires, and as she fires, she's calculated that the wind catches the arrow just as she fires. So it curves in the air, flying through the air. You can see, spins in and smacks straight against it just as the shark goes underneath it. And just as the shark goes underneath it, once again, a massive explosion rings out. Debris flies across all areas. And just as it does, you can see the top of the dorsal fin of the shark severs. It completely smashes off and flies off into the ocean. You can see then the blood begins to plume and the water around where the shark just was is covered in a red mist. And just as you see this, you see the shark diving beneath the waves, slowly sinking down, 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 and out of sight.
Go and loot it.
Go and loot it?
Oh.
Chum apparently, because we like to fire that off the ship.
Is it dead?
Can't see. It's swum down. You could try and do a perception check, and I'll grant anything over 16 as being able to tell.
Alright, I can mind.
Who's that? Got the
Fran.
highest perception? Fran.
I got
Should we do me? Should I do it?
You got
I'll do it, yeah?
You got +6, yeah?
That's it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, 16, bang on.
Oh, banging.
Okay, so looking across, you can't see that the shark is dead. It is not dead. It is severely injured, and it has dived down. You can catch it riding around just through what's left of the red mist on the ocean floor, but it seems to be swimming off in a different direction to you now. So it's gone in a different direction. It is no longer pursuing your ship.
Love it.
Wicked. Sorted.
Grant, was that a yawn I just saw?
Hmm?
Grant was just yawning.
Oh.
We're only 4 and a bit
Yeah,
hours
look,
in.
Not yet.
I've just been stood off to the side of the ship, not really like paying attention to what's going on.
It's been duly
Just like
noted.
staring off, making my rapier appear in my hand and then disappear, appear, disappear. Sort of wondering whether it's worth it or not.
So
And
You're depressing.
Yeah.
It's been noted that it's out of character.
So Stavros, Pavros, and Davos at this point move over to the end of the ship where you're all cheering. Oh yeah, that was a good shot, wasn't it? That was a good shot.
Yeah,
That was
we're
a brilliant
trying.
shot. Ariana, one of them's chanting Ariana, the other one's going fairy thing, fairy thing, fairy thing. The other one just hands you a cup of ale.
Yeah, I love that as well.
There you go. So we have successfully passed this phase. And seeing as we've successfully passed this phase, welcome to level 4.
Oh, next we do that. Oh, yeah.
Right, can we have a bit of an admin breather so we can just sort of shit out there?
We can certainly have a bit of an admin breather. So at this point, everyone that's watching the stream, my characters are going to have to level themselves up and to pick their new abilities. So for this purpose, we are going to just move slightly on to a quick break where we have a video from our very own Damien, who's playing Rogar, who's the one who asked for the admin break, just so that we can sort of update our characters. So please enjoy this video, and we will be back with you shortly. Thank you again to everyone who's tuned in, and please give generously. We really appreciate it. It's for an amazing cause. So once again, thank you everyone, and we will be back with you shortly.
I'll be taking part in a 24-hour stream. I will be playing the part of Rogar Turneroff, who is a Dragonborn Paladin. You know, I played him during previous campaigns, but you know, this is quite a big one for us, being 24 hours non-stop, looking to raise money to an awesome charity called Latch. I've been aware of Latch in the past, but all the more so recently in regards to a family that I know that they've supported in their time of need. So I think it's really important to myself and the party that's going to be taking part in the stream in order to try and raise as much money for them as possible. It's quite clear that, you know, the support that they provide a charity and the support they provide families in their time of need is amazing. So we want to continue doing what we can to support them, to be able to help other families in the future as well. So Rogar Turneroff, he's a dragonborn, so he's half man, half dragon. He can blow fire. He's a red dragonborn. He pretty much, you know, he doesn't like anything that's evil. He's always practiced his fighting skills, and he's quite strong because he's always worked really hard on farms and, you know, in farmland and things like that. Quite recently, as far as he's aware, his father died in battle. However, he received a letter, and in that letter told him that, you know, about his origins and where he came from, which quite, you know, confused him a bit. There was a signet ring in there as well with a family crest, as well as some money to support with safe travels. So Rogar has donned his armour and gone out on a quest to try and, you know, find out, you know, where it is that he needs to go, and try and find, you know, more information about his past. So he's a gambler, likes to drink. Being Dragonborn, not very many of them, you know, that you meet out there in the, you know, in the D&D worlds. So yeah, it's going to be really good. So please get the donations coming in. I'm sure we'll all keep you entertained. You know, 24 hours is going to be a long slog, but it's for an awesome cause. So thanks everyone. Stay tuned.
Name's Grant.
my name's Callum, or if you've come from any of the gaming communities to watch this stream, you'll see my Twitch name is Maelstrom, and that's how you may know me as well. Just to give you a bit of a rundown today, so this is my intro video, similar to how you may have seen some of our other characters' intro videos. So today we're doing a 24-hour Dungeons and Dragons stream running from Saturday the 2nd of April at 10 AM to Sunday the 3rd of April at 10 AM, all raising money for Latch charity. Latch charity supports children that have been diagnosed with cancer, which is a truly horrific thing to happen. You know, words can't describe the impact that it has on families, and we really want to do everything that we can to raise money to support such an amazing charity. Throughout the stream, you'll see the link has been posted in the chat, so if you can, we really appreciate that you donate, and if you can't donate, please share the link and the stream as far and wide as you can so that we can rally as much support as we possibly can today. We would really appreciate that. Just to break down, so you'll have had character intros from some of the other characters. So I'm not playing a character, I'm playing every other character. So I'm the Dungeon Master today. I'll be running the full campaign, coming up with the story and sort of initiating and allowing and telling players whether or not they've been successful in the rules and the actions that they want to carry out. So I'm going to be the one sort of overall hosting and making sure that the story stays on track, because we've had evidence that full episodes that we've recorded in the past have ended up with the characters staying in the pub for over an hour. So it's just my job to make sure that the story keeps on track and we keep it really entertaining and light for you guys. Obviously we are going to be carrying out some radio hours in between where we'll be playing some new music, just people getting ready to go out on a Saturday, or people looking for some positive vibes on a Sunday morning. And we do have a quiz at 4 o'clock as well for anyone who's looking to take part. Again, this is a fantastic opportunity for us to really give back to those who need it the most, and this is the perfect sort of chance for us to do that and show that support. So anything that you can donate or share in the stream or sort of raising awareness would be greatly appreciated from all of us, and we hope you really enjoy the stream and you really like it. I'm sure you'll come to love all of the characters as we have over the previous episodes. Just a shout out as well, don't worry if you haven't been able to be here for the full stream. It is 24 hours after all, so we don't expect you to be able to stay the whole time, though it is excellent if you want to join us for that as well. But no, anything that we do on this stream will be recorded and uploaded to YouTube afterwards for anyone who's looking to catch up on anything that they've missed. So that opportunity will be there afterwards. So please don't feel that you can't watch the stream because you've missed a couple of hours. Really, you can jump in at any time. And as the DM, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions, as will the players, just to get everyone up to speed. But it'll be an excellent story, and I can't wait for you to get involved and to view it. So really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to join us today, and this is your Dungeon Master Callum, or if you know me by another name, Maelstrom, out. Welcome back everybody. I'm going to check on my party at the moment, see where they are. If they finish their admin break, then we'll continue into the story. If they haven't however finished their admin break, I will come back and I will give you a little bit of an update and a little sort of inside information on where our story is sort of going next, so you guys can get a bit of a head up on the competition. Not that I'll reveal any of the main points, because I want you guys to find them out as our characters do. So I'm going to just check on them now. Let's see where we are.
I'm hoping so.
Party. How
do I know if that's work though? Because it's not saying it's increased or anything.
Are we good with our admin break, or do we need a bit more time? Bit more. Okay, I'm going to drop down then, and I'm going to give a bit of a talk through to our audience on the next steps now. So just drop me a message when you're ready.
Talk away, Cal. I'll talk away.
I think the talk away is because I normally don't shut up, but there we go. So what's going to happen next? So our party have successfully managed to escape the Sirens' call. With using the ship and their own sort of abilities to come up with a strategy to get around the rocks for those of us who are joining later. Our party have successfully managed to escape the pursuit of the Megalodon, or the giant shark that's been pursuing them. Just to give a bit of a background for those who haven't seen our previous episodes. So originally our characters started in a small village of Palmaflora, which is where our character's backstory for Brant Sar began. As they arrived, the island itself was sunk beneath the waves and came under attack by a tribe known as Sea Horsemen, which are sea creatures from out of the deep. This is where they met Captain Three Earrings, where they were fleeing from the Seahorse in attack on Palmaflora. The island itself sunk beneath the waves. They later found out that Captain Three Earrings had become aware that there was a scepter that was held by the priestess that could be sold to the highest bidder, and that they wanted to recruit them to get involved in their mission to retrieve this scepter from the priestess. In doing so, they found out that they would need to sink beneath the waves and go to Shark Feather Abyss, where they eventually took on the Sea Priestess. The Sea Priestess herself was successfully slain, and the scepter was recovered and taken back to the island of Darktau, or otherwise known as the Revelry's main base of operations. When they successfully came to the Revelry's base of operations, they met the Plank King, who is the leader of the Revelry pirates, Marinus. And Jaden Marinus gave them the objective that they would need to take the scepter, which they had broken without telling anyone, so they'd actually taken the scepter apart beforehand, which had activated the signal, and they were told that they would need to take it to the city of Port Demalia. Our party originally were under the impression that the Clovis Concord, who were the owners of Port Demalia, were slave traders, and that they were corrupt officials that would need to be wiped out and included in their city. They were told this incorrectly. The Clovis Concord are a collection of free city-states that believe in trade, merchantry and culture, and in fact do not operate with a true standing military other than the Zeolith Guard and a mercenary band. They believe in trade and prosperity across all of the free city-states, with Port Demalia acting as the almost de facto capital of their state. The Revelry Pirates were originally part of the Clovis Concord, and being part of the Clovis Concord previously, they broke away after disagreeing with the taxation that was applied by the Clovis Concord on merchantry and trade goods. When they broke away, they began to attack merchant vessels and eventually seized the island of Darktau. When they seized the island of Darktau, Marinus carried out his own mutiny on the then leadership of the Revelry Pirates and seized control. Unfortunately, it seems that Marinus has come under control of the Sea Leviathan Lord known as Uokota, who is entrapped in the signal that they now carry to Port Demalia. But their quest appears to have changed, and so far our party seem to be less inclined to destroy Port Demalia and instead find a way to release the entrapped soul within the gemstone that they carry on board their ship. Will they be successful? Will they destroy Darktau and the Revelry Pirates, or will they join the Clovis Concord? Only our players will be able to know that information. But for now, to break down and let you know, what is Port Demalia? Well, Port Demalia is the jewel of the Menagerie Coast and the original Marquesian colony, and the unofficial capital of free trade outside of the Empire. Port Demalia is a bustling city filled with music, colour and commerce. The massive port hosts ships from all around the world, creating a mismatch of cultures, trades that mingle to form the society of Port Demalia. Trade routes splinter from all other sides of the city to ensure rapid transport of goods to destinations throughout Wildmount and beyond. The city's architecture is varied and inconsistent. The inner wards display their own historical roots or lavish opulence, while the outer wards attempt to combat the slum-like atmosphere with cheap, colourful banners and street buskers. The city has a rolling underbelly of crime, murder and corruption that many say is regrettable but necessary for the city to function. So, our next step takes us towards Port Demalia and its internal streets. And from Port Demalia will we understand the next steps that our characters need to take. Will Ariana find her best friend, who she originally thought imprisoned by the Clovis Concord, only to find out that it may be the Revelry themselves, the very people that she now fights for, that hold her friend hostage? Only time will tell, and we'll find out together as part of the next phase. So for those who are shouting out, I'm going to just shout it out again. Thank you to everyone who has got involved and who has donated so far. So as part of the 24 hours, our original target was for us to raise £500. We are 4 hours 30 minutes in and we have raised £420. It's an incredible figure and it's an incredible result. And I really, really appreciate all of the support that you have provided. We still have a long way to go because we're still going until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So there's a long way to go before the finish yet, and much more storytelling to come. For those of you who are with us, at 4 o'clock UK time, we are going to be carrying out a quiz, which is just a general knowledge quiz. It's not about the D&D session, just to allow some of our characters to have a break and also me to write the next segment of the story. But it'll be a quiz for everyone to get involved in, which will be run by Rogar or Damo. So that'll run from 4 until 5. After that, then we'll move straight back into the story, and then we'll move all the way up until 7 o'clock, where we're doing a radio hour. Now, for those who have been in the chat previously, you will have noticed that I've dropped a Discord link in there, as well as a Spotify link. The Spotify link is for you to be able to add your songs into our collaborative playlist. By adding your songs, we'll be having them on shuffle throughout that hour, so we'll be able to play some music just to allow our characters to have a rest. But please, any questions you have, I have my players in the chat as well. They'll be more than happy to answer any questions. I noticed that they haven't actually messaged me yet, so it seems like they're probably going about and still doing the admin style stuff for going up to level 4, which can be fun in its own right, just getting their characters ready for new abilities. But interestingly enough, they have got a complex dilemma ahead of them at the moment. They have previously, as part of our previous episodes, always seen the Clovis Concord as their enemies, even assisting Captain Three Earrings and her crew in defeating a ship called the Moonbeam and wiping the crew out. So they have defeated and destroyed one of the ships of the Clovis Concord. Will this come back to bite them later? We'll find out. But for now, let's rejoin the players and let's see where they are.
Like classes are starting to come into their own now. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, they
I'm
are.
not a fighter, am I? I'm really not a fighter.
No, you're a fairy.
I've got loads. I got loads of spells, but 8 spells.
Don't complain.
Yeah, just make sure you use them then, innit?
Yeah, no, I got another one. I got aid as well, which is another healing. I've just got loads of healing ones now, like loads. About 5.
Finally.
I feel like you could go through and get some enchanting spells and enchant your hammer and make it even better.
Yeah, I got enhanced ability. So,
Well, you've been wanting to use your fog all game, and you've been rejected every time that you've offered it, so maybe enhance your fog.
I know. I won't be using that anymore. I'll just inflict wounds.
Just inflict wounds with a hammer. Do you want
No, just by touch.
What would be really sadistic is if you beat someone up with your hammer, healed them, and on your next turn beat them up a second time with your hammer.
No, with inflict wounds, I don't have to use a weapon. It's just touch.
There we go then. Okay, so are we all ready to move on to the next segment of our story?
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to share screen to you again so that you've got the Spotify. The reason that I'm sharing Spotify to my players is just so that they get the full sort of impact of it as well. Bear with me.
Yeah, I'm all good to go. I don't get more spells until level 5.
Unfortunate.
That's alright, we'll probably get to level blinking 10 by the time this is finished if we keep doing what we're
Does
doing.
Jan get to level up as well?
Yes, Jan will level up as well, even though he's been asleep below decks for the full time.
Wow.
Just saying. Okay. So the ship cuts its way through the waves, sleek and fast. As you begin to move through the waves and you look forward and ahead, out of the clouds that you can see across the shore, you see them begin to part as an airship begins to move upwards towards the sky and fly off. Looking forward, you notice that it's not just the one airship. Then there's 2, then there's 3, then there's 4, all flying in different directions, their colours bright like a rainbow as they fly through the sky. As you continue to sail forward, you see a plethora of ships, all of different colours, all carrying a sun banner. They move in and out of the port in quick waves, and they keep moving. The ships sleek, but not combat ready. The ships themselves appear to be almost trading vessels with large berths for carrying cargo back and forth. As you move forward, you see on the shore the guardsmen that you met at Broken Bank Isle previously. the Zeolith Guard as they begin to go through their drills on the side on the coastline, marching forward and backwards in phalanx formation. As you come closer, you get a better view of the docks. The docks themselves are brightly coloured and adorned with many different types of architecture. Some stone, some marble, some made of wood with brightly coloured banners and streamers coming down. And as you move towards the dock slowly, you're greeted by cheering, as people can see that your ship has been in trouble, judging by the damage to the top of it. The people of the Clovis Concord and of Port Amalia calls out to you, cheering that you've managed to find a successful port and a safe berth finally. They call up to you as you reach over and look down from the high decks. And you have one final shout. Welcome to Port Amalia, the jewel of the Menagerie Coast.
Hey.
So players, you've made it to the jewel of the Menagerie Coast, known as the Great Trade City and considered to be the capital of the Clovis Concord.
What shops have we got here?
Everything.
Oh, lovely.
The Clovis Concord hold the greatest trade empire that there's ever been. As you look across them, would you like to carry out a perception check? And I'll give you a full update of what you can see.
I'm happy to do a perception check and check out this place, or Grant can, because he's got +6. But...
I got a plus. Do you want me to do it? Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, go for it.
Grant, just a quick one. Can you re-amend your oath? Or your thingy with your feet once you've done it?
What do you mean?
Because I want to try and change my feet.
So you can go back in and change it, yeah, if you're not like 100% on it yet, as long as you've not started using it, sort of thing, because...
No, I haven't. What I'm saying is if I go on there to try and check it, it does... Where do I go to change the feet? Because where I can change the oaths, I'm just looking to see if I can change the feet.
Yeah, we do the same thing.
Okay, so as you...
character and then going through.
As you look out, Grant, across the sort of sprawling masses of the city of Port Amalia, what you end up seeing is a raft of merchant stalls that are moving out as far as the eye can see. And as you see across these merchant stalls as far as the eye can see, you see trade goods being plied back and forth, airships moving in and out, goods being moved back and forth. So this port city is beautiful to the eye, even though it's a mismatch of everything. You can see that there are people of different cultures, different races, but you also notice that the weapons of war are being moved back and forth, with men from the Drendelian Empire and the Kryn dynasty avoiding each other as they amass weapons as they move towards their own separate war fronts. Not only do you see these weapons of war, but you also see a funeral procession taking part with a celebration not far away, which strikes you as odd. Why would you celebrate a funeral? And then you see the ship title and name taken from the hull as the ship title Moonbeam is raised back and forth as people cheer the lost heroes of the Clovis Concord from the ship Moonbeam.
Oh God. Did many of them get away?
None of them.
Oh, that's all right. None of them got away, so that's fine then.
Captain Three Earrings walks over to the main deck. Now you see what we're fighting for. The Clovis Concord and the Revelry weren't all too different. In fact, the Revelry started from the Clovis Concord, if that wasn't something that you were previously aware of. Well, what do you think? Where would you like to go?
I would like to try and find a blacksmith still for my spear. And then he would like to go and get some oil for his joints.
Okay. Absolutely, we can do that. Okay. So.
But he's keeping it. He's walking along and keeping quite a close eye on Zavros at the moment.
Okay, so he's keeping a close eye on Zavros. So Zavros,
Yeah.
what are you going to do?
I'm just slowly sort of moving off the ship, and I'll have a look for a sort of tavern to sit down and see if I can just slowly sip away on a trost.
Okay.
After all that fighting and navigating and everything else, just need some rest.
So as you all begin to walk down the gangplank, landing onto the quayside, as you keep walking down, these citizens of Port Demalia, different races, different types, different creeds, all walk towards you, carrying garlands of flowers and banners that they drape over you, calling you heroes for having survived. Many of them didn't expect any more ships to be coming in other than their trading vessels that have been keeping close to the shore, you understand from the conversations you pick up from the crowd. As you continue to walk forward, two members of the Zaelith Guard walk towards you. Hold. Thank you for taking birth in Port Amalia. State your business, please.
Zavros or Captain. Look towards that one.
Sorry, I'll admit I've just been looking through the feats and stuff again. I didn't get round to picking mine, so that's all done now.
Okay, so they've approached you. How are you going to explain your business here?
We've just been chased by some fucking huge shark thing. We managed to get away by blowing up a couple of barrels around it. We're hoping that we can rest, restock, and just rest more than anything.
Wait. You were chased by the shark. You managed to use some barrels to drive it off? Talk quickly. The shark's been attacking our merchant shipping for some time now, for the last few days. Tell me, what happened?
We blew it up with some gunpowder barrels. He's sunk to the bottom of the ocean. I don't think we're going to see him again, or at least not for a while. We definitely heard it.
Is it dead?
No, we took his fin off his back though.
At this point, the Zaelith guards turn towards each other and nod. Normally we would provide documentation for you to be able to stay here, but after this, you have done a great favour to the Clovis Concord in protecting our shipping. For this, you'll be given safe berth, and we will need to report to the Marquess of Port Demalia to let them know that our shipping may be a little bit safer for now. What of the Sea Serpent? Do you know of the Sea Serpent? It has also been attacking our shipping in much more furious terms.
First we've heard of it. I've got no idea, and I'll be honest, I don't know about the rest of the crew, but I'm pretty shaken up. I just need to get to a tavern and just have a drink and sit down.
Rogar agrees.
Of course. I suggest that you go to the Jewel, the Jewel of Port Demalia. It's the tavern just around the corner. It'll probably be your best bet for anything that you might need and for a short rest to save you travelling too far into the town.
Thank you. And what was your name?
Calden.
Calden.
Do you have a blacksmith around here, Corden?
We do have a blacksmith, yes. It's in the upper quarters. It may take some time to be able to travel there, though, on foot. It's around where the main market stalls are.
Thank you. Achilles will now venture towards the tavern with Zavros.
Just a moment. For those watching, I've just been notified that the stream itself seems to be quite quiet. Does that seem a little bit better now? Can one of you speak, guys, just so we can just check the volume a moment?
Yeah.
Testing 1 2 1 2, right?
Probably too late now at this point, but it should be a little bit better. Can we all hear a bit better now? Anyone who's watching, I know we've got quite a few people in the chat at the moment. Okay. Music is louder, okay. Yeah, there we go. Can you hear me a bit better now? Just sorting out. We knew that there would be technical difficulties. There There we go. Does anyone know where we are on our current total as well? Now that we're coming up to the sort of 5 hour mark of the stream.
420.
420. Okay, very good. So we
That's
just need
80 quid off the target.
We're £80 off our target. Anyone who could donate, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much to everyone who's supported so far. We have got 16 live viewers at the moment. So again, thank you for tuning in and joining us on the stream today. So let's continue. So obviously you can go to the Jewel. Corden has made you aware that there is a blacksmith, but it's in the main sort of port area that you can go to, which is... So, Warforged, if you're looking for a blacksmith, you'll find them at a place called Beaded Alley. That'll be the best location, but it's some distance away from the port. You're better staying around the Larboard Light area and going to the tavern first and then making your way to Bearded Alley. If you need any kind of escort, let us know, please, and we'll transport you to that area.
A discount wouldn't go amiss either if we've helped you out with that shop, my friend.
I'm unfortunately not in any position to provide you with a discount. They do not work off public management. Every sort of shop here is privately owned. It is a commerce capital after all.
I appreciate that. Thank you ever so much.
Like I said, it'd be my pleasure if you need to, for us to provide you with some form of escort should you need it. The streets themselves aren't always the safest, especially if you're going through the alleyways. The myriad are here and they will set people to rob you, so stick together in large groups is my suggestion if you don't take a guard of Zaelith with you.
Are we okay to move to the tavern on a safe route though?
The
from
tavern
here?
itself is only around the corner. You'll have no trouble at all. There is a large enough collection of our guardsmen here that they won't trouble you.
Who's got the item?
So Ariana's actually got the item.
I've got it.
Okay.
Sorry, I just had a parcel delivered and the postman just looked at me in this very strange, weird way. I'm mortified.
I thought I was home and the postman would come and I look like this.
Just like, don't ask.
Okay, so you can obviously go around the corner to the tavern. What do you want to do as a party? Discuss it. What's your plan?
Just to add, he probably some OnlyFans nutcase that's just meeting demands of the clients. They're just like, whoa, what's going on here? Right, okay. I'm up for going to wherever.
Yeah, let's go to the tavern. Have a drink.
I've been feeling for the last 4 hours. I'm going to go find some trost.
Okay, excellent. So as you begin to walk up the slender streets, you begin to look over towards the architecture. The buildings themselves are well maintained and well looked after. And as you're walking up the main street where these buildings are quite narrowly placed together, across the sort of tops of the buildings, lines have been thrown up with multicoloured banners that are hanging down of reds and blues and greens and yellows. You see, as you're walking, the flags are hung from windows of a sun against an azure ocean as it hangs down from many windows. You begin to assume that this is the symbol itself of the Clovis Concord. As you're walking along, you see many stalls where food is being traded and gold coins are being passed across, and everyone seems to be in an amicable manner. So many people are sort of trading and looking after each other, and you can tell that there seems to be a bustling life centre here, and there are many people live here. So as you round the corner, you come across the jewel that you've been told about, quite literally because a jewel sign hangs above the doorway, so you can only assume that must be correct. The doorway itself is a large oaken arch built into a stone cobbled wall. The building itself is 3 stories with many glass windows along the side, and as you pass the windows and look inside, you can hear that there's a lot of merriment that is taking place, and there are many drinks being had, as well as some performers entertaining as well. As you push the oaken door open, you're hit at once with this smell of trost and mead and almost cooked and crackling pork. The warmth of the room is inviting as you begin to walk in and take a look around, seeing many merchants and business deals taking place. And for Zavros, you can see many gambling games taking place across tables in the far corner as well. You walk towards the main counter, again made of a solid oak, polished and looks beautifully decorated and adorned with ships travelling across the sea and perfect miniatures along the side. As you walk up, you're greeted by a barman. Welcome everybody to my bar. How can I help you today? This is the Jewel, and I'm assuming you're going to want some kind of drinks. You look weary, travellers.
I'm
got
knackered.
I want the fairy drink.
The fairy drink?
Yeah, the fairy drink we had last time.
The fairy drink? You mean the fairy fireball?
Yeah, that one.
Oh, we
Yeah,
haven't
yeah,
had
yeah.
a fairy in these parts for some time. We don't have the ingredients to be able to create it, unfortunately. We do have the cinnamon, but we don't have the fairy dust, I'm afraid.
Right.
But you are a fairy, you can provide the fairy dust, so if you want
How do I do that?
Rogar, you did this before. You sort this out.
Rogar just goes over and gently picks up Ariana, rubs her wings. All the dust flops onto the bar, and they go, there we go.
Thank you. That's ample supply for us to be able to create some fairy fireball. My name is Donar as well, just to let you know, and I'll be your host for today. Thank you for taking the time to join us here. So again, thank you. Once again, what would you like? So we've got one fairy fireball. You, the big green half orc, what can I get for you?
You have any Trost?
We do have Trost. Do you want Trost?
I'll take 2.
You'll take 2. Good man. I'm guessing that you'll probably want 3 or 4 later, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your name, please?
Bellamac.
Bellimac, okay. And you want 2 Trost. And then I'll put an infinite symbol next to it, because I'm assuming you're going to drink until you can't stand up.
Rogar's just going to look to everyone and go, we doing rounds or...
Rogar's being treated by deathly science, it seems. Hi there, Rogar. My name is Donar. What is it that I can get for you?
I'm good. I just want the strongest stuff you've got, please.
Okay, not a problem at all. So I shall give you 2 extra strength Trost. Okay. Zavros, I believe it is. I heard your name mentioned previously. What was it you'd like?
Yeah, I'll take a couple of those Trost as well.
2 as well, yes?
Yeah, that's right. Is this a smoking establishment?
You can certainly smoke in my establishment as long as you don't set the place on fire, in which case I expect you to pay for the damages.
Rogar just looks around as smoke comes out of his nostrils and just shrugs his shoulders and thinks, wow, tough shit, really.
And he looks over to you at that point, Rogar. That might be a slight problem. If I'm correct, Fairy Fireball calls Hiccupin. Please, you fairy, please do not give him any of the Fairy Fireball. I do not want him hiccuping flames all over my counters. It's not good for business, I assure you.
Okay, deal.
You, big thing with a hammer. What's your name?
Brant.
Brant? What can I get you, Brant?
What have you got in terms of powerful fruity flavoured drinks?
Oh, you like a fruity flavoured drink, is it? Okay. Okay, not a problem at all. I can get you some form of cocktail. Is that what you want? What am I talking about? Of course you want a cocktail. I'll get you 2.
Get me 3.
3? Well, if you expect to walk out of here, not a problem. 3 it is. The scary one with the eye patch that somehow has disappeared off his head and now has a red bandana. What does he want and what's his name?
I don't think you have the types of drinks that I would like.
What is the drink that you would like?
Not something they serve me at the bar.
Well, I mean, if it's a special occasion, I'm sure that we might have something in the cellar.
I would severely hope not.
Well, you never know. We are a pretty good establishment after all. We get people in of all types.
No, it's okay. I'll probably take a wander around later and I'll find the drink I'm looking for.
Well, I'm sorry that we haven't been able to convince you for a drink. Can I trouble you for anything to eat then instead?
No, I'm okay.
Man of acquired tastes, I understand. Not a problem at all. The Warforged over there that seems to have the power supply problem, I'm assuming that he isn't going to have a drink. Or do you want some oil?
If you've got oil, that would be great, yeah.
It was a joke, I don't have oil.
Oh. or maybe
Ha
some
ha.
wax. Maybe some wax to buff the armor.
Some wax? Oh, I've got some pig fat that you could potentially use off the roast if that's something that you want to use.
I'll pass, thank you.
You try to help everyone. Everybody's a critic. So let me read the order back. So Ariana, the fairy thing over there that's just giving me the ingredient. I'm assuming that Ariana is looking for at least 2 fairy fireballs. Bellimac there, the big green thing, wants some Trost. 2 to be specific, though I have put an infinite symbol against it because I know what you half-orcs are like. Rogar, the fire-breathing one, he's not to have any fairy fireball in my establishment, but he can have 2 of the extra strong Trost. Zavros, you also want 2 Trost. Brant, you want 3 fruity cocktails. Whatever floats your boat. And Damphia thingy there, the Captain Soul, Captain whatever your name is, you've got a red thing across your head. You don't want anything because you're a man of acquired taste, and my establishment apparently doesn't provide for you. And Achilles wants some oil, though I don't have any oil.
Are you going to bring those over to the table, Barkeep?
Do I look like a maid?
Or will someone bring them over to the table?
I'm joking, of course I'll bring them across to the table for you, not a problem at all. You want to go and sit yourself on table 63 over there, just by the stage where the performers are set.
As we're walking off, I'll nudge Captain Sylvester, and underneath my shield will be the arm of the navigator. It'd be like,
are you going to accept it, Captain Sylvester?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay, so you've taken the arm, yeah? Okay, so what the arm of the navigator, you've sort of taken the hand off, so it just doesn't look like a hand at the moment. It looks like some kind of rib of something, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So you take that over with you. So as you walk over to the table and take your seats and your stools around you sort of slump down into the stools after long combat. You've been on the run and fighting now all the way since Palma Flora, where the island sunk, without any chance to really rest and take into account exactly what's happened. Now's your chance to sit there and talk as characters about what you feel has happened, your backstory, because as Ariana's mentioned, even though you spent hours and hours fighting alongside each other, you still don't really know each other.
I want to ask Zavros why you went all quiet on the boat all of a sudden.
What I was going to say is, I'm going to hang back with the barkeep to ask him how much everything's going to cost in terms of that round.
Okay, yeah. So as you hang back and you speak to the barkeep about everything that's going to cost, well, I can run it up on a tab for you. And the Zaelith guards walked by and said that you were the crew that took out the shark fin. To be honest with you, it will help my trade, to be fair, so I don't mind running it up on a tab. You don't have to pay immediately, but comes to about 15 gold pieces for all of the drinks that you've ordered, and the service, of course, and you can go up to the food at any time and take anything that you might want from there.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'll chuck in 20 gold then.
Excellent, thank you.
And then, when I think no one's looking... No, I won't do that, because I changed my mind on it. Yeah, no, I changed my mind on that one. Alright, cool, yeah. I'll just make my way back over to the table, sit down with the drinks, and just start slowly drinking.
Okay, so Achilles, you've now got the opportunity to ask Zavros your question.
Is everything okay, Zavros?
Yeah, everything's fine. Just need that time to sit down, have a drink, put the comb through my beard. Just need that bit of time.
What happened on the boat? You went very quiet at the mention.
Whoa! What did I tell you about the thing, the lizard thing? Rogar, is it? What did I tell you about breathing fire in my establishment?
It's all good. No fire. I got total control over it. I'm not touching any of the phase drinks, so you're good.
No fire.
No fire. You're good.
Watching you.
Sorry, Achilles. What was that?
I was like, you went quiet over the mention of some sort of statue at the start when Captain Three Ings was talking. Awesome.
Yeah, it was just all that information, the whole Ukatoa thing and Deseret and yeah, it was just a lot of information. And obviously we fought the priestess and they were saying about that Ukatoa and fuck it, it's probably about time to say. So remember we were fighting the priestess and I said that I'd go into it at a later time, but they don't give that sort of power for nothing. There's always something else that they want. So I got my power because something came to me in my dreams and offered that power. When I was younger, there was a big stormy night. I just remember my father left with his sword and shield, and a few weeks later it come back broken. And since then, my uncle took care of me, my two little brothers, and my mother. And every time that I tried to approach them on the subject of what happened to my father, they would shut me down. And it was only one night when I was in bed, this sort of big phoenix came to me in my dreams, and I remember them saying Ukatoa had the three amber eyes, and this phoenix had three onyx eyes. They haven't said that what they want or anything like that, just that if they do me a favour, I'll owe them a favour. And being young and stupid, I sort of took them up on that offer. I had to try and go help find my father. So I'm just wondering, this Ukatoa releasing Krakens and stuff, what they're going to ask me to release or do for them, really.
I understand. The story sounds as it was a noble to begin with, though, as it was going after your father. So you should hold no fear of what you've done there.
Yeah, I mean, being younger, I probably didn't use all that power in the right way. So I like to gamble. I kind of had something in my back pocket to help me with that power, sort of changing cards or dice to look the way that I needed them to look in order to win. And the whole reason why I was on Palma Flora was because I was kind of hiding from someone that I shouldn't have tricked. Sorry to bring all this to you guys, but at some point we may run into a powerful mage that's trying to kill me. So there's that to contend with too.
I understand.
Well, we've been through quite enough already that we're going to be with you for that bit as well.
Yeah, nothing we can't handle.
We'll stand by you.
Yeah, death is no stranger on my journey either, so I'm fine with that.
It's just what this Phoenix wants from me is just sort of troubling me, really.
What does he want?
I don't know.
Okay.
Not said. I heard the name Deseret in one of the dreams and couldn't really remember that until the conversation on the boat, which is kind of why I went quiet, where they were trying to help Ukatoa at some point, and then I don't know whether that's going to be the case again or whether Deseret wants to be freed and what that's going to do to the world and everything else. But if it can give me this power, it can definitely take away the power, and if it can take away the power, maybe it can just take me away. I don't know.
We take each day that comes.
Cross that bridge when it comes.
I'll just finish off one of the trusts, put it down, and then start drinking the other.
Okay, so as you slam the tross down onto the desk, obviously the barkeep notices this and moves over and immediately plants another one to replace the one you've already got. So there's now two prosts in front of you. as you do this, a performer begins to move up on stage. It was a human carrying a lute. And the human takes a seat and begins to look across and begins to sing out a sorrowful song that goes like this. Where once the waters rolled calmly by, where ocean's heart did sing, they stalked a lass with a hungry eye, and claws that grasp and ring. With lantern lure of a glimmer pots, with treasure in their eyes, below they swam to the gold they thought would await them as their prize. Yet each of them went to surely die, their graves to not be found, for the Schiller and a hungry eye collects the lost and drowned. And then he continues to play on the lute. At the same time, food is brought over to your table for you.
What food we got?
So the food that's been brought over to your table is crackling and pork that's been put onto your desk. He sort of eyes up the food that's on Captain Sylvester's plate as if he's trying to recognise what it is but doesn't quite. In addition to that, things like vegetables, bowls of carrots and things like that are also dropped onto the table for you as well.
I push my plate aside and ask if you've got any seafood.
I mean, we have some seafood, if that's what you're looking for. I'll go and get you some seafood now.
Do you only eat fish, Brant?
Yes.
Might
Yes.
explain why he came from Palmaflora. Okay, so as the barkeep walks over and he comes back, we go our finest fish dish with a seaweed salad next to it. I hope you enjoy.
Any luck on finding that oil? Yeah.
Oh, you're the Warforged, aren't you? You're looking for the oil, aren't you? Funny enough, actually, I had someone run down to the docks and get some for you, so here's some oil. He actually hands over a bit of oil for you. Let it not be said, the Jewel is the best establishment that there is.
Just starts greasing his groin after all that running on the ship.
You can see a metallic clanking and just rust falling off everywhere. So what's your aim then as a party now? What's your next steps? You've got to Port Amalia. You have the signal with you that Ariana's holding on to. It doesn't appear to be pulsing now that you're on land.
Hello. So we're trying to find someone here to dispel it. Okay.
Yeah, to break that magical connection and then sort of go from there, really, isn't it? Try and find Ariana's friend. Question around that as well, so it might be worth us trying to find some sort of mage.
Okay.
Or wizard or whatever else.
Any other people where we are at the moment?
Are there any other people where you are at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the tavern is absolutely full to bursting. So there's performers, there's people transacting on accounts, there's loads of people in the tavern.
Can I do like a whip around, do sleight of hand, and just see what I can collect from them?
You can, yeah.
I will join
Am I ready?
you on that as well.
What?
I will join you. I will join you on that request.
So I'm going to do a sleight of hand check.
Brant, you need to do one as well.
9.
It's actually a
What's
1. It's actually a 1, Jess. It's just it was a.
It's a really bad one.
Okay.
A 1 and a 2.
So as you begin to move out of the sort of area and move around the desk, you're trying to do sleight of hand, but you're being watched the whole time by two members of the Zaelith Guard that are sitting by the doorway. So as Ariana begins to move forward with Brant sort of not so sneakily following behind her, Ariana waits for a couple of card players to look away, and then she swipes a couple of the coins off the desk. The Zaelith Guard watch her do this. Brant walks forward, they're playing cards, and Brant just takes them off the desk in front of them, puts him in his pocket, and begins to walk away. At this point, the Zaelith Guards approach and tell you both to halt. Halt! We've watched that. Hand over any of the confiscated goods that you provided now. Do it now.
Oh, I hand it over.
So hand it over. You big thing with the hammer. Goods, now.
Yeah.
As you hand it over, you both issued fine notices of 30 gold pieces for stealing in the city of the Clovis Concord. Your choice is to pay the fine immediately, or you will be sent to prison.
Oh, pay it now, pay it now, pay it now.
Hand it over.
Yeah, you go.
I would personally be saying, Zavros, that 100 gold we were supposed to use when we came in, might come in handy now.
You should make them donate on the Just Giving page.
Your fines are payable to the Just Giving page of £30. No, 30 gold each.
Yeah, I've just done it.
Excellent.
So while that's kicking off, obviously, they're blinking robbing funds and whatever. I just say to Achilles, I'll just say, so Metal Man, Achilles, I like you. Where'd you come from?
Oh God, I gotta get my notes up now.
Habaduke.
DM
whispering Habaduke.
So I was just gonna say I come from a far, far away of Huppaduke many years ago.
I've never seen your kind before. Usually I'm the strange one, but you're even stranger.
If 9 times out of 10 in my previous life, if you saw me and my kind, you were around for much longer.
Interesting. So I like your fighting style, and I like the fact that we tend to be side by side. So yeah, I'll have your back, no problem at all.
I appreciate that. Rogar. It's been a long time since I've found some partners, some allies to fight alongside with such ferocity.
What have you
At
been
this
doing?
point, the barkeep goes to forget. He's doing it again! Tell him to stop breathing fire all over my establishment.
Is anything on fire at this moment in time?
The candles are lit. There are things on fire in here, and he's blowing smoke everywhere. Not good for your health.
I'm a warforged. I don't have lungs.
Yeah, so what have you been up to up until the point that you come across us on the island?
For the past few years, I've been wandering all over looking for members of the Kring dynasty.
Interesting. Quite a bunch of strange people that we've got, but we seem to be working together as a party, which is awesome.
This party, I'm hoping will get me closer to the feats that I want to try and understand a bit more about the loss of my former allies. So these are the first people that I've kind of connected with to understand the true bond that's actually slowly starting to form for us. Despite the fact that every opportunity they are trying to get us in trouble, we do work well as a team currently.
Yeah, we work well as a team and poorly as individuals.
So poorly as individuals, so poorly.
Is this directed towards Ariana and Brandt by any chance?
There is no direction. It's just an overall terrible individual people working well together.
But what happened to your last group then, Achilles?
Achilles kind of looks deep. As you've opened up, Zavros, I feel it's only fair that I am honest with everyone here. I was a part of a very well-organized core unit of 6 other individuals. Well, 5 other individuals. And we were part of the Western. I'm going to struggle with it. Is it Wenandia Army?
Wynandir, yeah, Wynandir, is it?
Yeah, no, then Dalian Empire.
Mm-hmm.
So we would go on unique missions sent by the Vendalian Empire. My creator, Korbar, was their chief engineer in Warforged capabilities. So he was obsessed with perfection to create the perfect soldier, and it's tough to talk about the pains that we went through on a mission a long time ago that we got issued. We all of a sudden were attacked, and I was leading the front, and all of a sudden I was powered down, and next thing I woke up and everyone was gone with chaos all around us.
Was that part of the Righteous brand, the army, was that, or?
I could not tell you. We were what do you mean what I was part of, or do you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, well we were kind of, again, we didn't work directly with the Empire. We were done on secret missions to go off and help the Vendalian Empire overall. So there was 6 of us in all, and each with their individual own area. As I said, we were built to perfection. It was originally tasked, this army would be 10,000 strong, but only 6 made it through the actual trials themselves, myself being the last.
You say that you
it's a very sensitive subject to go into, if I'm honest, but by all means feel free to.
Do you know where it was that you woke up? Like where this battle was, or?
We were just on the way back from going back into Hubbadook from a mission, so we were going back to our home from Hubbadook. We were very close.
Ambushed or something, was that?
Again, I was leading the way with my toe, and everything went black, and I was crawled up from the door 6 weeks later.
Wow.
Yeah, and all that was left to remains was my spear and my shield.
What's your main goal now? Just getting back to Hubbadook, or?
Well, for me, I aren't the only people that were ever aware of us Kryn Dynasty. So for me, it's finding out what's going on. They must be at cause, and they need to pay. And if I have to do this on my own, I will do. But the magic to take me, but for me to go down like that must take some incredibly strong magic. Hence my complete disgust for it.
Oh, maybe I can talk to that Deseret and get even more powerful, and we can all help each other out.
I appreciate the offer.
As you're talking, Captain Three Earrings walks into the tavern, sort of looks around briskly, trying to spot you before she catches Zavros leaning back in his chair, speaking to Achilles. As she spots you, she begins to walk over and takes a seat with a drink of her own. I have news for you all. We're going to stay here for some time, but I've managed to use the 100 gold that was provided to us to arrange a meeting with the Marquis Elisa Lapidus. It seems that she may need us. There seems to be a myriad problem here in Port Demalia that she has some use of us to take care of. We have a meeting not too long from now, but it'll give us a chance to rest up and prepare ourselves first. So, best hats on. We're going to see the head of the whole Clovis Concord.
Is this another friend of yours, Three Earrings, or?
It's hard to say. We don't really do friends in our line of work, do we, Captain Sylvester? We sort of do acquaintances.
It's on mute.
Nope, he's on mute.
Yeah.
We simply do acquaintances in our line of work. I've managed to grease some palms and get us a meeting. However, it's going to be quite a difficult meeting, I'm not going to lie to you. We kind of didn't achieve our objective that was provided by the Clovis Concord, so if you thought the Mariners dressed me down and sent me off on your ship, just wait until we meet the Marquis. I've only met her once myself, and it was under slightly different circumstances, shall we say. And by slightly different circumstances, it's back when I wholeheartedly supported Marinus and the revelry, and she attacked my ship.
So she doesn't seem like the most trustworthy person to meet off the bat.
No, I deserved it.
One of those acquaintances.
Yeah, it's one of those that are sort of mutually beneficial, except that I've not been beneficial, and it's not very mutual.
I'd like to know a bit more about what Captain Sylvester's trying to do with again, I might have missed half the conversation. I'll bring me to speed, but what's your end goal in this, Captain?
So my angle is purely to take down the current revelry and Plant King by any means necessary.
Has that changed? No.
It's been the same ever since I left the revelry.
Well, no, Captain Sylvester, we're both part of the revelry, technically. Or at least until Paige tells us that we're not. But I don't know how we're going to get contacted by Paige when we don't stay in one place for more than 2 seconds. I am concerned, though. She'll probably understand that the plan's gone awry. And, well, Marinus isn't known for his mercy when he decides to be ruthless. Jovial when he wants to be, but merciless when he decides to be as well. We can only hope that those members of the mutiny that joined us continue to support us.
So after we resolve this issue with the stone, are you going to be continuing with us to help Ariana's friend?
Unfortunately not. Once we have taken down the current ruling class of the revelry, there'll need to be a new ruling class. Myself, Captain Sylvester, will support Elison Page as she takes over, and during that time we'll support her with gaining control of the revelry and cementing that control. Hopefully we can bring a lasting peace with the Clovis Concord, and by lasting peace I mean that we don't fight too hard over the trading vessels and they don't get too fed up with us.
Interesting. Is that what you're going to be doing, Captain Sylvester?
That's the plan for now.
That's the plan for now.
Forgive Captain Sylvester, he's a man of very little words.
I can tell, and I appreciate that.
Ariana, you should know that the Marquis may have information on your best friend.
How do we get there?
We plan to visit there in a little over an hour and a half's time, giving us a chance to be able to rest up and prepare. So we do plan to visit the Marquis. The only concern that we have is that the city is infested with agents belonging to both the revelry and the criminal dynasty that may have taken her. It's of great concern.
You just need to be careful.
Well, naturally, we're in a city that, may see us as revelry. I'm assuming you've seen the funeral procession for the Moonbeam crew.
Yeah.
And I'll assume you remember that we smashed part of them to pieces on my ship. Yes.
Guys, myself.
Technically speaking, we just defended ourselves and the shark took down the ship.
That's very true.
Technically speaking, you would be right, but technicalities don't really exist when someone's pointing a spear at your throat and telling you that you killed the crew of the Moonbeam.
Well, we'll leave that part out then.
We'll leave that part out. So, if we're all concerned, the Seahorse killed them, yes?
Yeah.
Yep.
Excellent, excellent.
I was going to suggest the shark.
Yeah, Seahorse came onto our ship. We were defending. Clovis Concord boarded to try and help us. Unfortunately, they perished, and we managed to get away.
I like this alibi. Something tells me that you as adventurers have come up with alibis like this before. Makes me trust you even less.
Let's just say I've had to run from a few taverns and gambling halls.
Very true. I'm surprised you're not over there gambling at the moment, Zavros.
I'm keeping my eye on the high rollers, don't worry.
So, you're going in for a large bet? Bet all of your money on a single roll? Might get double or nothing.
I'll see how they're playing and whether they're playing fair or my version of fair.
Well, the one over in the corner over there, he's won his last 4 rolls on the bounce. All 4 of the rolls have landed on an exact 18 when he's rolled it, giving him advantage in the dice game. Curious. Always an 18. I wonder, what would happen if someone rolled a 19 or a 20 against him? Of course, you don't have the dice that would be able to roll a 19 or a 20 consistently, do you, Zavros?
I mean, I've got dice and I've got ways of rolling a 19 or a 20, and I'll take the dice out of my pocket, and as I roll it across the table, I'll cast Minor Illusion so that it shows a 20 on the top of the dice.
Interesting. Fancy making some money, Zavros?
Right now,
We've
I'm
got
just
more.
sitting and talking with some friends.
We've got more important things to worry about. We've already lost 60 gold for 2 other. We've lost 60 gold from 2 others at this moment in time.
Your money, is it? I wouldn't worry about it.
Forgive me, you've actually lost
Yeah, but it's
100.
our reputation.
Forgive me, you've actually lost 100 gold because I needed to bribe the Zaelith Guard to get that meeting with the Marquis. I simply wish to recuperate our losses.
There's no losses. That was given to us for that specific purpose.
Try.
Well,
And we can always come back to the duel later.
Yeah, you can always steal from someone else. Don't worry about it.
Very well.
Yeah, in a different area.
Does your friend do a lot of pickpocketing as well, Ariana?
Potentially, yeah, maybe.
Yes, the fairy in Alexandria isn't something that tends to be seen often. This is why I have a feeling that the Marquis is going to have information that the Myriad may have taken them, and where they held them as well. Do you know much about the land and the area around which we fight?
No.
No, we don't.
Well. The city itself that we currently exist in Port Amalia is on the Menagerie coast. The city itself is surrounded by dense jungle. Easy for myriad men and covert agents to move between the trees, unseen. Most of the people of the Clovis Concord will take airships between the other 3 cities. Safer than travelling on water, I assure you, especially in the current circumstances. But you should know that the Clovis Concord's fleets have come under heavy attack by the shark that we somehow managed to injure. But not just by the shark, but by the serpent of Okatoa as well. You should know that the Dwendalian Empire and the Kryn dynasty are now at war as well. While we've been sailing the Menagerie coast, war has broken out on the continent. I'm assuming this is news to you?
Who's at war with the Qin dynasty?
The Dwendalian Empire.
Didn't understand that, but yeah, brilliant.
Essentially, the Kryn dynasty at the moment and the Dwendalian Empire are vying for control of the Free City-States. They are hosting lavish balls in honour of the Marquis. Whoever controls the Clovis Concord's trade routes will have the greatest share of funds and profit in the war, as well as secure their supply lines. No army can march without them, of course.
Achilles slams his fist down on the table and is like, they cannot win that war.
Forgive me, Achilles, I'm assuming you mean the Kryn dynasty can't win that war?
Of course I mean the Qin dynasty, you idiot! And kind of like starts raging out.
Isn't your best friend Balamak of the Kryn dynasty?
Is he?
Balamak? I'm sure you would have something to say about this.
Sorry, I'm in. Yes, I am part of the dynasty. I am part of the empire, yes.
Where are you from, Balamak?
How has this just come to light? I've been on about that for like four of these sessions now.
Sorry, I was getting distracted. One sec. I do apologise.
Sound like you're using your advisor voice, Hat. I do apologise.
I think I've fought the Qin dynasty like 6 times, and Harry's just been there like, yeah, okay, good.
You hate
Yeah,
white people.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Too interested in his crust at the moment.
Sorry. So no, I'm from the city of Rexcentrum.
Rex,
within the Zen.
Centrum.
What's that?
Rex, you Centrum.
Rexcentrum, yes. It's a city within the Zemni Fields, within the Western Windandia, part of the Great Dendalian Empire.
So he's actually on your side, Achilles. He's not actually Kryn dynasty.
Oh, brilliant. Okay.
I've had too much trough, so my mind's elsewhere.
I was about to flip a table. I was going all Monopoly on him.
You can still flip the table, but I'd still be sat down.
Rexcentrum isn't too far off from where I grew up, which was Dravenlode. Again, in the Zemni Fields, and is where my last poker game was actually in Rexcentrum. So I'm just studying Balamak to, not that I've seen any magic from him, but just seeing if he's got anything like up his arms, like crystals or weird tattoos or anything like that might give him any sort of magical ability.
You obviously notice this, Balamak, and I want you to sort of think and pretend. Can you wind him up here?
Who's that? Wind up?
Zavros.
Not giving anything away. I'm just like looking to see if he's got anything there. Well, I'm just like side eyeing him out of my point.
Just gonna start waving my hand over my trust. Start like.
So waving your hand over your trust.
Yeah.
You stop halfway, slam your hand on the table, down it in one, and then
it's gone. Magic.
Pretty magic. Excellent. So, just want to shout out where we're getting close now. So we've got another 25 minutes, and we'll be taking part in the our charity quiz, which will be run by Rogar. Can we just have a shout out from you, Rogar?
Yo. Well, Demo's going to be running it. Rogar ain't going to be running it.
Demo's going to be running it.
He can take his mask off.
Yeah, so
I don't feel he should. I feel that he should put his glasses on the mask when he's doing the quiz.
And hold the papers up as well.
Yeah, for those that haven't seen this is what an intellectual Dragonborn looks like.
Oh wow!
Do you slide them down your snout when you're gonna read something?
Yeah. Honestly, my hand-eye coordination's gone out the windows. Yes. What was it? Yes.
Someone take a screenshot, please.
It's recorded, all of it's recorded. Which is a good time to shout out and say thank you to everyone who's donated so far and who's tuned into the live stream. Thank you everyone for joining us. We're doing this for Latch charity. So again, it's an amazing cause to support the family of those children that have been diagnosed with cancer, which is truly horrific and can have a massive impact on families and just in life in general. So we just want to shout out to everyone who's taken the time to donate. Are we still in the same place that we were at the moment, or have we made any moves?
420, yeah, just checked for 420.
420. 420. Fair enough. Right, okay.
Great news, guys.
It's a good number to be at.
It is a good number to be at. We'll take that.
God.
At this point, the barkeep comes over to you again. Well, everyone, can I interest you in any more drinks? Ariana, you've had the 2 fairy fireballs, I believe. Bellimac, you've had 2 Trost, though I see no more Trost on your table. Do you want more Trost?
Aye.
Silly question, you're a half-orc. Rogar.
Oh my God.
Dragonborn in black.
He looks like a poor NFT.
It seems that your friend has had enough Trost. I may cross him off. I don't know where the glasses came from. Zavros, will you be looking for more Trost?
Yeah, keep them coming. If you got any rum too, being in the port.
Oh,
Have a couple
make
rum.
that 2 rum. I will have on the rum now.
You want the rum? The cocktail's not
Yeah,
good enough
on the
for
rum.
you?
Just bring the bottle. The bottle.
No. I need to understand. Well, the cocktail's not good enough for you.
No.
No, I also like fruity drinks and I like a rum as well.
Questionable individual. Aren't you the one that was trying to rob someone earlier?
It's misunderstanding.
I think this is the perfect time for me to get a round of shots and use Damo's money that I stole. I think the round.
When did you nick my money, you thief? Oh, before.
Episode 1 or 2.
On it.
Very
yeah,
first have a shot of rum then.
Okay, yeah. So a round of shots for all of you, and I'm assuming this is of rum or of something of a stronger quality.
What other ones we got? Because I'm not really a fan of rum.
Well, I do have something. Ooh, yes, I'll get that for you. That's so.
Ooh, come from the zoo.
So I'll set the drinks on the table and stuff. I'll go in my back burner, my pocket, and I'll pull out the signet ring that I have, and I'll ask the table, does anyone recognise this?
Oh, hang on a minute.
Ooh.
What's the signet ring look like?
So basically, I'll run my backstory a little bit. So
Barman comes over and drops the shots for you before you go into the backstory.
Okay. So I hail from Semney Fields, Western Wynadar. And basically, as far as I was aware, that everything was all cushy. I was working on farmland and all the rest of it. Father died in battle. You know, everything's going normal. There's a bit of an oddball that hails from my town called Odo. He's a bit of an idiot, but he's always said that I wasn't who I thought I was. And then one day I was given a letter that basically said that I hail from some noble birth with a signet ring and money to secure travel across to wherever. So I'm asking you lot, do you recognise what the signet ring is?
What's the symbol look like?
Pats?
I mean, it's
What's it look like, Cal?
Can I do a history check?
It's your creation, isn't it?
Oh,
The signet ring is 2 crossed arrows with an owl supplanted on top with red colouring.
So it's 2 crossed arrows, with a thingy with red across the top, whatever it is. What he said.
Where did you find it from?
I got given it.
Where do you find it?
So they said that this ring, and I needed the money to secure safe travel. So I need to find out where it's from.
I do not recognise it.
Can I roll a history check to see whether I've seen Rogar around before and if I recognise the ring at all?
You can,
I was also going to do that.
Yeah, same.
Oh, should we all do it then?
Is it history or religion? Do you think it's religious?
Oh, I mean, the guy's got a natural. He got a crit, a natural 20.
Who got a crit?
Me.
Zavros, he knows everything about it.
Game over. That's my story then.
That's it, you're done. There's the mystery gone.
Hey.
It's only really if I've known about you previously, or at least a Dragonborn family, and if I know anything around the signet.
Yeah, because Grant's from my area. Achilles is from the eastern part. Did you say eastern Canada?
Western.
Western, so you're not far from me, but I've never seen you before.
I told you wouldn't have seen me unless you were going to die.
Okay, so investigating it, Zavros, you have encountered this ring before. As of you all recognise the ring and the signet that's on there because it is the signet of the Dwendalian Empire. So the signet ring itself is of Dwendalian Empire, but there's a small change in it where the arrows are facing upwards towards the owl, and the owl itself doesn't have spread wings, it's stood instead, so it's slightly different design. So you recognise the colour scheme, and you recognise that it's arrows instead of feathers. You believe that the ring itself, Zavros, from your own understanding, is that of Prime Arbiter Sindok Truscan's family.
Aren't these the guys that are fighting the Quinn Dynasty now?
So,
Yeah, say the name again.
The Prime Arbiter Sidnok Truscan.
Arbiter Sidnok Truscan. Alright, okay.
The Trillium Empire is the one fighting the Quinn Dynasty.
Dwendalian Empire are the ones fighting the Kryn Dynasty, yes.
Huh.
And the Righteous Brand are like their main military.
And Achilles kind of just goes, ha! And we've got their royal blood here, and smack him on the back.
Is that a good thing, yeah?
No.
Well.
Because he's not royal blood.
No, all I'm saying is, yeah. But, yeah, so either way, I've just been trying to find out what's what. Obviously, I'm quite trained in the arts of fighting. I'm quite skilled and all the rest of it. I've got family back home, so a mother and my younger brother. I've got this idiot that keeps, coming round. But he was harassing me all the time, saying I wasn't who I was, but I never believed him. We just thought he was the village idiot.
Okay. So this is the information. This is the information that you remembered, Zavros. So the information you remember on Prime Arbiter Sidnok Truscan. The Truscan family are long-time allies of the Dwendalian bloodline, and Sidnok managed to advance his family's influence within the Empire above most other noble houses, rising to become the Prime Arbiter of Rexentrum. Signet has final say on all matters of law that do not require the king's attention. He's a brutal man with a grudge against religious empowerment. Signet is constantly attempting to sniff out corruption within the approved structure of worship within the Empire. His estranged daughter, Lydia, disagrees with his methods and has moved away. You, Rogar, are the son of Lydia.
Okay. So surely I should make a note of that. The son of who? Lydia.
Lydia.
What, female or male?
Female.
Oh, so she's not my mum. I thought it was my dad.
Nope.
Lydia.
You have been lied to, and therefore the man that pursues you, Odo, has been correct all this time.
Odo.
Okay. But either way, like I said, I'm in no rush. I do want to find out what's what, but also I'm all about the greater good. So, and I'm fully aware that this is about the greater good and supporting. You lot are a good bunch of people, so you've got my spear, my lance.
It sounds like the Truscan family. So, brutal man against religious, what?
So, religious empowerment.
And sniffs out corruption.
No, he searches for corruption in religious structures. Brutal man.
Matt, you look like Spider-Man having a rest.
My ass has fallen asleep.
Yeah, that's one thing that we got to be careful. Just make sure we get up and wander around over a period of time. None of us want a DVT, do we?
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
blast with the quiz.
yeah, that's Rogar's opportunity. So with the last bit of time that we have left now, do you want to stay in the tavern, or are you looking to exit and start making your way?
I want to go into a bit more. I want to go into. We've all kind of had a nice little chat around each other's backstory. The only one we want to talk. I want to talk to now is Brant, the blood crazed cleric.
So as we know, I settled down in Parma, Flora, which unfortunately is no more. I never knew my mum. However, my dad left when I was young. I don't tend to like to talk about it. In relation to my dad, he was Joseph Sarr. He left long ago for reasons I don't really understand or know. Before he left, he did make a promise that he would return in my greatest hour of need.
Ooh.
And I hold on to that.
So
What this
where was he when we was in that battle then, and he was on your ass?
Say that again.
Where was he in our last battle when he was on your ass?
Yeah, well, I thought that was the moment he would appear.
Consider that your moment of greatest need may not have even passed yet.
And sorrow.
True.
I've got
no brothers and sisters. And I want to know if anyone, as we're showing items, I want to know if anyone recognises this key. I produce it out of my pocket. It glows. Oh, where's it gone? It glows with an icy blue light. My friend gave me this in the middle of the night. I never saw that friend again.
Oh, I thought you'd have been women.
Oh.
It glows light. He gave me it in the night.
Glow.
Give me a fright. What
It
a
glows.
fright.
It glows with an icy blue light, as we can see. But yeah, see, it turned up. Samantha Dar turned up and gave it to me. She was a great friend. We used to go drinking in Parma Flora. But I have not. Does anyone recognise it or any know anything about it?
Is it magical? Has anyone got the ability to check for magic?
Do an arcana check on it.
I have tried and I have failed in the past to discover if it was, but you can by all means try.
I've got a +3. Is anyone better than that? Higher than that?
No.
I recognise it.
Who's got more? You got more than 3.
No, I recognise the item.
Oh, do you? Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's
Please
a
tell
key
me.
to unlock something.
Great
Brilliant.
work by the barbarian. Can we all have a round of applause for our half-orc who's played this character so perfectly? These might never can.
I got 7.
So you look at it and you notice the icy blue pallor of it tells you that it is giving off some kind of magic signature, but not much that you'd be able to work on to tell you what the key fits.
I was going to do a history check on it as well, see if I recognise it.
Yeah.
I got
Okay,
11.
so you do have a recognition of the seal that's on it. And it's a very old symbol for the Revelry Pirate. It's a very, very old symbol when they first formed. And it seems to fit a small chest of about normal height that you would expect for a ship's captain and log.
3 earrings might have an idea about this.
Maybe I do have some kind of idea, but it's not for me to say.
Oh my God.
Why is it not for you to say?
Who would it? Yeah, who would it be to say?
Well,
Yeah,
will be
who
for
can we go to?
It will be for the person who reappears when they need the most to say. It's not for me to say. It's not my position.
My father.
Well,
Obi-Wan.
I'm assuming if it's your father that you're waiting for.
Okay. Thank you.
At this
which
point,
has been on my mind for years.
I'm sure it has.
To see my father. To see my father.
It's been on my mind for years. Thank you. And you can see just sit there like.
At this point, Captain Three Earrings is taking a large swig of the drink. Right then. We ready to go? At this point, the door to the tavern flies open, and our three, Stavros, Pavos, and Davos, come stumbling in from outside.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Have you seen? There they are, there's the crew! And then they go running over to you, and they sort of sit down at your table. Ooh! Is that a drink for me? And then they take the trost out of your hand, Bellamac, and start downing it. So as they start, like, sort of bantering about with each other, turn around and go,
Can I backhand him?
You can.
Can I backhand him and as hard as I can?
Strength check for me, yeah?
Sick.
Do we need these people?
No!
It's Solazina's old crew.
Yep, Jan's crew.
Let's get rid. Let's get rid. Should we get rid?
Dead weight, innit?
I got a 10.
Okay, you got a 20, did you? Okay, you're going to hit Stavros, Pavos, or Davos. Not that's going to make much difference because they're the same person. Trice.
Whichever one's taking it out my hand, I really couldn't care. All three of them if I can.
Okay, so as you backhand, you raise your arm as far back as you can, and because they're only small people, you manage to hit all three of them at once, flinging them backwards off the bench and smashing the trost. The barkeep looks over, sort of gives a shrug, and then continues to look sort of like... So Stavros, Pavos, and Davos all stand up. You can hit him. Fair play, you can hit. You, green orc, half thing, whatever you are. They're doing fights down at the docks. Want to make some gold?
Yeah.
I think gold off you.
Tell them we'll meet them down there.
Yeah, it's just, we'll meet you there later on.
Yeah, I love watching a fight. Yeah, definitely. I'm up for
Green.
burning.
They're doing lots of fights down at the docks. Come on, please. We can make lots of money off you.
I'll agree to it, but you can give me your gold for my trust.
No. Also, no, we don't have any gold. We spent it all. That's why we took your drink. Are we going down to win some money or not?
Yeah, we'll meet you down there.
Yeah. Let them go off.
Fine, you missed
I'm
all
gonna
the
go for these two.
commotion. You missed all the commotion. There's loads happening down at the dock at the moment. You missed all of it. Rubbish people. You're not keeping your eyes out. Loads of it. Big commotion.
You go now.
Big fight down at the docks. Idiots missing it.
Bye.
Well, they don't get to see a fight with a seahorse and bare knuckle because they got all the refugees from the village, and they would keep wandering off saying that. And seahorse and refugees all turning up on their own, just turning up in the docks, and they're all being captured. And then you just hear them wander out the front door and then slam it behind them.
Alright, if they're going down to fight, I'm going to fight, and I'm going to go off with them in gold.
Okay, so Bellamac's
We got that meeting in about an hour and a half, mind.
What's that?
We got that meeting in about an hour and a half.
That's fine.
So Bellamac's wandering off then? Okay.
This won't take long. I'll be back in about an hour.
We should all go with him, in fairness, just to keep an eye on.
Yeah,
remember, we've got to keep together. We've got to keep together, as the guard said.
Yeah.
If one goes, we all go.
Okay,
excellent. I'm gonna go sit down at one of the gambling tables just to watch. Not at the table, but like a table nearby, just to sort of sit and watch them play.
Excellent.
While you're all going off to watch the fights.
Right, listen. So before we go down to the fight, can I just speak to Bellamac a minute? Like, I can in front of everyone.
Yeah.
So Bellamac, I've got an idea which we can make some extra moolah, right? So if you do 2 fights, on the first fight you lose, yeah. On the second fight you win. So drop like a sack of shit on the first one, and then on the second one, deck the living shit out of him. We can all make some money by betting and then doubling the odds afterwards and making a shitload of cash.
I don't lose the fight. So if you all just bet on me to win anyway,
you'll be pretending, and then you can kill him if you want. Like no risk.
Put the odds up.
Drive your odds up on the second fight.
Exactly.
We shall see. I do not lose a fight.
Get his bookie odds in and start getting and understand stuff.
Yeah, then I was like, No, fuck off.
I'm not losing. I'm not losing a fight. Sorry.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
You can bet on me to win, but I'm not losing a fight.
Fair
I'll bet on
argument. Okay.
Cal, do me a favor, tank his opponent up so I can put some.
Listen, we'll see where it goes. So for everyone who's tuned in so far and continues to tune in, thank you everyone. We're going to go to a short 5-minute break now where you're going to hear from Grant or Zavros on the reason that we're doing the stream. For everyone who's donated so far, we greatly appreciate it. Thank you for all of your support. We're going to go to a short video from Grant now, and then we'll be back at 1600 for our very own Rogar or Damo, who's going to be running a quiz for the next hour. So thank you to everyone who's tuned in so far, and we'll be back again with you shortly. Thank you,
Cheers,
everyone.
I'm playing a character called Zavros Leiden during our 24-hour Dungeons & Dragons stream. This is all to raise money for Latch. They support children who are receiving treatment for cancer and leukemia at the Children's Hospital for Wales and their families. Having a child diagnosed with cancer or leukemia, I think we can all agree, comes as a devastating blow. And caring for a child during treatment's hard on all the family. Finances can often be a worry as parents will have to take time off work to support the child. Family relationships can suffer too as the emotional pressure takes its toll on everyday life and it's just turned upside down. When a child's been diagnosed with cancer or leukemia, chemotherapy treatment can last from 6 months to 3 years. Depending on the type, and follow-up treatment and checkups mean that the child that have been diagnosed with cancer will be under medical supervision for over 5 years. Now, Latch provides social work services, providing practical, emotional and financial support in a confidential environment. They also offer holiday grants or the option to use their caravans and provide a number of excursions for the kids too, such as Legoland, Build-A-Bear, and other venues, all just to provide that sort of touch of normality or a well-needed escape from ongoing treatment. Putting it simply, Latch can make life easier for children and their families so they can give their all to the treatment without letting anything else get in their way. Time and time again, family stress at Latch has lifted them when they needed it most and in many cases stopped them from buckling. That's why we're streaming for 24 hours. It's to raise those vital funds for a vital charity during such a vital time in a child and their family's lives. So please just donate what you can through our Just Giving page. There will be a link in the chat at regular intervals, which will sort of be around somewhere around this video. Now I'm playing the character Zavros Leiden. He's a half-elf warlock hexblade. So his whole story really, being 29 years old now, is that he's on the run after a poker game where he may or may not have used minor illusion to turn things in his favour. So he was playing a poker tournament against Master Trent Dickerton, who sort of runs part of the Cerberus Assembly and trains Volstrucker agents who are all there, so sort of like magic users and are sort of trained assassins really. So after cheating at this game, he wasn't too happy and has sent one of his Volstrucker agents to sort of cut Zavros down. Now Zavros gets his power not only from his father's elven side, with a couple of sort of cantrips and things, but when he was younger his father left during a stormy night with his sword and shield, and he doesn't know why. All he knows is that a few weeks later the sword and shield returned to the home broken, Dad nowhere to be seen, and every time that he spoke with his uncle, his dad's brother, every time he spoke to his uncle and his mum about it, he was sort of hushed and told not to think about it and leave it there. Growing up, obviously became sort of angry, wanted those answers, and a patron called Deserats, Twilight Phoenix, sort of reached out to Zavros during his dreams, sort of offering him that power, that chance to find his dad or avenge his dad, find out more about what happened, Being a gambling man, Zavros was very much like, yeah, let's do this. You'll obviously want something later on down the line, but right now I'll take that power. I'll go for it. After getting that power, probably wasn't the first thing on his mind. Being new to having those sort of magics, and being a young lad really who likes a pint of trust and going to the taverns, having a good time, gambling, smoking cigars. It was very much a case of I can do what I want, until that poker tournament really, where we started going on the run. So our campaign sort of picked up really where we'd all gathered on an island that started sinking and became under attack. We ended up on a ship to try and escape, and turns out there wasn't just a ship, it was part of the Revelry Pirates. And we've sort of been going around, we've sort of helped them secure the staff that sunk the island, taking on a priestess underwater, which was a long, grueling fight, but we managed to come out of it the other side. After doing all that and getting back to Darktoad to try and sell them the scepter, we may have ended up breaking it and alerting Megalodon or Kraken or some giant sea beast, and being the charismatic guy that Zavros is, has suggested that we use that sort of jewel in the scepter as bait, take it to the Clovis Concord, where we found some other little bits and pieces along the way that suggested another character had a friend that was being taken by the Clovis Concord, so we're going to go save them. We're going to bring the Kraken down upon them, or who knows, might have turned out completely different. You're watching this sort of 4 hours into the stream and everything's changed, the plan's gone completely awry, and now we're just on the run or something. I don't know what the game has in store for us, but it should be a good 24 hours at least. Like I said, guys, this is all to raise money for Latch, so please just donate what you can, and hopefully you have as much fun watching the stream as we have fun doing the stream. Okay, catch you later.
Welcome to our 24-hour stream for Latch Children's Cancer Charity. Please donate anything that you can to this fantastic cause. We are here to entertain you for 24 hours, so please come and say hello, drop in and out of the stream. We're going to be doing different activities, but mainly playing Dungeons and Dragons, which, if you had seen previously, we've got a couple of episodes on YouTube already. We're partway along a story, so we're bringing that to life as a role play. We're all dressing up. We're going to be streaming it live for 24 hours, and we're looking to raise money for this fantastic cause whilst doing so. So anything that you can help donate and give to this fantastic cause, please do. A little bit about my character. So I am a 3-foot fairy from the Feywilds. I am on a quest to look for my best friend who was kidnapped and sold into slavery. I was lucky enough to escape, but now I'm looking to find her, get revenge and bring her home with the help of all the guys that I'm on this quest with. We're going to be picking up quests along the way and helping with their backstories as well. Bit about my character: she is only tiny, so she has to use a bit of magic. If you've seen previous episodes, I can't fire a crossbow for anything. So I'm a rogue. I like to pickpocket, pick locks, steal things, look out for traps, protect the team if we're searching for things. Very much a team player. I also am an arcane trickster, so using that little bit of magic to help me out. Tiny fairy. I've got all these people surrounding me that are big fighters. Definitely not me, but I'm definitely there to make sure that I'm looking out for things that they may forget, help them along the way, and just support and be that team player. So yeah, come and join us. join us on Twitch. The Just Given page is on Facebook. We'll have it up on Twitch and we'll be sharing it on all socials. So just come along, enjoy the time, and please, please donate to this fantastic cause. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. How are we?
Oh crap, we're not live, are we?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
Okay, great.
Damo, Rogar, you there?
I'm yeah.
Go on, this is your segment now.
I know. Are we waiting? Where's Jan to? We can give him a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hurry there.
Yeah, let's give Jan a couple of minutes. Comes along.
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone who's watched the stream so far. Thank you for sticking with us. Obviously, you're seeing the little bits in between where we're getting things ready and we're having people catch up with us and things like that. So let us know what you think of the stream. We hope you've been enjoying it. Quite a heavy talking segment after a heavy combat segment at the start. We were having to do lots of checks and having to think about how we were going to strategize. Things are going to slightly change up again now shortly. Obviously, we're in Port Demalia. Lots of distractions for our characters, but we will be moving the story on swiftly. Shout out to everyone though, that is the first 6 hours of the 24-hour stream done. I'm going to upload this in the background now, so as soon as it's uploaded I'll put the link